Members, you need to please come to the chamber. Members, please come to the chamber so we can get started. Thank you.
House come to order. Members, our prayer today will be given by Jermaine Leatherwood, pastor of House of Hope and Restoration in Huntsville.
Good morning, everyone. Such an honor to be here, and I want to say thanks to all of you for all that you do to serve our state. Let us pray. Our Father God and creator of the universe and everything that dwells therein, we come acknowledging that you are King of kings and Lord of lords. It is because of your mighty hand and your grace that we're here this morning. We thank you for this great assembly of leaders who serve in various ways across our state and in their respective communities. It is you who gives us insight on how to effectively use strategies that bring about prosperity and blessing. We know that we can't do anything without you. Now I pray you might grant them wisdom to be able to lead in such a time as this, when darkness seems to be prevalent and pain seems to be present. Might they be a light for others to see, and that you might be seen in them. Help them to love and care for those who they serve in their decision-making. Give them boldness to make tough decisions, but necessary decisions that might honor you. I pray, God, that they might stay close to you so that they can hear directly from you about those things pertaining to your will. God, grant protection to them and their families as they serve during this time. Pray that their souls will prosper as well as their health. Lastly, God, more than anything, I pray that you will be glorified, that we will lift you up, not our personal agendas or preferences, but your person, so that it might be clear about who brings us favor and blessing and any good thing that we might have. The world is hurting. Our state is hurting. Empower us to help relieve some of the pain by having compassion and being present so that they might be able to be the hands and feet of your Son, Jesus Christ. Thank you for all that you've done, for all that you are, and for all that you're going to do. It is in Jesus' name that we pray. We all said together, amen.
Amen. Members, today's Pledge of Allegiance will be led by Karsten Reed from Montgomery chapter of Jack and Jill of America.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Clerk, call the roll.
Mr. Speaker, Almond, Baker, Bedsole, Blackshear, Bolton, Boyd, Bracy, Brown, Butler, Carnes, Chestnut, Clark, Klaus, Cole, Collins, Calvin, Crawford, Daniels, Drummond, Dubose, Easterbrook, Ellis, England, Ensler, Estes, Faulkner, Fiddler, Fincher, Fort, Garrett, Gidley, Gavan, Gibbons, Gray, Hall, Hammett, Harbison, Harrison, Hassel, Hill, Hulk, Jones, Hollis, Hulsey, Hurst, Ingram, Jackson, Jones, Keel, Kirkland, Kitchens, Lamb, Lawrence, Lee, Lipscomb, Lomax, Lovern, Marcus, McCampbell, McClammy, Mooney, Moore M, Moore P, Morris, Oliver, Paramore, Pascal, Pettis, Plump, Pringle, Rafferty, Ream, Reynolds, Rigsby, Robbins, Robertson, Rogers, Sellers, Sells, Shaver, Shed, Shaw, Shiree, Simpson, Smith, Sorrell, South, Stadhagen, Standridge, Starnes, Stringer, Stubbs, Tillman, Travis, Treadaway, Underwood, Wadsworth, Warren, Whit, Wharton, Wilcox, Wood D, Wood R, Woods, Yarborough.
"55 members have an answering war quorum is present, and the House is ready to transact business. The chair recognizes a gentleman from Lee. Chairman Lovern.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I request that leaves of absence be granted for absent members.
Are any objections? Hearing none, leave of absence for excused members. The chair further recognizes the gentleman from Lee. Mr. Lovern.
Mr. Speaker, I have a report.
House of Representatives, your Standing Committee on Rules begs leave to report that it has carefully examined the Journal of the House for the 12th legislative day and finds the same to be correct. Joe Lovern, Chairman.
Mr. Speaker, I move the reading of the journal at length for the 12th legislative day be dispensed with.
Are there any objections? Hearing no objections, reading the journal dispensed with. Chair recognizes the gentleman from Mobile, Speaker Pro Tem Pringle, for the purpose of making announcements.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Ladies and gentlemen, one announcement. Please fill out your statement of economic interest with the Ethics Commission's website by the end of this month. May I make my motion? Mr. Speaker, I move that when we adjourn today, we adjourn to meet on Tuesday, April the 25th at 1 p.m.
All those in favor say aye. Any opposed? The motion prevails. Clerk now will receive reports from standing committees. Receive those reports throughout the day. The House is now in position to introduce bills and resolutions.
House Joint Resolution number 93 by Representative Mooney commending Joshua Wortham for being selected as one of Alabama Public Television's Young Heroes of Alabama 2023. House Joint Resolution number 94 by Representative Mooney commending Ashton Goodloe for being named one of Alabama Public Television's Young Heroes of Alabama for 2023. House Joint Resolution number 95 by Representative Mooney commending Emily Cassidy for being named one of Alabama Public Television's Heroes of 2023. House Joint Resolution number 96 by Representative Mooney commending Ja'Cory Gaddis for being named one of Alabama Public Television's Young Heroes of Alabama for 2023. House Joint Resolution number 97 by Representative Mooney commending Elise Mae Dean for being named one of Alabama Public Television's Young Heroes of Alabama for 2023. Senate Joint Resolution number 37 by Senator Wagner commending Rodney E. Hood on his outstanding professional achievement. Senate Joint Resolution number 38 by Senator Allen celebrating the life of Mrs. Betty Bailey Shirley.
Move for adoption.
The motion is moved for adoption. All in favor say aye. Any opposed? It is adopted.
House Resolution number 88 by Representative Fincher encouraging the hiring of persons with intellectual and physical disabilities in the workplace.
Move for adoption.
That's questions. Move for adoption. All in favor say aye. Any opposed? It is adopted.
House Resolution number 92 by Representative Travis recognizing April 20th, 2023 as Omega Psi Phi Fraternity Incorporated Day in Alabama.
Move for adoption.
That is questions. Move for adoption. All in favor say aye. Any opposed? Ayes have it.
Senate Joint Resolution number 36 by Senator Wagner supporting the week of April 30th through May 6th, 2023 as National Small Business Week and commending small business owners in Alabama.
Move for adoption.
All those in favor of the adoption say aye. Any opposed? The resolution is adopted. Clerk, call the next resolution. Clerk will call the first uncontested local bill on the regular calendar.
On page 63 of the calendar, House Bill number 275 by Representative Bolton relating to Tuscaloosa County.
Request for the body is adoption of the BIR for HB 275. Clerk will unlock the machine and members will vote. Clerk will lock the machine. Record the votes. 48 ayes, 0 nays, 39 abstention. The BR is adopted. Request for the body is final passage of HB 275. Clerk will unlock the machines and members will vote. Clerk will lock the machine. Record the votes. 9 ayes, 0 nays, 275 has passed. Clerk call next bill. The chair would like to recognize the lady from Jefferson, Representative Cavan, and also the representative from Jefferson, Representative Sellers, for a moment of personal privilege.
We're waiting on them to bring the resolution now. We're waiting on the resolution right now. Or do we? We'll just do a moment of personal privilege. We'll just wait till we get it. Yeah, we'll get it.
Chair recognizes the gentleman from Lee, Chairman Laverne.
Special order, the two bill one. Yeah. Mr. Speaker, I have a resolution.
Clerk, receive a resolution.
House Resolution number 98 by the Rules Committee, the special order calendar.
Chairman Laverne.
Move for adoption.
Members' question for the body is adoption of the special order calendar. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? It is adopted. Clerk, call the first bill on special order calendar.
On page 8 of the calendar, Senate Bill number 151 by Senator Gudger relating to economic development.
Question for the body is adoption of the BRR on SB 151. Clerk will unlock machines and members will vote.
We already did the B.
Clerk will lock the machines, record the votes. 96 ayes, 0 nays. BR is passed. Question for the body is final passage of SB 1. Oh, God.
So, yes, sir. We do have a committee sub and
Okay.
then a floor amendment.
You care to explain the sub.
Yes, so the committee amended the original bill twice. The first amendment really just reauthorized the Joint Legislative Advisory Commission on Economic Incentives. That commission exists already, but it will sunset if we don't reauthorize it, so we are reauthorizing that. Secondly, it allows that body to request a third-party evaluation to assess the impacts of the economic incentives. That's what the First Amendment does. The Second Amendment was put on by Representative Baker to allow that particular commission to alternate chair and vice chair between the House and the Senate, which is the way they currently operate, and other boards operate that way as well. So those are the first two amendments that were put on by the committee. A move for the adoption of the substitute. And we do have a floor amendment also.
You heard the explanation of the committee sub. The clerk will unlock the machine and members will vote. All the members voted. Clerk will lock the machines, record the votes. 101 ayes, 0 nays. The committee sub has been adopted.
Okay.
Recognized.
Mr. Speaker, thank you. I have a floor amendment. This is requested by Senator Albritton. It simply wants an annual report to make sure no credits taken against any tax source will exceed the revenue generated by that source. And so I offer this amendment.
The sponsor has explained the amendment.
They were supposed to bring it down here. The governor, Senator Albritton, the governor. They're working. Carry over. Okay. You want me to? I'm going to move to carry over at the call of the chair until we can get our amendment ready.
That's what we're going to do, is carry over the call to the chair. The amendment's coming from the governor, so we got to wait to get that. It's not here yet. So it's just as the Representative Almond said, it's a reporting amendment. So clerk, call the next bill.
On page 7 of the calendar, House Bill number 165 Senate Bill number 165 by Senator Orr relating to economic development.
Chairman Garrett, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the recognition. This is the second bill of the game plan package. The House passed this version the other day. This bill originated in the Senate, so we're now asking the BIR for the Senate SB 165.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Chair recognizes the lady from Madison, Representative Hall. The question for the body is adoption of the BIR. Clerk will unlock the machine and members will vote.
I'm coming.
Clerk will lock the machine, record the votes, 104 ayes, 0 nays. BIR is adopted. Chairman Garrett.
Move for final passage.
That's the question, is final passage of SB 165. Clerk will unlock the machine and members will vote. Clerk will lock the machine, record the votes, 104 ayes, 0 nays. SB 165 is passed. Thank you, Chairman Garrett.
Thank you, members.
The chair would like to recognize in the gallery of Bullock County High School future leaders, guest of Representative Fort. Let's give them a big hand. Thank you for being with us today. Would also like to recognize Dr. Dennis Willingham, Superintendent of Walker County Schools, and Dr. Ann Jackson, Superintendent of Jasper City Schools. Guest of Representative Matt Woods and Tim Wadsworth. The chair would also like to recognize in the gallery of Alabama Public Television young heroes. Let's give them a big hand. The chair would like to recognize the gentleman from Madison, Representative Reynolds.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, in keeping with our schedule, we anticipate the budget and other related bills to be on the calendar on Tuesday. To my left here, you'll see both subs, both one for the budget and one for the supplemental. And then you'll also see 2 spreadsheets, and that'll give you a line item by line item change in both the budgets. And that way you'll have it and take it home with you over the weekend, and we'll hope to be on the floor on Tuesday. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Chair recognizes the lady from Tuscaloosa, Representative Almond. Clerk, call the bill back up.
Yes, sir. Thank
On
you.
page 8 of the calendar, Senate Bill number 151 with substitute by Senator Gudger relating to economic development.
Representative Almond, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This is the amendment requested by Senator Albritton. All this amendment does is request an annual report to be made to the committee to make sure no credits taken against any tax source will exceed the revenue generated by that source. And so I offer this amendment, Mr. Speaker.
The sponsor has told us the amendment from the governor for reporting purposes. Chair would like to recognize the lady from Madison, Representative Hall.
I'm sorry, Mr. Speaker, thank you. I could not hear.
Okay.
So help me to understand I just received a copy of the amendment. So tell me what we're doing.
So this last amendment that we're making from the floor was requested by Senator Albritton, and he's really just asking for additional oversight. He wants an annual report to make sure the money we're spending out in incentives, he wants to make sure that all the credits taken against all the different tax sources don't exceed the revenue generated by those tax sources. That's not something we currently look at in detail every year, and he wants to be able to do that.
So I don't have a copy of that bill in front of me. I do have a copy of the amendment, so I'm trying to read. So it's saying the Department of Commerce, the Department of Revenue, and the Department of Finance shall collectively report no later than January 1, the amount of incentives. But it doesn't say who are they reporting to?
To that advisory commission on economic incentives, which is the oversight committee to the Department of Commerce.
All right. So when you go down to the next one under there, letter H, the committee may request that a third party. I'm saying letter H, which is on page 4. So are you saying that the committee can request a third party
It's authorizing the committee to hire a third party to do these evaluations.
To do the
report, that's right.
evaluation. All right, thank you. And then, but the following, timely provider requested non-confidential information to the third party.
Trying to make sure that this is to carry forward, that this is, well, there's two things, but making sure that this is confidential information. Number one, the confidential information remains confidential. That's not what this line 100 is about. See?
So so what I'm reading, and it would be better if I had a copy of the bill, but it said time to provide non-requested, non-confident. So it's saying that whatever information is provided, that it should not be anything that's confidential.
That's right. What it's saying is it has to provide non-confidential information, but it is not required to provide confidential information.
All right, thank you.
Chair thanks the lady. The chair would like to recognize the gentleman from Jefferson, Chairman Garrett.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for recognition. Thank you, Representative Almond. Just as a way of explanation, this is an amendment to make sure we protect, have language to protect the general fund tax credits or credits that are going against the Special Mental Health Trust Fund. We had a discussion about this the other day. So we want to make sure that the tax credits that are being claimed do not impede that Special Mental Health Trust Fund. This is part of that process. So this is just additional oversights and guardrails to make sure that we proactively monitor that and do that. So thank you.
Thank you.
Chair thanks the gentleman. Chair recognizes the gentleman from Marengo, Representative McCampbell.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the recognition. Will the gentlelady yield?
Of course.
Okay. I'm coming here. I'm actually really in support of that amendment. And the reason I'm in support of that amendment is because too often we allow things to happen in our society, or after we pass a bill, we are taking our hands off of it, thinking that everything is going to operate efficiently. But then when something happens and we don't know that there is a problem, then we have neglected our duty to have that oversight. So I'm truly in favor of us really becoming a lot more stringent in terms of how we exercise the oversight of the legislature. We have some criminal and historical bills that we need to have oversight on a number of things that are going on in those bills. So I'm fully supportive of it, and I hope other members of this House understand that oversight is not a bad thing. It's what we are sent down here to do. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I fully agree with you, and I wish I had thought of it myself. Smarter people did.
Chair thanks the gentleman. Question for the body now is the adoption of the floor amendment. Clerk will unlock the machine and members will vote. Clerk will lock the machine, record the vote. 103 ayes, 0 nays. Floor amendment has been adopted. Representative.
Need to move for final passage.
That is question for the body is final passage of SB 151. Clerk will unlock the machine and members will vote. Clerk will lock the machine, record the votes. 103 ayes, 104 ayes, 0 nays. SB 151 has passed. Thank you. Chair recognizes the gentleman from Lee, Chairman Lovern.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have a resolution.
Clerk receive a resolution.
House Resolution number 99 by the Rules Committee, the special order calendar.
Question for the body is adoption of the special order calendar. All those in favor say aye. Any opposed? The ayes have it. Calendar is adopted. Clerk call first bill on special order calendar.
On page 38 of the calendar, House Bill number 62 by Representative Robbins with substitute relating to building codes.
Representative Robbins, you are recognized.
Thank you. This is a pretty simple bill. It's really just a local bill. But before I get started, I do think we need to point out that yesterday we did lose the softball game. But I think that we have a right to contest the outcome based upon Matt Friday's officiating. I think everyone in here will know that he blew at least 2 calls last night, that there was a ball that obviously hit the white powder, the line. It was fair, and he called it foul.
I don't think this is germane to this bill.
You're right. Well, this is basically a local bill. It just has to be done statewide. That this is to benefit the local American Legion in Sylacauga. It's to allow them to be deemed in compliance by the building code. And we have a sub because there's an amendment that the county commission wanted, association. So do I introduce the sub or? Oh, I move for the BIR.
That's question for the body is adoption of the BR. Chair recognizes the lady from Madison, Representative Hall. Okay, the question for the body now is adoption of the BIR. Clerk will unlock the machine and members will vote. Clerk will lock the machine and record the votes. 99 ayes, 0 nays. BR has been adopted. Chairman Roberts.
With that, I move for final passage. I have a substitute. It was a simple change where you change the phrase deemed to be in and change from that to exempt from compliance. So
The sponsor has explained his substitute. Chair would like to recognize the lady from Madison, Representative Hall.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Will the gentleman yield?
I will.
Did I understand you to say it's a local bill? And so if
In essence, it is. It just had to be crafted this way because if not, it'd be a constitutional amendment, and this was an easier way to do it. And so the way it's local is that if you read in the bill, it says that if there's a reversionary clause in a deed to from an American Legion or a veterans organization to the National Guard, and it reverts back to the American Legion or a veterans organization, it would have a 10-year window to get into compliance. Well, the Armory and the National Guard does not do this. And so this is the only deed out there in the state that's like this. And so it's just an exemption that's narrowly tailored to benefit this one National Guard, or this one American Legion, so they can provide more services and benefits to veterans in the community.
So help me to understand, it could be a constitutional amendment. You don't want to do a constitutional amendment for your area, local area?
Right. I felt like this was an easier way to do it because one, the constitutional amendment would cost more money, be more time consuming, and I was just trying to save the cost of printing the constitutional amendment.
So I've heard there are several groups, and so I see this as a way to go around local legislation or go against maybe something that somebody would be in opposition to. Okay, I've heard since I've been here during this session, several supposedly local issues that are being brought as an overall issue to this body. I don't think that's fair. Or remember, I am speaking for me. I don't think it's fair that we allow a situation where we know that the right thing to do may take a little more time and a little more effort, but it doesn't, I don't know if anybody in your area would be in opposition to this. I can't imagine that they would. But I do know presently in this body during this session, I've heard of 2 instances where individuals are bringing local legislation in a general manner to make sure that they get that done. And so that's where I would have opposition to what we do. I'm not opposed to the idea. But I do think that if it's a constitutional amendment that should be used for that, then I want somebody to tell me why it makes more sense for us to do this way. And I don't see that, so I need you to help me with that.
I'll explain that to you. I pre-filed this bill a long time ago, and one of the reasons I went this route is because last session—
Did you pre-file it as a local bill?
No, as HB 62. And part of the reason is because last year I had a local constitutional amendment, and one of the pushback I got on that was that the cost it would run for publishing it, just the extra cost. They're saying this will cost us an extra $100,000. So I was just trying to save the state some money here, actually.
So who complained about you doing it for your local by doing a constitutional amendment?
It was because of it was an issue related to the bill and a government agency, but that was another issue that is not really germane to this. It was just pushback on the cost. And so I viewed this as a way to save money.
Stop right there. There was a state governmental agency that was pushing back on what you were trying to do on a local level?
Last session, yes, but that's not related to this bill. It was I'm just explaining to you my thought process, which was why force the taxpayers to pay for this constitutional amendment when there's a way to tailor this so it could benefit the organization without having this statewide amendment on the ballot for everyone to vote for, when this is actually, in my mind, it is the better way to do it. I'm not trying to go around anything. There's two paths to take here, and this I felt like was the more concise, the better path to take.
I think you may be in your position where you are with this particular issue. That may be the case. But I don't see that in what I'm hearing about other areas, other counties, other districts are using a general application to get around the fact to make sure something that maybe the people that they represent do not want or are not supportive of, that having that constitutional amendment and giving the people in that particular area an opportunity to vote on it. I hear that, but we waste a lot of money in Alabama disregarding that. That $100,000, I just think, personally, I think that this is just opening the door for us to continue to have the kinds of things that I see is happening during this session with certain local things that are being brought with general, making it a general bill. And I'm having difficulty, and because you're only talking about one organization.
Correct. One. I mean, I understand your concern. I do. I understand your position. I just feel as if this bill, particularly, this is just the better vehicle for it. I mean, I think a constitutional amendment, this body can decide for our veterans what's better for them if they need to have this exemption to allow a veterans organization. And I don't feel as if that needs to be a statewide referendum for the people of the entire, for people. I mean, I think we can decide that.
When we hold on, just a moment. When we would do a state when you do a state when you're doing a state referendum, you're telling me that when you bring a local bill, and if there is no opposition to your local bill for a constitutional amendment, it only applies to your local area. It doesn't apply to the entire state.
Right. But what I'm saying is, if that's voted on across all of even, let's say, Talladega County, that this is so narrowly tailored that there is no need to really put this out to the public to have a debate on it, because it's narrowly tailored to this one issue, and it's dealing with the building codes, which we are the entity that sets those codes. And so we are just making an exemption to the code that we have already set. And we didn't set the building codes out and say public vote on the building codes. That's our responsibility. And so I feel this is the responsibility of the legislative body to decide.
I think you're still missing the point.
I get your point.
My point is, this is a local bill. It's a local concern that you want to help with. And what you're doing is making it a general concern for all of us. And your rationale for doing that is that you don't want to give the people the opportunity to vote, and you don't want to spend $100,000 or whatever it costs.
No, I would say that I had other rationale besides that. Yes.
Tell me what they are.
The cost, yes, is correct. I did mention the cost, but I also said that we, as the legislative body of the state, are who sets the building codes across the entire state. Yes, a local municipality could go beyond those building codes if they so chose, but the public does not vote on building codes. The legislative body of the state sets those building codes. And so it's our responsibility to make an exemption to those building codes. It's not the responsibility of a popular vote, because that could then create other issues. And well, we want to just, we are elected to serve and set those codes. And so that's what I feel like we are doing right now, is we are operating within the realm in which we are supposed to operate, which is set the building codes.
Well, I'm going to continue to say that I think that we are being unfair in doing this in this way. I hear what you're saying about the state codes, but so when you're doing what you really said, that whatever the code or whatever shape that building is in, it can stay whatever way in that particular manner. Is that what I'm understanding? That it can stay as it is. It doesn't have to change anything. Whatever the other codes may be, it doesn't change. Did I understand that correctly?
Well, what I'm saying is that this piece of property, this armory that was in operation up until just a few years ago, if, let's say, the armory was still there, it would be grandfathered in. The Legion, through a reversionary clause, which means that they just took back possession of what was already theirs. We're just grandfathering them in like we would any company that had been operating on that property for 10 years, 20, 30, 40, 50 years. And so there's been no change of ownership. We're just simply tailoring
Ladies'
it
time
to
has
reversionary
expired.
clause.
I think you are opening up a can of worms here. Thank you.
The question is the amendment. If you got your light on, you want to speak on the amendment, keep it on. If you want to speak on the bill, cut it off and I'll call you back up. This is on the amendment. Representative Moore, you want to speak on the amendment? Lady from Jefferson is recognized. Representative Moore.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Jimmy, you yield.
I do.
It's so noisy in here, and I was trying to listen to the conversation. Could you go over the amendment again for me?
It changes the phrase deemed to be in. It deletes that and is now exempt from.
So why are we exempting them from building codes?
We are just exempting them for a 10-year time period to allow them to get a grant to get their building up to code. But the reason you would do that is because, like I just said, if the National Guard Armory, if the Armory was still there, they would be deemed in compliance. They'd be grandfathered in. This property, there was no, well, what I'm saying is there was no change. There was no sale. There was no transaction.
Hold up
a minute. It just reverted back to the original owner. And so they should be allowed to be grandfathered in.
Hold on
and this
up
is
a
just,
minute. It could have been there all the time. But if it's in disrepair, it's not going to automatically be deemed in compliance. So you're just saying that, but it might not be in compliance. And I would not want, especially a building where veterans will come to for anything. I would not want it to be out of compliance and we come and put them in compliance for some reason that, for part of the conversation I've heard, is just totally unreasonable, because the purpose of codes is to make sure these buildings are safe. You know, we look at the parking deck, I think it was in New York or someplace, been there a long time, and somebody has been off and on saying it's in compliance, it's out of compliance, it's in compliance, and yesterday it just collapsed. Because you don't want these levels of exemptions what would get the code enforcement people in some zone where they're not doing their due diligence in a timely factor to come and make sure these buildings are in compliance. So I just don't think they need to be exempted. And that's what I thought I heard when you was talking about that. And then I'll come back and talk about the bill itself, but I don't think that we ought to be exempting anybody for a period of time, because if you're giving them 10 years or whatever, and the building is really out of compliance, could cause harm to the people going in and out of it. I could promise you the people in code enforcement, because of this amendment, they're not going to do their due diligence and go and check on that building like the code has a timetable for them to check on all buildings to make sure they're in compliance. And I just think it's a level of negligence to say that we want to exempt them from doing that. I don't think it's a good amendment. But as always, I try to end my conversation in here. You all do what you want to do, whether it's right, wrong, or indifferent. You're still going to do it. You're not going to listen to anybody that's talking rational to you. 10-year time, that building probably could be out of code. And you still want to exempt it. So if somebody should happen to get hurt in that building because of a code violation, then what do you say?
Well, I say that they have insurance.
No,
just
sir, that ain't no, that, I mean, to say somebody got an insurance, that's a cop-out because the person have been hurt.
Right. But let's say you went to Walmart, Miss Moore, and you slipped and fell and you got hurt. Walmart would Walmart have been in compliance and up to code, and you would have been
But they
covered by
weren't
the
if some
insurance.
water or something was on that floor, or the tile on the floor was not, was coming up, and the building enforcement people I know supposed to be out. And especially for a big box store like that, they come out even more regular. And if they hadn't come out and found a problem, then I got a problem with that. As it is, we don't have enough people in these various cities that's going around to the buildings that they need to go around to make sure that they're in compliance. And here you got an amendment and a bill that's gonna say that because it's a veterans building, it doesn't have to come into compliance.
Well, this is really, the issue is not the structure of the building. The fire
Code
chief-
enforcement is to deal with the structure of the building. Now, that's a bunch of stuff you talking.
But what I'm saying
and I know
is-
you're a good lawyer, but you got to stop talking this yang you talking. If the building is not in code, we should not be giving them, passing a law to say that they get an exemption from being in code. That's not right, and you know it's not right. But you probably done promised a friend that you can handle this, and since you're the party in control, it don't take but one person to come up and do something, and y'all do it whether it's right or wrong. And I ain't gonna keep arguing because that's just taking up my breath, and it makes me more and more upset to know that you all would do things like this, knowing that it could cause somebody some hurt or some harm because we exempting these people from being in compliance. It is nothing right about that, and I ain't gonna let you use your lawyer skills, because then that frustrates me, because then you acting like the other person don't know what they talking about, and that's what you did before. That's why I wanted to make sure I come down. All them explanations you gave was just a bunch of stuff that you was throwing out. There's no reason under the law why we should exempt a building from being in code while they raise money to get in code, because somebody could get injured or something else happens to that person in that building. And then what the city say, the legislature passed an act that say they don't have to be in compliance while they raising monies to come into compliance, which indicate to me that they're out of compliance anyway. Let's help them do right. You and your law firm can raise the money to help these people bring their building in compliance, and y'all could be heading that fundraiser for these veterans rather than passing a law. And you said you don't want it to be a constitutional amendment because it costs too much money. So somebody getting hurt in that building ain't worth it. And you just take the easy way around, but you know the right people around here. Let's get the money and bring their building up to code. You could do it rather than us putting an act. And what you're saying, because it didn't come through as a local bill, you're bringing it through this way, which still has implications for everybody in the state, the way that you're bringing it. But I think that what you're doing is wrong. But as I said, you're going to do it anyway. And your partners in here ain't even listening. They don't even know what the conversation is about. They got a few that look like they paying attention, but that's very few. When it comes time to vote, they still gonna vote yes, because that's what's demanded of them, to vote yes, whether it's right or wrong. Thank you for listening.
Well, thank you for your time.
I'd sure like to recognize today with us Omega Psi Phi Fraternity, Representative Curtis Travis, with visitors Kerry Hale, State Representative Daryl Sinkford, Omega Day Chair. The foundation is based on principles of friendships essential to the soul, cardinal principles of manhood and scholarship preservation. Let's give them a big hand for being with us today. Question for the body now is adoption of the sub. Clerk will unlock the machine and the members will vote. Clerk will lock the machine, record the votes. 82 ayes, 3 nays, 15 abstentions. Sub has been adopted. Representative Roberts.
With that, I move for final passage.
Chair recognizes the gentleman from Etowah, Representative Lipscomb.
Thank you for the recognition, Mr. Speaker. Could you give me an explanation of what the deficiencies are in the building that need remediation before they occupy it?
I can. Really, this, if you think about this bill, is just to cut red tape. The fire chief, in his opinion, he views the reversion as a new conveyance. Therefore, he says he can't give them a certificate of occupancy because it doesn't have a sprinkler system. The building, the fire load is very minimal in that building. It's a cinder block building.
Don't talk about fire code. You
Right. But that's what this is about. It's about saying they can use the building for cookouts and fundraisers and provide some services to veterans in the community while they are applying for a USDA grant and fundraising to put in that sprinkler system.
Will they be occupying the building?
Only every other weekend for a cookout or something along those lines. I mean, they're not going to be living in there. And the building, like I said, was an armory building. And so therefore, people were there in the reserves every other weekend up until 2 years ago, living in that building.
Right. But because the previous occupant was still in there, they were mandated by former codes, not by the new codes.
Right.
But I guess my question is, has the fire marshal considered typically what happens when a building is non-compliant and it is being occupied, for example, by a hospital? Many hospitals were built before they required sprinkler systems, and they are usually pretty flexible about allowing those occupants to have a certain period of time by which they can come to compliance and still occupy the building. But there are certain particular instances where they make them put them on a fire watch. There are certain people there who are there to observe and to handle any emergency situations. Has any of that been addressed?
Do you mean addressed as in, could the local fire chief give them some sort of, like you're talking about exemption on a local level of kind of flexibility?
Because your bill currently does not address that. So we're basically going to codify an exemption for them to have wholesale occupancy of this building, and a building that has no sprinkler system, in which you just clearly stated they're going to be having barbecues and other open fire events near this building. And that sounds inherently dangerous. Now, bearing in mind that sprinkler systems are not life-saving measures. A sprinkler system is not going to protect your life unless you're on the 50th floor of a high-rise and the fire is down at the bottom. Now, in a smaller building in which you can evacuate the building pretty readily, if a fire were to take place, you're going to get out of the building. The only purpose of the sprinklering system is going to prevent that fire from destroying the property, because the fire heads have to get to about 400 or 500 degrees before they actually initiate and start releasing water into the area. So I guess my concern is that we need to have something in this bill that addresses what's going to be done in the interim period while we're waiting on this sprinkler system to be installed. And do you know how many square feet it is?
I'm not an architect like you, so I don't want to tell you square footage, dimensions. I can tell you that it was used as an armory, therefore is a large, wide, open space building. Right. And
probably about 50,000 square feet.
I mean, yeah, and there's
at the going rate for the cost of
office space to the side, and then there was a shooting range to the left, and then just one wide open building.
If I were going to speculate, you're probably looking at about $500,000 worth of sprinklering that needs to go in that building.
Yeah, they were told it would be between $500,000 to $1 million, so somewhere in that ballpark.
And they can reasonably raise that in how much time?
Well, they're working with a fellow architect of yours on putting together a USDA grant which they hope will cover the cost, but we're not sure, that could be a few years down the road before they get it. But if that's fingers crossed, hopefully we get it. But if not, we need to be able to use that space just because it's a large space that's basically on the same property as their smaller Legion building where they already have breakfast and everything now. This is just right on the main street in Sylacauga on Fort Williams. So it's a very visible building that is seen, and they want to be able to use it and keep it in its current shape and be able to host a barbecue there. And they want to be able to raise money through that.
I was initially prepared to bring an amendment to this to adjust the time frame, but I think that's a moot point. I don't think I want to bring that amendment. But I think what I would rather see is something in your legislation that says in the interim time, while we're waiting on this sprinkler system to be put in, that they would be mandated to do what other people have done previously, and that mandate would be that anytime that they are utilizing that building for an event during the period of time that it is not code compliant, that there would be an individual or individuals in place to provide the fire watch activities. Is that something you could reasonably consider?
So just so I'm clear, and let me repeat it back so I'm clear. So you're saying that during the exemption interim period, there would be some sort of individual person on a quote unquote fire watch?
Typically, the fire marshal will train and designate individuals in that organization to be fire watchers. They're basically people who are there to provide the service of getting people to safety in the event of a fire.
I mean, if I told you that some of the members of the Legion are retired firefighters, would that suffice for you?
I would think that would be reasonable. Yeah.
And so they are retired firefighters.
As long as you can promise me that they will be their designated task would to be those fire watchers in those events, I'd be totally happy with that.
I can promise you that so the president of the Legion, and I'm not sure what title he is, but on their board is a retired firefighter, and even walked me through the building. And, I've spoken with the fire chief about this, the architect about it. And, everyone is on board with this. This just cuts the red tape for them, but I can make sure that they have a fire watch, an individual that is a fire watch, and speak with the fire chief about if this individual can't be at an event, that a person from the fire department would be there. And I'll make that promise to you.
That'd be great. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Chair thanks the gentleman. Chair recognizes the gentleman from Jefferson, Representative Plum.
Representative Rogers, you yield?
I do.
Okay. Now, I'm a retired firefighter as well, and a retired National Guard. Now, are you telling me that you guys, for your building code, you want to override the federal code, have a state code for the building?
Well, what we want to do is that the state sets the building code. And so it is a state ordinance, not a state ordinance, but it's a state law. So it's the code of the state of Alabama that each municipality follows. A municipality could make pass an additional ordinance to go beyond what the state sets. But what we're just trying to do is make an exemption to the overall code of the state of Alabama because we are the entity that writes the code.
Okay. And the unit has been gone how long? How many years have they been out of the building?
Sorry, how many years have they been in that building?
Out of the building. You said
well, the National Guard, I don't want to give you an exact figure, but let's say roughly 2 years. And in that time period, they've been using the building to the best that they could, but they've been hamstrung on being able to actually use it for fundraising purposes.
Okay. Thank you. Okay. Now, I know I heard you say that you guys are going to get insurance.
But they already have insurance, so not get, they have insurance.
Without a building code, you was able to get insurance?
Yes, they can still get insurance.
Okay. Now, reason I asked that because, being a firefighter, and I know you cannot get insurance without a building code.
Well, they would have to pay a higher premium because they would not be, well, with this, the way it reads is exempt from compliance. Therefore, your policy, which they already have now, is that they are not in compliance, and so they could still get insured. You can get insured for practically anything you own. It's just your premium or your policy is going to be more expensive.
Okay, I'm not gonna take no more of your time on that, but for a building code, I know you're supposed to have a building code before you get insurance. But thank you.
Thank you.
Chair thanks the gentleman. Chair recognizes the gentleman from Ringo, Representative McCampbell.
All right.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the recognition. Will the gentleman yield?
I will.
Earlier, as you began your day, you were talking about something that actually the speaker said was not germane to your bill. I'm going to help you first of all with that, and then we'll have a little dialogue. I think your concern was germane to the bill in the sense that we got to forget what's behind and we got to press on for what's ahead. We got next year that we can look forward to, and as your bill, kind of talks about, we're going to be looking ahead 10 years, okay? But we can't forget what's behind. We got to deal with where we are right now. So right now we are hurting, okay? So that's how we clarify what you said earlier today. We made a lot of mistakes, and you're going to make mistakes in life, all right? But right now we are hurting, so we got to press on and look ahead to next year when we're going to be feeling a lot of joy, Mr. Speaker. Okay, now I have a question, and I hadn't really thought of it until Representative Hall began to talk about this. What Pandora box do we open up by doing this? Because what other companies, what other organizations, what other buildings are we're going to have using this particular exemption? Because once it becomes general law, then other areas that are going to want to avoid building codes, they're going to use this, I think. And, I don't see where we're going to close it off to this. As a local bill, then you can specifically, as a local constitution, you can specifically, limit it to your area. But once you make it a general bill, then this is opening up a Pandora's box that I don't think we really want to open up.
Yeah, can I?
Yes, sir. I'll dialogue.
Well, I would say I agree with your concern, but the reason that this is so narrowly tailored, so think of it as a two-pronged test. So that one test is it has to be a nonprofit veterans organization that is a 501c3. So you have to do one. Step two is you have to have acquired that property. You have to have acquired a former armory building through a reversionary clause in a deed. So you have to meet those two things. And there's only one building in the entire state that meets those two things, and it's this property. Therefore, we wouldn't open a Pandora's box for a large oil company or a software company to all of a sudden try to work around, because they are not a nonprofit veterans organization, and they did not acquire their property through a reversionary clause in a deed. They did not acquire a National Guard armory building through a reversionary clause in a deed.
I hear what you're saying, but once you give those exceptions, once you open up the opportunity to have building codes, and building codes are designed to be safety measures. They are designed to keep the people safe. You know, they aren't. And I can think, if you think about it, we are charged with keeping people safe. And when we are trying to change laws that are going to go against what our charge is here in this state, and I you know, I agree. I think it would be nice for them to be able to use that building. But based on our laws, we say once a building transfers ownership, then that building needs to come up to the codes of the state of Alabama even at that particular time. And now you're taking us to a position where we're going to say, no, you can file for an exemption. And because we, you know, agree that you're a worthy organization, and truly, I agree they are a worthy organization with a very, very important mission. But let's not lose sight of us as lawmakers trying to give exemptions, you know, now, what if some other great organization came up and said that they needed an exemption too, but they didn't quite fall into those 2 points. But they were a great organization, and they have a building that was used by, because I think the city of Utah acquired the old National Guard Armory in Utah, Alabama. They have had to close it back because they never brought it up to code. They never brought it up to code. And fire marshals said, no, you can't use this building until it's brought up to code. So we are going to probably allow the same thing to happen if there is a problem, you know, and we're going to have a situation where now we're going to nullify the ability of the fire marshals to do their job. I just don't see it.
I understand your point, but really as lawmakers, that's what we do every day. We create exemptions, we create laws. Yeah. We set what the public policy is for the state. And some of that's for the health and safety of the citizenry of the state. So we're setting exemptions on, I mean, if you look through the special order calendar today, all it is, you know, what the laws that bills that we're voting on is, we're saying this is where we'll go for this issue, or we'll set this exemption for this industry, or we'll do this. So that's our job. I think every day, every bill we vote on could be a Pandora's box. That's part of vetting the bills and saying, this is as far as we'll go. We'll draw the line right here. Or we'll allow this exemption for the public policy or the welfare that it could do for the veterans across South Talladega County, Coosa County, and Clay County. And that's what I'm viewing, and what I'm trying to do here is trying to create an atmosphere or a place where veterans can get the services and get connected with other veterans that are in need that they're not able to do right now.
Okay, so they are not using the building right now, right?
Not for the fundraisers and the barbecues and what they intend or hope to do. They, you know,
why are they not using them?
Because they want to be in compliance with the law and the fire marshal. This is just a red tape issue. It's saying, you do not have a fire load. You will not catch on fire, or else I would not have carried this bill if I felt like I was putting people at harm. I had firefighters and the fire chief and other individuals and architects tell me there is very minimal fire load because it's a cinder block building. So therefore, this exemption just cuts the red tape to allows us to use the building.
I personally would love for you to do it as a local bill, because that's personal, you know, and I understand the challenges of doing it as a local bill, but that's one of the other things that we do. We determine what bills need to be general bills and which ones need to be local. because one of the things we do in order to keep it from going statewide when it comes to your local area, we have this last provision where we will give you the opportunity for you to keep that bill right there in your local area.
Right.
So that's, I think it's more of a local issue than a statewide issue. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Chair recognizes the gentleman from Mobile, Representative Jones.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the recognition. Gentleman Yield.
Yes, I will, Mr. Mayor.
I think I asked a lot of questions about this in the committee meeting, and I won't rehash those because they've been asked here. The thing that I wanted to talk more about is this trend that I see, taking local bills and making them general bills, and what that effect, what effect that has is that people who would affect the most actually have no say-so about it. None at all. It actually takes away any decision-making from the local community. And I mean, I'm not just talking about your bill, I'm talking about several I've seen this year. What they actually do is thousands of people who will be affected by it have absolutely no input into it. And that's what happens when we take a local situation and turn it statewide. The one thing that it does, it denies access to the local people who will be affected by whatever you might be trying to do. Now, as far as the building is concerned, I understand what you're trying to do. I understand you're trying to help the National Guard. I understand all that. All that's noble. The bottom line to that, though, none of the people who be going to the barbecue, none of the people who be supporting them financially with whatever activities have any idea what you're doing. And that concerns me. That concerns me. And I've heard several people talk about the safety of the building, and it doesn't appear to be something that's prone to have a fire. It doesn't, most of the places that burn down don't appear to be that way. And I just think that we need to pay close attention to when we deny access to the very people we represent to very important decision making as we have here today. That's really, I think Representative Hall brought that up. And the point is that we should be trying to give as much access to us changing anything to the people who are actually affected by it than we do each other. And that's basically where we are with what I see in your legislation. And, you know, I serve on military and veteran affairs, and I've heard it before, and I've heard all your explanation for all of that, but I have not heard any of them that address that issue. And I'm not just talking about your bill, I'm talking about some others, where we've denied access to the hundreds of thousands of people who will be affected by whatever change we're making here. Thank you.
Thank you. Oh, thank you.
Chair recognizes the lady from Madison, Representative Hall.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The gentleman yield.
I will, Ms. Hall.
I heard you say you committed to some things from
Representative Lipscomb?
Yes.
Yes.
So my response to that would be, so what if something happens to you? Then who carries on that commitment? Do you understand what I'm saying?
I understand exactly what you're saying. If something was to happen to me, who carries on that commitment?
Yeah.
But I guess that is promises you know, if I promise you anything, I might walk out today and get hit by a car.
Hello?
So, but, you know, that is what a promise is. A promise is to do the best of your ability to keep your word. But if, you know, you were to pass away, if I was to pass away, or I was to lose election or what have you, then, you know, that's what a promise is.
And then I guess the thing that concerns me.
But I guess, sorry to interrupt, Ms. Hall, but the National Guard or the American Legion itself, I committed them as well. So it's not just me. I committed the American Legion, and I will relay that commitment to them. And they are people of their word, and I know that they will uphold that, and that will be held by that organization. So therefore, even if something happened to me, the American Legion themselves will be upheld to that promise that I made on their behalf.
But I think the thing that what I'm trying to get across is the commitment to the American Legion, that is fine. And if we're talking about in the best interest of people who have provided and served us, why would we want to me, put that in jeopardy by giving or creating a way to go around doing what's right? I'm not going to believe any one of those people that you're representing and talking about it if they understood what local legislation is and what it does and why we do it, would say, oh, you know, I served and I am about doing what is right. And doing what is right, as I see it, is not taking a general application for a local bill. Remember, I said, I see that.
Right, I understand. Okay. Yeah, and you make a very good point, and you're succinct with your argument. I mean, I think you make a good point. You know, I think we just.
But my point has not convinced you enough that you know what I need to do is go back and make this a local bill.
Correct. I mean, I think you have a great argument and make solid points with what you're saying, but I just think that because we are talking about the code of the state of Alabama, specifically building codes, which are regulated by the state, that should be something that the state legislature in its knowledge and capacity should do, as opposed to a referendum by the people, because the people, we are deemed to be experts in this area by being elected in terms of building codes. So the people, this is an issue that we should be debating and voting on, not the local people, I feel.
Now, so I could use your argument on a number of things that we talk about on this floor as in terms of giving, you know, that using that approach. But I guess the key thing for me is that we have something that's in place, the people of your area. So what you're saying, they don't have the skills to know that they ought to vote yes or no on having the building codes. I mean, that's basically the way I would take it. Now, remember, I'm not
right. I'm not
saying you don't think that the people in your area or in your district have sense enough to know or have the intelligence to know that they can vote on this issue for themselves and determine whether or not that this building can be in non-compliance for up to 10 years. And they may use that building, which is not in compliance, which may, for whatever reason, there may be a fire. You're talking about you having a barbecue there. Somebody could spill some lighter fluid. Somebody could be having a cigarette, drop a butt, and have a fight.
Well, I'll unpack what you just said. Yes, I do believe that the people of Talladega County, you know, are smart enough to vote on this.
All right.
But you have another little bit of an issue here is that American Legion, it also serves residents of Coosa County and Clay County. Okay. So it's serving multiple counties.
Okay.
And veterans are across multiple counties. And so therefore, okay, sorry.
No, but it's located in which county?
It is located in Talladega County. But I also think they are smart enough. They are intelligent enough to comprehend what this debate is, and they're smart enough to vote according to the way that they see fit. But what I was saying is that we're talking about the state building codes, and we were elected by them to make decisions according to what we see fit about the state building codes. So therefore, this is a statewide bill concerning state building codes. Not, yes, it impacts a local
And
place.
stop
but-
right there. Yes, it is a statewide bill that has, then you're worried about the codes, but we're really only talking about one county, Coosa County.
Talladega County, but
The Talladega, sorry.
You're fine.
Whatever county it is, it only impacts that county. The way this bill is written, right? It only is impacting one county.
correct. It's only impacting one building. Right, but it's impacting multiple counties, but
Well,
it's
I
only
meant one-
impacting one building.
Right, that one building, which is in one county, which is the Talladega County. Now, that's like any building in any of our counties. When we have events, everybody that attend that event, let's say tomorrow, I'm going to an event at Alabama A&M University. Everybody that attends that event may not be from the Alabama A&M University area, but if something happens in that building, it is in Madison County. Madison County, and the people of Madison County, I'm just applying it to where I am. So the people of Madison County are the ones that would determine what that building is like, how it's, utilized, et cetera, et cetera. The people in Coosa County don't determine the use of the building. They may use the building, but your county determines that. Right?
Well, I say that the county or the government does not necessarily decide the use of a building. It is the owner's right of real property to decide the use of a building. So if I am the owner of property, I decide how I use that property.
You'd make my point even clearer. That it is, then the owner of that building, the people that own that building, and that building is located in one particular county. And what you've done, you've taken the county out and made it for all of us.
But I would say the owner of that property is the American Legion. That American Legion chapter serves multiple counties. And so then if we were going to have a local bill, who would be the ones to vote on it? And you keep saying the government needs to decide the use. Would it not be then Clay County, Coosa County, Talladega County, all three counties would have to have a say if the board has members from multiple counties?
Now, you are the attorney, and asking me that question, I'm going to take it back to you. You know that it would apply that where that building is located. You just told me that what ownership is about. It would be where that building is located.
Right, but what I was saying is it is owned by the board, and that board has multiple members across multiple
It
counties.
doesn't matter. Where is that building located? Thank you.
Thank you.
Chair recognizes a gentleman from Morgan, Leader Stothagen.
I have. This is the way to get them.
Chair recognizes a gentleman from Marshall, Representative Kitchens.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the recognition. Mr. Speaker, pursuant to House Rule 25, I've moved for the previous question.
That is the question. Clerk will receive it. Previous question.
Motion in writing, Mr. Speaker, pursuant to House Rule 25, I move the previous question.
Chair recognizes the lady from Jefferson, Representative Moore. Question for the body is previous question. Clerk will unlock machine. Members will vote. After the motion. Clerk will lock the machine, record the vote, 71 ayes, 22 nays. Motion carries. You're not recognized at this point.
And I was coming, but 10 minutes, we're supposed to have it 10 minutes before the vote. Unless you all change the rules.
After the vote.
It hasn't been until you all change the rules. We've always said 10 minutes before the vote. No, it hasn't been like that all the time.
Chair recognizes the gentleman from Jefferson, Representative Rogers.
She's not right on that. You always vote first and then you get your 10 minutes. Always vote first.
Thank you, Speaker. Now, evidently you got to vote, but now, do you know what happened in Florida? Do you see the TV in Florida where there's condo fell and all the folks got killed in Florida? Now, why would you want to do an exemption? I call this a death bill. You can vote on it all you want to, but it's a death bill. Now, you saw it on TV, right? I saw it on TV. The whole condo just collapsed because they didn't do it. They didn't follow building code. Now, you know, I like you too. Why would you come with a bill? I'm looking at my man. Before my good Redsmere chair is in the bill with his family. No code, building code. He out there having a good time on the beach. All of a sudden, the bill should be collapsed like it did in Florida. Why would you want to sponsor a bill, do it with the building code? You ought to want to enforce that to make sure it doesn't happen to people. Poor Sam Jones he died in Mobile. Sam Jones died in Mobile. Before they went on vacation. Before they had been in that building in Florida when it collapsed. They did. Their family did. And Sam Jones had nothing to do with it. So now I can't believe you got a bill like this. Not you. How you can bring a bill? This is a dead. Sam Jones' whole family dead. So he went on vacation. They didn't have a building code, and the building collapsed in the sea. Now Sam Jones did, his family did, all of them, so to speak. So now tell me what's the basis of this bill? What are you really trying to do? I just want to know. I ain't been listening to the debate because I said it's my man, but he got a good bill. But then they're telling me there's a bad bill. So tell me why is this necessary?
Well, for one, I like you too, Representative Rogers. I heard you say you liked me, so I want you to know I like you too. But I just want to.
I mean, this is not your kind of bill. This is not your kind of bill. You wouldn't bring a death bill up here, I know.
Well, no, I don't view it that way. I view it as a bill that helps our veterans, helps our American Legion, helps them be able to provide more services and be able to raise money that they can then put to use to help veterans across East Central Alabama.
That's fine, but why they got to have this bill that they're not up to code? I would listen to the debate. Can they move into another building that meets the code that they haven't inspected? If they did that, it'd be a good bill. But why they got to have a building that doesn't meet code and they want to get exemption from meeting the code? I mean, I just listened to the debate. I mean, if you don't meet the code, the cement bar, the rebar they put in cement might give away like it did in Washington. I mean, in Florida. When I saw it on TV when that thing collapsed, right downtown, what's the age of the building? How old is the building?
I don't want to give you an exact age because I don't know an exact age and I hate to misstate.
Well, you know what? That's important, don't you? The age of the building is important when it was built so that you know how long it can sustain and be
I'm looking at Tim. Tim is a lawyer back there, and Ontario Tillman is Ontario. He's a lawyer. If you go into a building that has not been given a code that's safe and it collapses, who gets sued? The owners of the building. So why would you put the owners of the building, he gave a high five, a lawyer would love it, why you put somebody in a building that's unsafe, that has been checked for the building codes? That's what I'm kind of figure out. I know you wouldn't do that. You wouldn't put your family at jeopardy. You wouldn't put anybody else's family at jeopardy, because if it has the code, it might be old cement that's not able to hold up. So I'm asking you, what's the reason for the bill? I just heard some of the debate back there. What's the reason for the bill? Because that don't sound like a bill you responsible for somebody to get killed.
No, I don't want anyone to die and get injured. That's never my intent with anything in life. I don't want anyone to get hurt. This bill, like I said, is actually the exact opposite. It's to provide a venue and a space to allow our veterans to raise money to provide more services and assistance to veterans across East Central Alabama.
I'm all for that. But why they got to have existing on a building code to do that?
Well, because this building they acquired through a reversionary clause in a deed, which means it came back to them. They owned it. They deeded it to the Armory, to the National Guard. And when the National Guard quit the usage of that building, it reverted right back to the Legion. So the Legion has owned this property for over 100 years. It just had a reversion back and forth. So I personally don't view it as a new acquisition. But that's just a difference of opinion between me and the fire chief.
Well, why can't they go get it? I mean, why can't they say, well, hold it, let's go get this building inspected? You want to talk? Get this building inspected and get it checked out before we have it built. Why can't they do that? I mean, just as simple. I mean, to me, I'm looking at the speaker. The speaker might be he know about buildings. You gonna put a in an unsafe building because you want to get something in there that's good purpose. Why not follow the law and get it inspected and then everybody's safe? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thanks, gentlemen. Chair recognizes a lady from Jefferson, Representative Van.
Thank you. I rise more or less. I've not treated this bill to peruse it in depth. I do hear the concerns relative to what the members, and I think everybody that came up here said they're not here against you or to kill the bill. They're here to get the clarity. I rise because we just brought a letter in writing. This is a very serious issue. And we are early, although yet late, because we went into a special session within a session. And we're about to begin getting into these letters in writing, which causes a lot of heartburn in this chamber and brings about a level of tension amongst both parties. When you start shutting down individuals' right to debate, no one came to this microphone with the intent to try to kill or to humiliate or intimidate you with regards to this bill. Everybody came here to simply get clarity. My phone just started pinging with questions to try to bring some clarity to this bill. So I just want to say I understand the process. I've been here 12 years, going on 13. But when we start bringing these letters in writing, tensions start to rise, and we want to be peaceful. This has probably been getting to be one of the better sessions for me that I'm actually beginning to enjoy. So I don't want to draw this line in the sand and this bad blood comes, but these are valid questions that members have relative to this bill, just trying to get understanding, because there could be a calamity, and I'm saying this for the people who are listening at home. With this building code that you're now trying to bring into effect or a revision in it, what if this is that one building where something goes bump in the night? There's a collapse. There's a situation. There's an occurrence. There is an occurrence as it relates to the process and us moving in this direction. And so I just feel like, and here again, I never stand in this microphone to speak for anybody in this body. When I come here for the people who represented me, who voted for me and elected me. I say that every time I take this microphone when I stand. But today I'm concerned with a bill like this, and I've seen it time and time again throughout this country where something does happen, and we're just simply trying to make sure we're in compliance. This is a local bill. And I do agree with my colleagues when we start bringing these local bills and making them general. And the reason we're bringing them is because we know somebody in our relative, in our districts are neither in support of it, or you got a lot of issues that are going on with this legislation. So you're trying to push it and force it down the legislative body's throat. We don't need to continue to do that. We don't need, no ma'am. I represent the board, no ma'am. And because of that, I really feel that we should not be in a posture to do that. But I'm going to defer to you out of respect, but I think you should have asked, but I put your bill on the agenda. You come on up here. She said she put my bills on the agenda. You come on up here, Barbara Boyd. Oh, no, Mr. Speaker didn't give you permission to speak. And your time.
Hey, this puts me,
Ladies, time has
in a
expired.
terrible position. This
Question
young
for the
man
body is
in
final.
my district. I didn't know anything at all. This is a local bill, and it's a
The
local
question
person.
for the body is final passage of HB 62. Clerk unlock machine and members will vote.
This is a local bill. Is this a local bill? Is this not a local bill? Is this a local bill? I need to ask.
Clerk will lock the machine and record the votes. 53,
It's not.
52 yeas, 26 nays. HB 62 is passed. Clerk, call next bill.
On page 43 of the calendar, House Bill number 78 by Representative Rigsby relating to the Pharmacy Board.
Representative Rigsby, you're recognized.
Thank you for the recognition, Mr. Speaker. I bring today House Bill 78. This is an agency bill from the Board of Pharmacy. During the COVID times, we realized that there was some language in the rules that did not allow the board to license or to make rules for telework. So what this does is essentially cleans up some language. It says that we permit an entity and we license a pharmacist. And by permitting the entity and licensing the pharmacist, it will give the board the ability to make the rules that they need. So with that, I move for passage of the BIR.
The chair recognizes the gentleman from Marengo, Representative McCampbell.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the recognition. Will the gentleman yield?
Yes, sir.
You know, I've deemed this to have been a pretty good session. I really have. It has been a session in which we have actually tried to work things out and talk to each other about different bills. You have an agency bill, a pharmacy bill. I've read it. It's a good bill. It's a good bill. You know, and the thing that we do is try to make bills as good and as safe for the people of our state as we possibly can, you know. But it's a process. And when things are going well in a process, I have problems when we decide we want to upset the process. You know, I don't see any bill on here, too many bills on here that really we couldn't kind of make better. And as a matter of fact, just to let you know, on the previous one, I had wanted to do a amendment, and I think it would have been one that everybody could have agreed with, that would have made it something that everybody would have felt better about. What does your bill do? So I'll make sure I'm not getting any misconceptions about it. What
Sure.
does it do?
Yeah, under existing law, a person performing pharmacy services is permitted by the board. And because of that, a person, for the purposes of pharmacy laws, is considered an individual or an entity. What this will do is allow the board to license individuals but permit entities. So there'll be no convolution in the terminology. So basically, we're just cleaning up terminology so that the rules will reflect the appropriate permit of a entity and a licensing of a person.
So a person then is licensed to actually distribute.
Correct. They could work within the entity, right? We could work within the four walls of the pharmacy or the hospital or wherever it is, and that person is licensed to work within the entity. But right now, what we determined during COVID is a lot of work could be done from home, right? We do things like medication therapy management, or MTM, where we can look at a patient's profile. Medicare requires us to do reviews on a yearly basis under certain plans where we can look at a patient's prescription profile. We look for drug interactions. We look for appropriate dosages. We look for problems. We have a face-to-face or a phone conversation. That can be done from home, but because of the way the wording is, the board doesn't have the authority to make certain rules to regulate that. And so this will clean up that terminology so the board can then make those rules so that we can have telepharmacy work. We can have work from home options so that when we have an issue, or we need to increase pharmacy services, this allows the board to make those changes so that they can do what they need to do.
So basically then you're allowing the board to have the ability to adapt to what the needs are at any given situation.
Correct.
Am I correct?
It just makes the patient access to pharmacy services easier, HIPAA compliant, able for that pharmacist to do what they're trying to do to help that patient.
And you know, with that last bill, that actually is what my amendment was going to do. It was going to take a general situation, a general bill, and allow more local, application of it, rather than just leaving it out here as we have it. So I applaud what you're doing in terms of giving these boards that have the expertise to actually do their job.
Right.
You know, you're giving them the opportunity to say certain things need to be permitted. We don't need to have confusion about this, that, or the other. But you're bringing it all within the confines of the particular law that you're dealing with.
Right. Are
you a pharmacist by trade?
Yes.
So I'm glad that you're the one then that are bringing this particular bill. What else? What else will it allow it to do? I see. So it will allow them to adopt the rules and.
Yeah, it's just defining terms. This is just a technical change that defines those two things, that a entity is permitted, a building is permitted, a practice is permitted, but an individual is licensed. And so by distinguishing those two, the board can make the rules that they need to govern each of those two subsets of permits and license. And that way they can make that governing choice.
Okay, then tell me, one that is licensed, what duties can they perform?
So I'm a licensed pharmacist. So I can work within the scope of practice of what the pharmacy board has established for a pharmacist to do. So that could be dispensing, that could be receiving prescriptions from a physician, that could be counseling a patient, that could be giving advice on OTC products, could be giving advice on nutraceuticals or vitamins. I mean, we practice within our scope, could be immunizations that we currently do now.
Yeah.
So it could be any of those things that are under our practice of scope. A licensed person, a licensed pharmacist can do those things under that scope.
And what's the entity then that you're permitting? What would be how do you describe that entity?
So the entity is the requirements of what that entity has to have. So in a pharmacy, you have to have a hand washing area. In a pharmacy, you have to have a certain amount of area of counter space to be able to work. And so the entity itself has to meet certain requirements that they need to have for patient safety, for safety of the building, access, but the licensed individual then has the duties to carry out those things within that entity.
So you're saying then the pharmacy proper, the
building.
pharmacy proper is actually the entity that will be permitted. Right now, though, you're saying there's
some convolution between an individual being permitted and licensed. So some of the language within the code talks about an individual being permitted or an individual being licensed. This will separate that. So only entities are permitted, only individuals are licensed. So it helps them clarify so that they can clean up their code.
And how will it affect those that may not have a pharmacy degree, but they are I don't forgot what your assistants, I would guess.
Technician, pharmacy technician. It doesn't affect them. Well, they're licensed as well. So I guess in a sense, they would be an individual. So they would fall under the pharmacy technician license that the state, the Board of Pharmacy grants to a person, to an individual.
So just as in insurance licensing and real estate licensing, the license actually will follow the individual.
That's right.
But the permitting stays with the entity.
With the company. That's right.
Okay.
I have my license in my pocket for being a pharmacist.
Okay. Well, I thank you for that clarity. And, I really hate that we are at this point, but, it is what it is.
That makes two of us.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Chair thanks the gentleman. Chair recognizes the lady from Jefferson, Representative Moore.
Hey, buddy.
Last time you said I wasn't recognized. General Yu Yield.
Yes, ma'am.
Could you give me a little more understanding on your bill?
Very simply, an individual right now could be considered an entity or a licensed person in the code, in the rules for the Board of Pharmacy.
Okay.
What this does is it technically changes that only a entity or a building of the four walls of a pharmacy is permitted, but the practicing individual is licensed. And so the Board of Pharmacy then can make their rules associated to those two distinguishing.
Right, okay.
So that they can tell the individual what they need to do or should do or can't do, and what the building itself.
Have different other regulations.
Correct.
Okay, because I heard you talking about the hand washing area that's within the pharmacy, so they must have that kind of hidden.
Well, no, it's in the code. I mean, if I were to
I mean,
go to
but
open a
I
pharmacy-
thought you said it was
yes,
visible.
it's behind the pharmacy personnel.
Right, because I
have
don't
to have
see it when I
access.
go
Correct.
into the Walgreens
That's right.
and the
No, it's not in the middle.
But it's in the general area.
right.
And that's the way it sounded when you were
That's right.
talking about.
No, it's accessible to the employees in the back.
Okay, I can understand that.
Yeah.
Because I was saying, I don't ever see that, but I can understand it being in the general area and to get to understanding between what the requirements of the licensure of the individual and the permitting of how the building is to use and the regulations that should follow.
That's
Thank
right.
you.
You're welcome.
The chair recognizes the gentleman from Houston, Chairman Lee.
Yes, sir. I want to thank you for bringing this. I know that with the pandemic and everything that's happened, we always refer back to that, but it opened our eyes of a lot of things that are needed. And you've addressed everything. I know we discussed it briefly on the floor prior to this. However, during the committee, it was very well discussed and how you explained it, and I appreciate you doing it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay.
Sure, thanks, gentlemen. Chair recognizes the gentleman from Butler, Representative Sales, be the fourth person to speak on the BIR.
Yes, sir. I'd also like to say thank you for bringing the bill. I actually had a pharmaceutical license, do my DME business. And what this would do sounds like if one person does something wrong, it will not close the whole business down. They can go for that one person.
That's right.
Not put everybody out of work.
That's right.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Chair thanks the gentleman. The question for the body now is adoption of the BIR. Clerk will unlock the machine and members will vote.
Yeah, I'm good.
Clerk will lock the machine. Recorded votes 101 ayes, 0 nays. BR has been adopted.
Mr. Speaker, I'd like to move for a Senate substitute for Senate Bill 16. It's an identical bill to this bill. It's passed the Senate floor, so I'd like to move for a substitute. SB 16. SB 16. Senator Butler.
Chair recognizes a lady from Macon, Representative Warren.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Will the gentleman yield?
Yes, ma'am.
I'm just up here for some clarity because you had some good bills. Is this the one that deals with being able to dispense the
72-hour rule?
Yeah.
No, that's coming.
That's
going to be HB 314.
Okay. All right. Thanks.
You're welcome.
Chair recognizes a lady from Madison, be the second person speaking on the BR.
So that I do that right?
So we're on the Senate bill. Oh,
Yes, ma'am, that is correct. This is the BR for the Senate bill.
so the Senate bill,
Yes, ma'am.
with Senate bill, what's the Senate bill number?
16.
Senate Bill
HB
16. This is one by Senator Butler.
Butler, correct.
All right, okay.
It's identical bill, it's just a Senate version.
Right, so now this is a statewide, the last bill we had dealt with the local application,
Yes, ma'am.
but it became a state bill. Just out of making sure, and we were clotured on that bill, even though we were not adversarial in any way. They decided it was time for us to close our mouth and go to our seats, and we probably would have done that within the next 5 minutes. So I just want to make sure that I'm on a bill that is statewide, that it has statewide application to all pharmacies. It's not a local bill, that it has statewide implications.
That's correct. Every permitted pharmacy and every licensed individual through the Alabama Board of Pharmacy would be affected by this.
Okay, thank you. And so the Senate bill, which I still do not see, I'm trying to figure out how we're doing. I thought we usually, when we do the Senate bill, it is not on the board. So how do we do a Senate bill, but we got House Bill 78 on the board?
Well, they haven't got the number, but it's SB 16.
Okay, so it doesn't show up here.
Didn't
All
show
right,
up there.
Okay,
Not enough
so,
lines.
and they have it on the Rigsby. You're in the Senate and working down here? Now
Yeah,
that's
I know.
interesting.
Interesting, right?
How do we do that? Because Rigsby is substituting the Senate bill?
Well, when I first came down here, Representative, I took over from the previous speaker. My name was not on the board. So I just
noticed
assumed
that.
I was Mr. Speaker at that time.
I got you. I
Right.
saw that too.
Yeah.
I thought that was, so as we are talking about House Bill
16.
78,
Yes.
and we got Senate Bill Rigsby, no number. I'm not following this. You don't what? You don't have it? Excuse, what am I doing then?
No, man, we haven't adopted it yet.
Oh, you haven't adopted it?
We haven't adopted it yet. That is correct. That's correct.
Somebody help me. Tell me what I'm doing, Mr. Speaker. Tell me what's happening. What is happening here
We
then?
need to let him adopt the motion for the Senate bill. He's subbing the House bill for the Senate bill, so we need to make that motion.
Okay, so when he did that, we haven't done that part.
So I made a motion to sub HB 78 for Senate Bill 16.
And we got to take a voice vote on that. Yeah.
All right.
After you
Then
get
I was
done.
called to speak.
Yes, ma'am, you was because you had your light.
So I did, and I'll probably have it on again, but I was called to speak on House Bill 78 and not Senate Bill.
We're still on 78.
All I'm saying, people, don't get excited. I'm just saying, he said he wanted to substitute the Senate bill. And then I was called to speak. That's what I thought I was doing. So I'm not confused. Anyway, this bill is, whenever we get a chance to vote on it, I would just want to make sure we are doing this with you're about the state,
That's right.
and it's not about a local,
No, ma'am.
and it's not about taking some votes, and this is not a constitution, but it's not taking any votes away from the community that
No, ma'am.
you're located in, that everybody in the state of Alabama will benefit from this bill because it is a good bill for the state of Alabama.
Correct. It allows the Board of Pharmacy to do what they need to do.
Thank you.
The clerk has looked at the bill. It is identical. That's what we were waiting on. So the question now before the body is adoption of the Senate bill. Yes. The substitute to the Senate bill. All in favor of subbing the bills voted aye. Any opposed? It has been subbed.
All right. If at this time, Mr. Speaker, I'd like to move for the BIR for SB 16.
That is correct. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Shelby, Representative Mooney.
All right.
Thank you, sir. Thank you for the work you've done on this in our committee and working with the Senate. It's obviously going to be a help in the process of what we're doing. We do appreciate it.
Thank you.
So much.
Appreciate it.
Chair recognizes the gentleman from Ringo, Representative McCampbell.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the recognition. Will the gentleman yield?
Yes, sir.
Well, you know, I'm an easygoing fellow. I'm very, very patient fellow. I try to make peace wherever I go. I try to love my brothers, try to love my fellow man. I try to help, whenever I can.
Oh.
And I think.
Okay.
She okay?
Yeah, she good.
She's okay. And we might need your services after that, right?
Well, I am a licensed EMT as well, so.
Okay, so you may need to go and check her out before.
Right.
And make sure nothing is seriously wrong. But you know, I'm here today probably more than I've been here at this mic this whole year. And you know, I really like you.
Yeah, I like you too.
And I really do. You know, and I think it's sad that we have gotten to a point in America, and sadly enough, it must be the same way in Alabama, that we can't have common dialogue about real issues. You know, it's sad when people that have real concerns that are hired and brought, sent to voice concerns, true concerns, you know, and in good conscience, trying to help work out issues and work out situations. You know, actually, your bill has nothing that needs working out. It's actually a real good bill.
Thank you.
And I think it's something that is a need that was identified. And as they said, it was exposed by COVID. The chairman of the health committee said this was some of the problems we have that was exposed by COVID. But it's also something that happened today has exposed the problems that we have in talking to and talking with each other. It's because you have the power that you will decide you're going to squash anything that you don't like. You know, our God had the power to change our hearts, but he chose to allow us to have the ability to choose, to be the better persons, to be the better people. But the only thing I see in America and in Alabama today is not that love of the God that I serve. It's not a love that is really, you know, taking into consideration my brother's concerns. It's because I have that hammer. And the only thing I'm going to do is take my hammer, and if you say anything that's against what I believe, I'm going to beat you across the head. I'm going to squash you. You know, that ain't the one that I serve. That's not the one I serve. You know, yeah, I've expected it to be a situation at some point in time where a motion in writing would be brought. But wisdom should tell you when that point in time comes. I'm not sure that that point in time had come, because we have a lot of bills on here that are good bills. And the Lord knows I want to see all of them have the ability to come down and be debated on the merits. And whenever they are debated on the merits, there may be some opportunities to hear how it can even be better for this state. You know, when you talk about the merits of your bill, you're talking about how it's going to streamline and make things clearer. Well, you know, as I was talking about the last bill, I came up with, after hearing Representative Craig over there, after hearing him, he and I talked, and that was an opportunity to make that bill something that would work for the whole situation we were in. You know, it was just real concerns, genuine concerns, not filibustering, not, you know, I'm going to tell you right now, I'm filibustering. That's all I'm doing. I have no problem with your bill. I have no problem with the next bill. None whatsoever. But when you take a hammer out to decide that you're going to stop those that are actually talking about real concerns in life, real issues that they are trying to help address, help all of us address as a body, then I got a problem with that. I've got a real problem. And look, and anybody in here that knows me knows I'm a very gentle person. I'm not going to just raise a whole lot of mess. I'm going to come with genuine concerns. We'll never come with anything that's not a genuine concern. And my genuine concern about your bill, it's a great bill. And I wish I didn't have to be here right now. I wish we were on to probably the 5th or the 6th or the 7th bill right now. I'd spoken with the chairman of Rules, and he told me to go get this. I talked to him. He told me to go and get that amendment because I think it would be a good amendment. And the next thing I know, I have no opportunity to bring that forward, to even allow it to have the ability to be heard by this body. But you know, everybody is going to be settling and saying, this is just the process. Well, maybe you need to begin, and we need to begin to take a look at the process we are dealing with.
Chair recognizes the gentleman from Jefferson, Representative Rogers.
I got one. I'm good. Well, now, I got one problem. I'm the bill fan, but last year, I know everybody remember, the pharmacy board came up. You know, it's our board bill. And, you know, we tried to make sure that all the boards have minority people on the board. Well, the pharmacy board bill came up and they told me, we got a minority on the board. Found out he was Japanese or something like that. He found out he wasn't really a minority that we thought was a minority. He was a Japanese. You remember that, Mr. Speaker? So, in matter of fact, he was one of the fair complexion Japanese. You couldn't tell what he was. But what I'm saying to you that I am now working on something to make sure that we put new language, minority language in all bills. I'm trying to do it through legislative reference service, through the council rather, where it says that the predominant ethnic minority should be a member of all boards, not minority. And I'm not gonna say, I mean, I could say black, but I'm trying to find the right, the lawyer gave me the right terminology to use, and we talked about it in the black call, the anti-democrat call, they say, you know, so we were saying that, but I'm not gonna add, I don't know if I can add it to this bill. I'll talk to Anthony, is that, I know you'll be dealing with the board, the pharmacy board, right?
No, it's from the pharmacy board, but it actually deals with the pharmacies, the permitting of the entities, and the licensing of the practicing pharmacist or technician. So it has nothing to do with the makeup of the actual board, the members, anything like this. This is just for the terminology of clearing up entities being permitted and individuals being licensed. So it doesn't affect the actual makeup of the board or the composition of the board or how they elect anybody.
Okay, well, I just want to remind you, I'm just often reminding that I'm looking for the legislative council to do what they said they're going to do. And that is change the wording because of the fact that we get, and that's all I want to bring it up. So she said board, I just bing, you know. So that's what I want to remind the committee that everybody here that we're going to change that language. Instead of using the word minority, we use prevailing ethnic minority on all the boards. So we get around that time, that guy was a very fair-skinned Japanese. I guess he could be a minority because I haven't seen too many Japanese look like that, but that's just not what I'm gonna say. So anyway, I'm gonna let you know that that's what we're going. I'm just reminding the House again that we're gonna do that. And Rolanda will tell you why we're doing it because we came with the language, and we're talking to Speaker about how to do it. I'm sure the legislative council gonna follow through what they say they're gonna do. So I'm depending on them to follow through what they're gonna do. I'm not, but thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to throw it out there so everybody know we're doing it.
Thank you, gentlemen. Chair would like to recognize the Women's Foundation of Morgan County, Representative Terry Collins guest. Let's give them a big hand. Also, the Women's Foundation of Alabama. They held their annual meeting this year at of Capitol Hill Breakfast in Montgomery. Let's give them all a big hand. Question for the body is adoption of the BIR of Senate Bill 16. Clerk will unlock the machine and members will vote. Clerk will lock the machine, record the votes, 104 ayes, 0 nays. BR has been adopted.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. With that, I move for final passage of SB 16.
That is the question, is final passage. Clerk will unlock the machine and members will vote. Clerk will lock the machine, record the votes, 103 ayes, 0 nays. SB 16 has passed.
And Mr. Speaker, with that, I move to suspend indefinitely HB 78.
All in favor, say aye. It has been suspended.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, members.
That's your first bill? Number 2. You're on a roll. Clerk, call next bill.
On page 21 of the calendar, House Bill number 238 by Representative Kitchens relating to distinctive license plates.
Representative Kitchen, you're recognized.
Thank you for the recognition, Mr. Speaker. HB 238 deals with distinctive license plates, would create a license plates for brain cancer research, and directs the funds to the Blazer Bolt Foundation. So, Mr. Speaker, if there's no questions, I move for the BIR.
The chair recognizes the gentleman from Ringo, Representative McCampbell.
What?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the recognition. Will the gentleman yield?
I will.
You know, you and I were in the same industry for a long time. I'd been in it. I imagine you came a few years after I did. You know, and I guess we're in different parties. And, you know, I don't know that us being in different parties mean we are different people. I don't know that. But when you've got a distinctive license plate, what is it for cancer?
Brain cancer research.
Brain cancer research. So we're going to, and in case people don't know, why would you want to bring a distinctive license? What's the benefit of that?
Well, the funds from it will actually go to the Blazer Bolt Foundation, which is the research arm from UAB. There's actually a staff member here in the building, here in the State House, whose brother had brain cancer. He's rang the bell, so he's cancer-free and is very involved with the Blazer Bolt Foundation. And so this will help brain cancer research in the state.
And so that's quite, do you know how much goes to each one of those? Whenever someone buys one of these distinct tags, how much goes to them?
Yeah, it's just over $40. I believe it's $41.25 to be exact.
And we have a lot of distinct tags throughout this state, don't we?
We do.
And I think that's probably one of the better distinct tags and they are benefiting from it. When you think about helping the people that have the brain cancer issue, when you think about that, would you want someone to cut you off from what you're trying to do to help those people?
Well, I believe that the people who have brain cancer, I believe that we should do as much research as possible from our state institutions.
So you wouldn't want anybody cutting you off trying to help the people that you want to help, right? Am I correct? I'm just asking you. Maybe you would.
Well, I understand your question, and I want to make sure that we get this bill, you know, so we're able to move forward with this to help those people, to help everybody, so we can hopefully eliminate brain cancer at some point.
And you know, I want to help those people too. But you know, there are other people that I like to help. There are other people that I want to help. You know, and I don't know why when the people I want to help don't come up to the standard that other people want to help them too. I'm still trying to figure that out. You know, I'm an easygoing person.
I would agree with that.
And it's hard for me to be not easygoing. It really is. You know, in this license plate that you got, it's going to help those that have some issues with brain. You know, we gonna do the research and hopefully it can eradicate that cancer. There are other cancers that, you know, they are doing great strides in terms of taking care of them. You know, and what bill is this? Is this the third one on the calendar?
It is, I believe. I don't have my calendar with me, but I believe it's the third bill.
We should have been probably on down the road by now, shouldn't we? Shouldn't we? Shouldn't we? You don't want to answer me, and I understand. I really do. But I do want you to know that when I think about your bill, I think about all those people that are now going to have the opportunity, you know, to have some of this new medicine that the research is going to bring about and produce. They are going to now have the benefit that other people may not have had, that benefit, to actually get better. You know what, though? We also need some more research. We need some research of people's hearts. We need to have a distinct license plate that talks about the heart of man, that talks about what we all, a lot of us in here say we believe in and agree on. And that's we are to love each other. But hearts don't always say what we do. Unfortunately, a lot of our hearts are lying to us. We are, you know, I think you're a nice guy. I really do. And I pray that your heart is a good heart. I pray your heart is a good heart. But I also pray that you are cognitive of other people's hearts. Because if you do have a good heart, that one that could benefit from maybe you have a heart that needs some of that research doing. If that's the case, then I will bring a distinct tag to help your heart. We have got to, in this body, understand that everybody in this body supposedly have a heart. We've got to get to that point. The God we say that we are going to serve, if we don't get to the point that our hearts begin to line up with what he says, then your service is in vain. If we don't get to that point, your service is going to be in vain. And I pray that your heart will tell whoever is saying to you, you go do this. I pray your heart's going to tell them, find somebody else. Because I have been converted and I've changed.
Chair recognizes the gentleman from Walker, Representative Woods.
Thank you for the recognition, Mr. Speaker. Representative Kitchens, what does this bill do for cancer research?
The proceeds from the sale of these tags go to the Blazer Bolt Foundation, and it will provide research for brain cancer initiatives through UAB.
Okay, it is. I've heard of Blazer Bolt. It's a great foundation. Does a lot of good research work. I think this is a great idea. Going to provide for a really important need, and I appreciate you bringing the bill. Thank you.
Chair recognizes the lady from Madison, Representative Hall.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I heard somebody say as I walked over, we're going to be here tonight time. All I have is, will the gentleman yield?
Yes, ma'am, of course.
Are you able to tell me now, is this local legislation with state application, or is this state legislation that applies to all of our local
This would be for anybody in the state of Alabama who would like to have a distinctive license plate.
Are you able to tell me how many distinctive tags we have today?
I don't know the number of that. I know there's quite a few. We have some that for childhood cancer. We have them for multiple issues, Alzheimer's awareness. We have multiple distinctive plates.
Are you able to tell me, just walk me through, what is if an organization, there are different organizations that are visiting today. Many of them are organizations that I know well or represent. I think the There was the Omegas were up earlier. Jack and Jill, yeah, there are some people that are up there from Jack and Jill, I want to believe. If they wanted to do a tag in Alabama, what would that process be like?
And I believe they may have a distinctive plate already. I know
Okay.
some of those.
All right. I'm not sure. I don't know how many, but what is the process like to get a distinctive tag?
Well, we've had multiple distinctive tags that come through. So part of it sets up the funding mechanism, and it also sets up which organization will be in charge of the design of the tag. So the Blazer Bolt Foundation will be handling both of those in this particular piece of legislation.
Sure.
So by passing this, they would be in charge of the design and also the redesign when that came up. And then we also set up the mechanism where the funding is actually directed. In other words, some bills have it where it will go directly to the general fund, but this will go to the specific organization.
So I'm organization A. I'd like to have a distinctive tag. Do I send a letter to you? Do I send it to the Department of Revenue? What do I do?
I believe they could contact any of their representatives that they would want something like this done.
Okay.
We have different committees, and it would go through the legislative process and work through the legislative process just like any other piece of legislation.
But see, I was under the impression there is a specific area, and once the tags are, we got to that process, that there had to be a letter. How did you, what was it, were you the key sponsor of making sure that this organization, this group gets this tag?
I did do work on this. There's also a Senate companion bill.
Right, no, so stop. So what was the first thing you did in the process of making sure that this becomes a tag?
Well, I vetted the fact that the Blazer Bolt Foundation was doing what they said they would do.
All right, and then from there, what was the next step?
The next step was drafting the piece of legislation.
Okay, so you draft the legislation, so you didn't have to speak to anybody about what the process, you didn't have to talk to the Department of Revenue or anybody like that to get this. So you're saying there has to be legislation to make sure that the designated tag that you want is voted on by the legislature. Is that the case for all tags?
I believe so, and I believe it's the mechanism, the funding mechanism goes into that also, because directing the funds to that organization where it doesn't just go to the general fund.
All right, so we have the one, get your legislator or legislators or your whoever to get a draft a bill, and then that bill will be presented just as we're talking today, related to what it would do. Is it the organization's responsibility? Who determines where the money goes?
Well, it would, in this piece of legislation, it's put in the bill. If there is no specific wording in there, it would go to the general fund. And you serve on the general fund with me.
Right, I do. But I'm saying, so if I'm saying for the organization, does the organization determine where the funds go, or did you as a legislator decide that this is where the funds go?
Well, we decided that it would go to the organization.
And who is we with you?
Well, I decided that. Like I said, there's a Senate companion bill as well, but working with UAB and the Blazer Bolt Foundation.
Okay, all right, okay, so that, and how much, and so once you decide, there is, the tag costs what, $50 extra?
The additional fee is $50. And
all right.
To Representative McCampbell's question earlier, $41.25 of that goes to the Blazer Bolt Foundation. Of course, there's the taxes and other fees involved.
So they did. So the symbol or whatever, who determines that? What the, that's on the tag? Does the company, the organization determine the symbol? Did the committee determine what the symbol would be like, or was it a combination of both the organization and the committee?
Well, if this bill passes, the Blazer Bolt Foundation will be responsible for the design of the tag. Of course, that will still have to be approved by the committee, but they would be responsible for the design. They would submit it to the committee, and if they approve that, then it would be able to proceed further.
All right. And what is the designated funding? What are the funds going for on this Blazer Bolt?
The Blazer Bolt Foundation, which is the brain cancer research arm.
Brain cancer. All right. Are there so this bill will go specifically to the brain cancer candidates?
Yeah, brain cancer research.
Yes. Research. All right. So then what about reporting? How do you get the information, the reports, and how many tags have been sold and who has been designated as the recipients? How does that come into? Is that a part of your bill?
It would be like any other license plate. The actual reporting on here, I don't believe is part of this piece of legislation, but it would follow along just like any other bill through the code that we currently have in place.
See, I didn't see anything in here that designated, other than the fact that the fee will be funding for cancer research. So I would also concern, I know we have other groups that have distinctive tags, and then with those distinctive tags, and let's say the sorority that I'm a member of, those dollars goes to scholarships. And now that I'm talking about that, I need to check to see how many scholarships have been provided since we've done that. Representative Yvonne Kennedy and I worked on that bill when it was so the other bill. So but this bill, it doesn't matter. This is not a local bill with general applications. This bill is a statewide bill that it will apply to anybody. It does not specify that it is not going around any local legislative type process. It is, you promise.
It would be anybody in the state of Alabama that wants to support.
Anybody, it is, because it is a statewide has statewide applications, it's not a local bill. I think that it is a good bill, and that any time that we have an opportunity to improve the quality of life for the people that we represent, just as you're working to do to improve the quality of life by having a bill that would help us to fund cancer research, I think that's a good thing. All right, and I don't have the authority to come close to your bill or to stop your debate on the bill or anything like that. And I would not do that. You know why? Because it's good that we are able to talk about cancer research, brain cancer research, and realize that it's not just something that's local, it's statewide, and that all of us, if we are concerned about improving the welfare of the people that we represent, it certainly is worth doing. And so, and I have a science background, so anything that has to do with science, anything has to do with research, I think that anytime that we spend a number of hours in creating an environment for research that will benefit numbers of people. But now there is a negative side on research that those of us that are African Americans have to deal with, such as the Tuskegee study. I'm sure you're aware of that, and how that research was not used in our best interest. And so today, we still see vestiges of the actions that were taken in a negative way against African Americans. And sometimes when we have the bill, the resolution, the closing debate that you brought, that reminds me sometimes that we are still facing that challenge. And I hope today will be the last day during this session that we will be faced with such a challenge. Thank you so much.
Chair recognizes the gentleman from Marshall, Representative Cobbin, be the fourth person to speak on the BR.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Vice Chair, this is the first time I have made my way down to the well, so I'm excited that it's to show support for my fellow colleague from Marshall County. This is a great bill for a great cause, and I look forward to passing this piece of legislation. Thank you.
Thank you.
Chair, thanks to the gentleman. The question for the body now is adoption of the BR. Clerk will unlock the machine, and members will vote. Clerk will lock the machine, record the votes. 103 ayes, 0 nays. BR is passed. Representative Kitchens.
Mr. Speaker, I move for final passage.
That's a question, final passage of HB 238. Clerk will unlock the machine, and members will vote. Clerk will lock the machine. Record the votes, 99 ayes, 0 nays. HB 238 has passed.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members.
Clerk, call next bill.
On page 6 of the calendar, House Bill number 77 by Representative Garrett relating to sales tax.
Representative Garrett.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the recognition. Last year, the body passed legislation that increased the requirement to make an estimated sales tax quarterly payment for businesses to raise that threshold from $2,500 to $5,000, and that basically affected you could have a revenue up to $750,000 a year and not have to make estimated sales tax payments. That impacted 2,500 businesses, small businesses across the state. This year, what this bill would do would raise that $5,000 threshold to $20,000, meaning that a business could earn up to $1.5 million before it would have to start making estimated sales tax payments. That would help an additional 3,100 small businesses in the state. No fiscal impact. It's a timing thing that would basically help small businesses with their bureaucracy. They would not have to make quarterly tax payments unless their revenue exceeds $1.5 million. And now that would be helping over 5,000 small businesses in the state. So with that, Mr. Speaker, I would move for the BIR.
Chair recognizes the gentleman from Marengo, Representative McCampbell.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the recognition. Will the gentleman yield?
Yes, sir.
Okay. If you will, please explain to me and the rest of the body once again what this sales tax is. What are we doing with the sales tax?
So right now, businesses charge, when they collect the sales tax, they remit that sales tax to the state. And what they have to do right now is if you have a certain income threshold or revenue threshold, you have to make quarterly estimated sales tax payments. So you will estimate that I'm going to collect X amount of sales tax, you make a payment, and then at the end of the year, when you've settled up on your final filings, you'll either owe more or owe less based upon your actual obligation. Last year, that threshold is if you needed $2,500 of sales tax per quarter that you owed, you estimate you owed, you had to make an estimated payment 4 times a year. We increased that last year, so the threshold is now $5,000, so you can sell more without having to make these estimated payments. Now we're taking that $5,000 to $20,000, which means that your revenue that you collect, that you estimate for the year, rather than being $750,000 a year, would now be $1.5 million a year before you'd have to start making these quarterly payments. It would eliminate the headache of having to do that. A lot of people have to pay outside accountants to do this, would save small businesses money. At the end of the day, you're going to pay whatever sales tax you owe. It's just that you don't have to pay it throughout the year.
And you know, I recognize that as a small business owner that those quarterly payments can take actual operating funds out, you know, and the more operating funds that you have, the longer and the better your opportunity to remain in business. So I understand that, you know, so and this, you said we are raising it now to $20,000 a quarter. In other words, your actual revenue or what you earn over that quarter has to be $20,000 before you are paying have to do quarterly sales tax. So is it annualized?
You would take $1.5 million, divide that by 4. I used to do that in my head. I think that's $600,000. If you had $600,000 in revenue in a quarter, okay, that would generate, say, $20,000 in sales tax, and then you would have to make an estimated payment at that point, based on. But you're basically looking at your annual revenue and what you think before you have to start making these quarterly payments. Again, it's revenue neutral to the state. It's just the state receive it ratably through the quarter, or they receive it when you remit it and settle up at the end of the year. It just reduces the burden on small businesses.
Okay, and I think COVID did a lot to depress small businesses in the first place.
Right.
And so I agree that everything we can do to kind of give small businesses a leg up or a little bit of help.
Right.
I promise you, it is something that we all are interested in doing. The big corporations, we try to do everything under the sun for them. We almost give away the state to these big corporations. But the mom and pops, those that are there working every day in their businesses usually, are the ones that are being oppressed. They are the ones that, are having the hard time, the Main Street operators, because they are being undercut by these, big organizations. So I agree. We really need to do everything we can to help them.
What a lot of people don't realize is that probably 85 to 90% of individuals in the state actually work, own, or connected with a small business. The backbone of our economy is small business.
It is.
Right. They don't have the lobbyists. They don't have the headlines and the money to do a lot of things to advance their causes. That's why we've had last several years, a Small Business Commission has really gotten active in bringing together some packages of legislation that benefits small business owners. And we've had several this session already, and this is another one of those.
And the sales tax, a lot of it goes, how much goes to the general fund and how much goes to the
the sales tax generally is earmarked to the Education Trust Fund.
Education Trust Fund, isn't it?
Right.
So whatever the sales tax is, then it's actually, coming to help educate and help grow our workforce and things of that nature. Am I correct? So that these small businesses will have actually some people to hire.
Right.
Okay.
Right.
And so do you know of any other, small business bills that we may have coming?
We have a bill that basically we passed out of our committee yesterday that would allow, right now, if you have if a business has less than 25 or more than 25 people. Let me get this right now in my head. My numbers are running around in my head here. But basically, right now, a business that has less than 25
someone
people.
Said it was 50.
Well, we changed it to 50. We changed it to so
50.
It was 25 right now or less. Then the business can deduct its insurance and the employee can deduct its insurance premium. This would raise that to 50, which would enable people to get, maybe better health insurance.
Yeah.
So basically raise that threshold from 25 to 50 employees. So that's one bill we've done. We've done, there have been several others, like we eliminated the minimum business privilege tax last year. We exempted the first $40,000 of personal property tax from ad valorem tax assessment by the state. Several things. There's several others that we're looking at this session as well.
Yeah. And this is a good bill, isn't it? It's a very good bill for the state of Alabama, isn't it? It's going to be one that will really help us, isn't it?
I believe it.
And do you think I'm opposed to this bill?
I do. I know you're not opposed to this bill.
Do you think I want to be down here talking to you now?
I think you and I enjoy conversations every time we talk. So.
But do you think I want to be here talking to you now? Okay. Do you think I would be here talking to you now? Otherwise?
No, I don't.
That's the message I want people to understand. You don't have to upset a whole cart just to try and kill one thing. when people have genuine concerns, they have genuine concerns. And my concern was so genuine that I'm willing to stand here as long as I have to for people to understand that. Ben, you know I love you, and I promise you I do. But we've got to learn to respect each other and know when it's a genuine concern and when it's something like what I'm doing now, because I don't want to be here. I saw no reason really on the calendar for me to even be here. There's a bill down there that the rest of my caucus probably don't like. But I told them I like that bill. I agree with that bill. You know, you have to learn to stand for something. You either have to stand for something or people are going to walk over you every single day. So you know I love you and I don't want to be here, but I appreciate you.
Thank you very much. Appreciate it.
Chair recognizes the gentleman from Colbert, Representative Underwood. The fourth person to speak on the BR.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Appreciate the bill a lot. You and I both know small business. This basically was an interest-free loan to the state for so long, and we're in better shape today than we were. So I appreciate this bill coming into place so that they can keep their money in operation. So I appreciate them for it, and I thank you, brother.
Thanks, sir. Appreciate it.
It's the second person. I'm sorry. Chair recognizes the gentleman from Jefferson, Representative Rogers.
Then, now the federal government already has this, right?
I'm sorry.
The federal government already does this, right? But why are you limit? Because when I was paying my taxes, like I spoke to, I'm dealing with it right now. They already have where you can pay taxes in advance, right?
Yeah, the state and the federal government also have various requirements where you have to meet certain thresholds. You make estimated tax payments throughout the year.
Right. But they don't limit to. This is what I'm concerned about for real. I mean, this is personal. All right. Yeah. But when my poor wife, she was paying like $5,000 extra every month, right? So to the federal government, so make sure when the tax time came, be less burden on me to pay taxes. But the state limited how much I can pay every month. If I owe, this is really a personal thing I'm asking about. I should, my tax account probably on the phone right now, listen to me. I won't even hear this because of the fact that if you make a certain income, you can pay out so much money every month and pay the federal government, right?
Now that's income tax. This is a sales tax here. So basically, this is based upon your revenue. If you're in a business and you have sales and you have to collect sales tax based on the sales tax rate that you charge, you have to collect that sales tax and remit that. And what this bill says is that fewer people will have to make quarterly estimates of what they're going to have to remit. Because right now you have to sit down and calculate how much am I going to remit? How much am I going to do? Am I going to meet the threshold where I have to make an estimated payment? So this is sales tax, not income tax.
Okay. Well, I'm trying to equate the two because the fact that see, one time I had a business, and I didn't know how much I was making myself. I still don't know, but it carries on. But for my wife pad, I hate she paid because she taking care of all the books. I wish she was here to take care of them now. I'd be better off. But she would take out a certain money every month and send it to the federal government.
Right. Probably she was making estimated income tax payment, probably.
So this is not the same thing.
There's not a national sales tax. So this relates to sales taxes, which are at the state level. So you're talking about estimated income tax, that she was basically making those payments based on what she thought your income was going to be.
Okay, but this is estimated What you talking? A business tax. If we got a business, so a business can estimate what its tax going to be and pay a certain amount every month, right?
Right.
That's what this bill does, right?
Right. And the other, what this bill does is that fewer people will have to do that because we're going to let more people wait until the end of the year when they have everything done and say, here's what I collected, here's what I owe. So rather than have to make you go through the exercise of estimating what you think where you're going to wind up, this will allow more businesses to wait till the end of the year to settle up and just pay what they owe.
Okay. Question I'm asking you, I know it's personal, but the question I'm asking you is this: is that if I got I got several people in a business, I got a downline. I shouldn't say further. I got a downline, and that downline is had to pay taxes, but I make money on the downline. Other words, I want to call it. I call them names, but anyway, if I got me in my business structure, I got one big producer, one guy just raising hell, just sending things everywhere. And so it means that it's so to me, do I have to show anything about that? I'm thinking about one person, but he's dead now. But he made a whole lot of money, and he was in my downline, which means that shot up to the top. All right, does that affect the overall bottom line of the business income? Because this person on the downline is increasing so much money, like insurance. Like you got an insurance company, you have agents out in the field. All right, those agents get paid and they make a lot of money. Some agents don't make the money, some make a lot of money. So, but you get a percentage of all the money they make, and so if for the overall business. So if I got to pay, I got to consider that earlier. They pull my whole computer and looking at this stuff right now, and I got to. They probably listen to me right now on the phone. But why you limiting me to a certain amount of money? Can I just get my accountant to pay the whole thing, pay more than $5,000-$10,000 every month, then free me at the end of the year? Can I do that?
You can do that.
So this doesn't affect it. It doesn't affect that.
No.
So I got him I got him this on the phone. He said, John, that's might be a problem.
No.
So other way, I'm not limited to.
This won't hurt anyone. It will just help people. There's no downside to this. There's no downside to this. It just will help people who otherwise would not have to, who won't have to go through that exercise and pay people maybe to take care of this administrative task. So it will just help, particularly people, again, businesses that have revenue of $1.5 million or less.
No, I ain't got that much. Hey, it ain't that. I don't think it's that big, but it's enough to cause a concern because of the fact that he called me. I was just telling Mary, I said, I didn't going to ask you about this.
Well, early on, somebody thought that I was requiring, it was going the opposite, that by raising this threshold, I was making it more burdensome on the business, but raising that threshold actually makes it less burdensome. So there was some initial confusion by some people that maybe that threshold was misinterpreted. This is a bill, though, that all the NFIB, the Small Business Commission, are totally behind because it will reduce the number of people who have to go through this administrative exercise, which costs them money, and it's mentioned and they have to spend that money out of their operating fund. So, but it's just a headache and a nuisance, really.
But he's not limited to paying a certain dollar figure, right? He can estimate what it's going to be at the end of the year, so he can still. For the business, he can still submit a payment every month to try to lessen the burden at the end of the year, right?
Those IRS guys get tricky because they basically will they'll say, here's what you have to pay, and you estimate, you do all that. But if you underestimate, if you don't pay in a certain minimum amount based upon maybe what you did last year, they'll look at there's all these little catches. They say, well, you can do all that, but you have to basically have paid in 80% of what you owe, what the numbers are. And by the way, or you may get covered if you paid in at least 90% of last year. It gets convoluted. But if you messed up, if you misestimated, then you got to pay a penalty and interest.
That's what I'm talking about. Now you get you smart there.
Maybe I've paid penalties and interest before. I don't know.
You get right down to the crux of what I'm talking about. Like you see, you've been sending a certain amount of money every month because you get what you're talking. Then you don't send that amount the next time. they figure something is wrong that you trying to circumvent them, and so then they call you in they want to call the whole company in to check it out, but you just didn't want to pay that much that particular month.
Well, they know how to find you and how to get a hold of you. But yeah, there's some latitude there, but then you can basically think you're doing the right thing and then just end up having the wrong number. And if you don't meet one of the exceptions, then they'll say, fine, you owe interest. If you don't pay the interest, then here's your penalty. So
that's what's happening.
Yeah.
So I'm laughing because I see what happened now. I don't know if you know Stuart Dudley or not. You might know Stuart Dudley.
I know.
He's my accountant, and he's handling it. And he was told, go down there and find out what's going on. So that's why I'm here. I was talking to Miriam about it back there, and I was telling her about it. I said, they got me tied up in a ball on this because I was sitting a certain amount. Then all of a sudden I changed the amount, and they thinking I'm doing something crooked. But I see why now. Okay, I hope Stuart. I hope you're listening because we called Dan on phone. I'm serious. It's a problem. It's a real problem, Dan. I just want to know because it was kind of confusing to me because I thought if I could, but you can't change the amount because once it gets split on the amount, they think you're supposed to do it every month.
Yeah.
And it's killing me. So thank you.
Well,
thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thanks, sir. Appreciate it.
I got a personal tax lesson. I needed that. Thank you, Dan.
Chair thanks the gentleman. Chair recognizes the gentleman from Cullman, Representative Shedd, be the fourth person to speak on the BR.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I've realized after having been here a while, I have to zero in and focus on just a few things a lot, and reducing bureaucracy, eliminating bureaucracy when we can is certainly something that I've tried to really zero in on. And when I saw this bill, I thought this is one of my favorites. So I really appreciate the work that the commission is doing, and I thank you for bringing the bill.
Thank you very much. Appreciate it.
Chair thanks the gentleman. Question for the body now is passage of the BR on HB 77. Clerk unlock the machine and the members will vote. Clerk lock the machine. Record the votes. 103 ayes, 0 nays. The BR has passed. Chairman Garrett.
Move for final passage.
Chair recognizes the lady from Madison, Representative Hall.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Garrett, would you yield?
Yes.
So tell me, is this bill, does it have statewide applications or local applications?
It's state tax only.
All right, thank you, state. So tell me, so presently, the bill, what is the process? It says it would increase the annual monthly sales tax liability threshold. So what does that process look like now versus what you're proposing?
Well, so right, it doesn't change anything about the process. It just says under the process right now, at a certain point, you have to start making quarterly estimated sales tax payments. And what all this bill does is
again, you have to do what?
make quarterly estimated sales tax payments.
Okay.
So you estimate what your sales tax is going to be for the year, and each quarter you remit a fourth of that. So that by the end of the year, you have theoretically submitted all the sales tax you estimate you owe. Now, you're never going to hit that exactly because when you settle up at the end of the year, you will have either overpaid or underpaid, and you'll settle up. But you've made...
Stop right there. So when you settle up, what do?
You file a return, and you compute, here's my actual numbers, here's what my actual sales tax I should have I collected, what I should have collected, and here's what I remitted. So if I, for example purposes, say that I collected $100,000 in sales tax and I'd made sales tax payments throughout the year of $101,000, then I would have overpaid $1,000 and would have gotten that $1,000 back, or would have applied it to next year's estimated sales tax, next quarter's estimated sales tax.
So you can carry over.
Yeah, right.
All right, so you mentioned something about reducing the administrative expenses. In what way? How does this reduce that?
Well, because number one, right now, some small businesses who might be one or two people or, just very small staffs hire all their accounting work outside. So their accountant is going to charge them for doing various things. So they have to every quarter pay their accountant to do these filings. And that just whatever the accountant charges per hour to collect this information, to file the forms, all that stuff. So it would eliminate, and some of these bills we've done with these small business, reducing bureaucracy, eliminates their legal and accounting fees that they have to pay outside.
And so help me on page 2, you went from 5,000 to 20,000.
Right.
Help me to understand what was the rationale for that, or?
Well, the rationale was basically that last year when we went from 2,500 to 5,000, that meant that about 2,500 fewer people had to make estimated sales tax payments quarterly. They could settle up now at the end of the year. Now, what this does is it says if we take the 5,000 requirement up to $20,000, additional 3,000 businesses across the state will no longer have to make quarterly estimated payments. They can wait till the end of the year.
So when you went from 5, when you go up to 20, you increase the number of businesses that can use this process?
Right. Well, you're increasing the number of businesses that won't have to make estimated sales tax payments, because right now, if you're going to owe $5,000 in quarterly, if your sales tax theoretically for the year is $20,000, that means that you're going $5,000 a year would be a quarter would be what your sales tax would be. Well, right now this would say that if you have $20,000 a year, you expect, then you have to make these quarterly payments. This would say basically that you could go to $80,000 a year, because 80,000 divided by 4 is 20,000. So that's when you have to start making the estimated sales tax payments. So it just raises the income threshold for when you have to begin making these estimated sales tax payments. Doesn't change the process, doesn't change any of the tax liability. It just says, do you have to make a quarterly estimate? And it says you can sell more before you have to do that.
So I didn't read it like that. I just read it as you increased the average monthly sales tax liability from 5,000 to 20,000.
Well, it says here that any taxpayer liable for taxes under this division whose average monthly sales tax liability was $20,000 or quarter during the preceding calendar year shall make estimated sales tax payments.
Hold on, we're reading a different thing. I'm on page, you reading on page 2?
Yes.
Starting at line 40?
Yes.
Read that again.
Any taxpayer liable for taxes under this division whose average monthly state sales tax liability was $20,000 or greater during the preceding calendar year shall make estimated payments to the department on or before the 20th day.
Right. So I was saying, when I read it, this is what I was reading, that you've gone from 5,000 to 20,000. And so your response to me was,
you're raising the threshold before you have to start making estimated sales tax payment. So if the number's higher, it means you can sell more without having to do this estimated quarterly.
Real clear. That was not how I read it. That's why I'm asking the question. Okay. All right. So I think that was the only one. Thank you.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
Question for the body now is final passage of HB 77. Clerk will unlock machine and members will vote. Clerk will lock machine, record the votes, 103 ayes, 0 nays. HB 77 has passed.
Thank you, members.
Clerk, call next bill.
On page 12 of the calendar, Senate Bill number 40 by Senator Elliott relating to building codes.
Representative Ingram.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This bill keeps the municipalities from mandating home builders of doing the extra work when the house is a lot of times already sold, or a house that is having a gas stove and they want them to wire for an electric stove, or if it doesn't want wire solar panels, they're making them wire for solar panels and extra stuff, just to, in my opinion, and to get more money for the permits so that they can get more money on their for revenue for the municipalities. If there's any questions, I'll be glad to answer them. Asking for the BR.
Chair recognizes the lady from Madison, Representative Hall.
Thank you. Would the gentleman yield?
Certainly, yes, ma'am.
Thank you. I think page 1, I'm good with. What I was trying to understand, I'm on the wrong bill. House bill. I have the wrong bill in front of me. Pardon me.
That's
Wait a
okay.
minute.
You go right ahead.
Thank you. As we've talked about this, but I had a question I had written down, but I picked up the wrong bill. Would you go ahead and tell me exactly what you're doing with this bill?
So a lot of municipalities, not all, but some municipalities are making them do extra work when a house is already pre-sold, or even if it's a spec house by the builder and they want to put a electric or a gas stove in, they're making them wire it for electric stove as well. And same way with like solar panels, if they want them to do the extra wiring or the extra support in the roof for solar panels, even if the house is already sold and the builder or the homeowner that's buying the house doesn't want it. So it could be up to, tens of thousands of dollars more money. And then they have more permit money on top of that because of the price of the house is more. And then what time you finance it, on top of that, the extra cost, it's not what the builder wanted or the homeowner wanted, but they're making them do more work.
So when you say you're saying the cities are making people, are you saying the city ordinance are
That's
requiring
right.
this?
Some of the municipalities are doing this to make them do more wiring.
Where is it?
Hardly here.
And a person has purchased a home. A person
Building a home, that's right. It's a new construction.
Okay, so they're either purchase or building a home.
Yes, ma'am.
They indicate that they want gas versus electric.
Right. But the municipalities are still making them wire for the electric and do all this other stuff on it, even if they don't want it.
How does but they need electricity. But that's what I'm trying to follow. They have a need for electricity.
Well, the electricity, of course, is in the house, of course.
Okay.
But on the gas stove, you don't have electricity on the gas stove.
Right. You have a line that
Right,
comes.
a gas line.
Right.
But they're making them run a 220 line and do a lot of extra work on the homes. Just,
Why do you think that's happening?
I don't know. This is something that's been going on. It's not so much in my district. I'm helping Senator Elliott with it. He'd asked me to carry it, and it makes sense that, if you build in a home, we've never had to do that before. And now the municipalities are going, I guess I don't know if they're searching for more money. I hadn't gotten an answer, but this is a bill from the Home Builders Association that they have ran into a lot. And
that was my next question.
Yes, ma'am.
So the home builders brought this. Is it geared to, or is it in a specific area? Because I've not heard of that.
It's spotted all over the state, from what I understand. Some municipalities are just making them do that, and it's adding extra cost to the homeowner.
Of course.
And they're having to finance this extra cost. And the permits are even more when you have to do more because of the price of the home, variates a lot into the price of the permit.
Of course.
Yes, ma'am.
So let me make sure I'm clear. We have municipalities who have inspectors going out when homes are being built And in the process of going out to those homes, they are saying to the individual, even though that individual or that couple have chosen a specific design, et cetera,
That's exactly right.
that in the kitchen, okay, we're gonna have a gas stove, we're not having electric.
Right. But they're making them do the electric wiring
And so they will require them to have electric wiring to go to the same area where the gas stove would be.
that's right. In case, the people ever decide they want to go with an electric stove, but
But that's their right.
that's their right.
I mean,
Exactly.
My opinion,
Yes,
it
ma'am.
would be their right to decide whether or not they wanted that. So.
This is something
But
that's
let me ask you this. What about the leagues of municipalities? Has anyone had conversations
It came
with
through
them?
my committee, and I had the bill in my committee, and we didn't have any opposition on it.
No, I mean, but I'm just saying,
Yes, ma'am.
did anybody speak up and say, this is a good idea, bad idea? We don't know anything about this idea, or?
We didn't have any opposition on the bill when it came up. I don't know, hadn't talked to Greg Cothran about the bill, but it came through committee. And what I can remember, that it was unanimous. I don't know that it was any mini discussion at all on it. It's pretty, it's like, it's my right whether I want to wire for a stove or not wire for the stove when you're going to have a gas stove. And they're also requiring them to do 3 parking pads for electric cars, on some cases, and wiring it for an electric car. But people may not want an electric car, but you could always go back to
That
that.
must be, he must live in an exclusive neighborhood if there's somebody telling you got to have 3 pads for electric
no,
cars.
this is something that's going on in the municipality. That's their regs, This is not a neighborhood. This is municipalities that are doing it, and that throughout the whole municipality. And I can't name which municipalities it is, but it is an issue that's going on.
I find that quite interesting because that seems to be, my opinion,
Yes, ma'am.
infringing on the rights of the individuals that made the purchase. And you're saying it's not necessarily in a homeowner's,
It could be a spec home that the builder's building or a sold home, a pre-sold home. In a lot of cases, when you're doing a spec home, you're selling the gas or you're selling all electric or what, but that's up to the builder that's building.
hold up, go back. A spec home is what? A spec home may have both.
Right. No, if you're building a spec home, if a builder is building a home and he's going to sell it and he wants it to have all gas in it, that's his
Of
right.
course.
He's selling
Okay.
it. Right. Yes, ma'am.
I thought you were saying a spec home may have the option, have both the electrical and the gas or whatever the other.
This is
part.
spec or pre-sold.
Right. Okay.
Yes, ma'am.
Well, so I'm not familiar with it happening in the area where I live, but it could be.
Yes, ma'am.
I am not familiar with the challenge that you brought forth as it relates to individuals and cities having to are requiring that.
Yes, ma'am.
I do think that it is, I'm glad to know that it is a statewide issue.
Yes, ma'am.
I'm not aware of it, but I'm happy to know that it's a statewide issue. It's not just an issue that is
Ma'am.
geared toward a specific, your district or someone else that has a local
No, ma'am.
application.
It's not happening in my district yet, but it's happening throughout the state in some municipalities.
I'm not familiar with it, but anyway, thank you.
Thank you. Yes, ma'am. Thank you for your questions.
Chair thanks the lady. Chair recognizes the gentleman from Morgan, Leader Stahagan.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Representative, I just want to thank you for your efforts for the home builders industry and looking out for the good guys. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Yes, sir.
Chair recognizes the lady from Jefferson, Representative Moore.
I got him. Yeah. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Jim, you yield.
Yes, ma'am.
I appreciate you bringing a bill before us that's not trying to get around what the law say. This is a bill that affects everybody in the state. Shouldn't been a local bill that you want just because somebody don't want to do the proper procedure, they would bring it. So I've scanned the information on it, and it looks like it's a real good bill. And, you know, having done both real estates and other mortgages too, I think that it helps a person, you know, when they go in and they build a piece of property, and they should not have to be, just in case some other time in the future they might sell it, they shouldn't have to retrofit it for what somebody else might want. So I think it's a good bill, and I appreciate you following what we have on the book as to the process of passing this bill, and that you're not trying to get around and make it fit just one person or one entity in the state of Alabama. I appreciate that, looking out for everybody.
Thank you, ma'am.
Chair thanks the lady. Chair recognizes the gentleman from Washington, Representative Easterbrook.
How you doing? You?
Yes, sir.
I am a home builder.
Yes, sir.
I built houses 30 years.
Yes, sir.
And it's not just this issue. There's a lot of issues that we need to address that people have decided that the homeowner doesn't know what they want, or the builder doesn't know what he wants. To have to wire a stove for electricity when the intent is to have a gas stove, we're talking about a 220 circuit. We're not talking about cheap wiring. We're not talking about running $20 worth of wire in there. And it just keeps adding up. They pile in stuff, especially in South Alabama, the strapping that's required. We're probably spending $25,000 or $30,000 extra on a house.
That's right.
That's way above the code requirements.
And when you finance it, it's even more than that.
When you finance it, it's even more than that. I appreciate you bringing this bill. This is not a huge dollar amount, but the dollar amounts just keep adding up. And it's the homeowner that is paying this.
Yes, sir.
And we're probably spending $30,000 or $40,000 on average house in Mobile and Baldwin County. That's not necessary.
Thank you, sir.
Chair thanks the gentleman. Question for the body is adoption of the BIR. Clerk will unlock the machines. The members will vote.
Joe, you got me?
Clerk will lock the machine. Record the vote. 103 ayes, 0 nays. The BR has been adopted.
Mr. Speaker, ask in final passage.
Chair recognizes the gentleman from Hale, Representative Travis.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Will the gentleman yield?
Certainly, yes, sir.
Yeah, I would like to come and say I'm also a licensed home builder, member of the Home Builders Association, and I just want to thank you for the opportunity to bring this bill.
Yes, sir.
You know, there are a lot of, as a builder, when you start, particularly custom build everything, you try to fix your cost, you try to control it. There are a lot of variables that happen with changing price of materials and stuff like that. Makes it very hard to keep a profit, make a profit on those things. But particularly when you start getting directions and things added on by local municipalities, local builders, inspectors. I remember I think it might have been my first home that I built. I'm an engineer, so very attentive to the way things are being built. On concern, the local inspectors were coming out bragging about how great a work, how good a job I was doing. Somebody from City Hall decided to come down and go over my inspection. Couldn't find anything wrong. So he's had to red tag me with saying the term wasn't further out was incorrect because another inspector came out and verified it. But he said the city couldn't make any money because I wouldn't get any red tags. You know, there are oftentimes things happen by them, and I think it's arbitrary for them to come and make rules and apply rules and suggest things, because most builders that are doing things, whether they build a custom home, spec home, their line, their name, their reputation's on the line, and they're going to do a quality product. But when we come and have things added on with just they think that you should do it, it's a very big problem. And then particularly in some areas, those departments kind of want to operate on their own. And I just want to thank you for that. Thank you on behalf of the Home Builders Association that we can move forward with trying to put something in place so it gives some controls over the arbitrary decisions being made by local officials. Thank you.
Thank you for your kind words. Thank you for what you do.
Chair thanks the gentleman. Chair recognizes the gentleman from Etowah, Representative Butler.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I just want to say thank you so much for bringing this bill. This is a liberty issue.
Yes, sir.
This is not a safety issue. This is just local government trying to impose and run up the cost. But if we, the people, don't want the solar power or the gas stove or whatever, I just appreciate this bill and support it 200%. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Representative.
Thank the gentleman. Chair recognizes the gentleman from Madison, Leader Daniels.
Will the gentleman yield?
Yes, sir.
Again, I share the same sentiment as many of the other speakers that this is a good bill, helps the consumer, and a lot of protections in place for the consumers. But one of the things that I do want to mention that I woke up this morning after tossing and turning all night from last night's game. And I said that every person that didn't make it at first base, I was going to hold their bills up today.
Yes, sir.
But seeing Senator Elliott's name on this bill, I really want to hold it up.
Thank you, sir. I appreciate that. But don't thank you. But, thank you for being supportive. And the person that knocked me off of a home base last year, that would be great. But I think this time we ought to let him ride since he didn't even play last night.
My quads were a little sore. And so I'm supportive of this bill as long as you and others promise that we'll start practice next week.
I'm ready. Yes, sir.
And the speaker and I have made an executive decision to start replacing coaches and on base coaches, every coach. And we're going to have an all-star team this next time.
Yes, sir.
Because I cannot take it that I now have to deliver coffee and water to the pro tem and Senator Smitherman.
Really?
At their request for the rest of the session.
Wow. Thank you.
The question for the body is final passage of SB 40. Clerk will unlock the machine and members will vote. Clerk will lock the machines, record the votes. Oh, whoa, 1 minute. Clerk will lock the machine, record the votes. 104 ayes, 0 nays. SB 40 has passed.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I was asked to open it up for co-sponsors.
The sponsors asked to open it up for co-sponsors. The clerk unlocked the machine. It's Senate bill. I'm sorry. It's okay. Can't do that. I'm sorry.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, member.
The chair would like to recognize Representative Zellers and Representative Gavan for a timely resolution.
Thank you for the recognition. The Speaker and members, I rise today with a very heavy heart. As you all are aware, on this past Saturday, April 15th, many of us awoke, actually the morning of the 17th, to news that there had been a killing, a mass shooting in Dadeville. Part of that for Representative Sellers and I is that one of the victims that were killed is the granddaughter of a very close family friend of ours, as well as a very prominent businessman in Jefferson County, Mr. Clifford Toney, Sr., who owns Integrity Funeral Home. His granddaughter was Shankivia Kiki Smith, 17 years old, very vibrant, very beautiful young lady who was about to graduate. Not only was she about to graduate, she was preparing for prom, a prom in which her favorite uncle, who is actually named after Clifford Toney, his namesake, was going to be her date for the prom. He not only had just spoken with her, and her last words to him were, "Granddaddy, I know you're busy, but regardless of how busy you are, you have to be at my graduation. And he affirmatively said to her, Kiki, granddaddy will be there, not knowing that that was one of the last conversations that he would have with his granddaughter. So at this time, I rise as a friend to the Tony family, to the Integrity Funeral Home family, as well as just an all-around good guy that Mr. Tony is, to just simply say on behalf of my district, so closely tied to District 57, that we stand in support of our own Representative Oliver, who represents House District 81, but also the families of Philip Dowdell, Corbin Holston, as well as Messiah Collins. And at this time, I do have a picture of Shankivia, and she will be buried on next week. But Mr. Tony actually went and picked up the body just Tuesday and brought her back to Jefferson County. But this is a picture of Shankivia. She was a beautiful young lady, as well as the director of the athletic, one of the directors on the athletic team, the trainers. So at this time, Representative Sellers, because the business sits properly in his district, will offer the resolution in her honor.
Representative Zellers, you're recognized.
Do this, so you do this. Mr. Speaker, I ask for the suspension of the rules for this time-sensitive resolution.
All those in favor say aye. Rules are suspended.
My heart is heavy this whole week as I mourn with my friend and my brother. Not only my friend and my brother, but also my constituent in which I serve, as he mourned the death of his granddaughter. And all of you that have children never want to get those kinds of calls. And so, Mr. Speaker, I would ask that this House pause just for a moment of silence. Amen. Mr. Speaker, I ask that all of you join us in signing on with this resolution to show not only just Kiki's family, but the rest of the families that the Alabama legislatures are with them in their time of sorrow.
Clerk, proceed with the resolution. All those in favor? Aye.
Whereas it is with profound sadness that we note the untimely death of Nicole Smith of Dadeville, Alabama, at the age of 17 years old. And whereas her passing leaves a void in the lives of her loving family, her many friends and classmates, and the entire community where she was highly regarded. And whereas Shankivia was born May 25th, 2005, to Miranda Turner and LaShawn Smith of Sarasota, Florida. And whereas Shankivia, a senior at Dadeville High School, was the manager of the basketball and track and field teams and played volleyball and softball for the Tigers until her junior year, when she tore her ACL and decided to start managing after her recovery. And whereas Coach Michael Taylor said she was full of love, she was very, very humble, and she had this huge smile. She would joke around all the time, and she got on to even us, or even me. She was full of life, just full of life. And whereas Shankivia was exhilarated at the prospect of graduating from Dadeville High School in May, that she often reminded a neighbor of the exact hour it was scheduled to appear. And whereas she had strong desires to become a NICU nurse and was honored to be accepted as a member of the 2023 freshman class at the University of Alabama at Birmingham. Whereas Shankivia was afforded a Christian foundation by her family and regularly worshiped at Mount Sinai Baptist Church and Soletta Baptist Church, both in Alexander City, Alabama. And whereas, although her presence will be greatly missed, the memory of Shankivia Nicole Smith will be cherished in the hearts of all who knew and loved her. Now, therefore, be it resolved by the House of Representatives of the Legislature of Alabama that the death of Shankivia Nicole Smith is recorded with deep sadness, and this resolution is offered in tribute to her life and with heartfelt sympathy to her family, whose grief is shared by many.
Thank you. Mr. Speaker, I also note that Mr. Clifford Tony was a 20-year employee of Jefferson State Community College as well.
Thanks, gentlemen. Thanks, lady. Chair would like to recognize Representative Warren for a time of resolution. Chair would like to recognize Representative Mooney. Representative Warren is not in the chamber, I don't think. Representative Mooney.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have a time-sensitive resolution mourning the death of a dear friend of many of us, someone many of us have known for quite a number of years and knew for quite a number of years, and who's been involved in the fabric of our state from the reporting side in the news to the political side and running statewide campaigns to being a contract lobbyist, but a friend to so many of us. And I'd ask that we suspend the rules that we might honor the memory of Amy Frances Herring.
All those in favor of suspending rules? Aye. Clerk receive the resolution.
I'd move passage if that's appropriate.
That is appropriate. All in favor of passing the resolution, say aye. Resolution is passed.
Would you mind if he read it for everyone? It's very brief.
Yes, sir, that'd be fine.
Whereas it is with profound sorrow that we note the death on April 18th, 2023 of Ms. Amy Frances Herring of Montgomery, Alabama at the age of 66. Whereas her passing leaves a void in the lives of her loving family, many friends, and the entire community where she was highly regarded. And whereas a native of Headland in Houston County, Ms. Herring earned a degree in journalism from Troy University. Following graduation, she began her journalism career covering politics for the Montgomery Advertiser. Subsequently, after assisting former Senator Jim Bennett with his successful campaign for Alabama's Secretary of State, Ms. Herring became Assistant Secretary of State and later was one of the first women in Alabama to start her own contract lobbying firm. And whereas Ms. Herring was always full of life and was fun, interesting, effervescent, she loved spending time with and entertaining loved ones, traveling the world with her partner of many years, Winston Wendy Level, cooking and visiting New Orleans and its famous restaurants. And whereas a woman with a kind, caring, and selfless heart, Ms. Herring took part, or it should say took care, of supporting her friends through personal and political trials, jury trials, career challenges, job changes, and filibusters. And whereas Ms. Herring is survived by her longtime partner, precious dog Maggie, and multitudes of friends whom she called family. And whereas, although her presence will be greatly missed, the memory of Ms. Herring will be cherished in the hearts of all who knew and loved her. Now, therefore, be it resolved by the legislature of Alabama, both houses thereof concurring, that the death of Miss Amy Frances Herring is recorded with deep sadness, and this resolution is offered in tribute to her life, along with heartfelt sympathy to her family, whose grief is shared by many.
Thank you, members of the body. And if you don't mind for a moment, just joining in a moment of silence for not just Amy, but so many who've lost their lives in the last week. Lord, we give these prayers to you. Thank you. Amen.
I'm hungry.
Clerk, call the next bill.
On page 32 of the calendar, House Bill number 131 by Representative Kitchens relating to paroles.
Representative Kitchens, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the recognition. Mr. Speaker, HB 131 helps close a parole loophole. It says that prisoners that have been duly charged with new offenses that is punishable by more than 6 months in prison would not be eligible for parole until those charges have been disposed of. So with Mr. Speaker, with that, I move for the BIR.
Chair recognizes the gentleman from Franklin, Representative Keel.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Gentlemen yield?
Yes.
And so what you're saying is we have a loophole now where parolees are getting out if they're charged with another felony?
They could. If they've been charged with another crime while they're in prison, they could still be up for parole before those charges have been disposed of.
Well, I appreciate you bringing the bill to close that loophole. It's very important that, you know, if we have offenders that are in, they shouldn't get out while pending the other charge. So thank you very much for that.
Thank you.
Chair recognizes the gentleman from Jefferson, Representative Rogers.
I think it needed to be. You know why? They're not releasing anybody anyway. So they haven't released anybody from parole in 4 years. I went down there myself to see it firsthand. And everybody came up there, no. I don't care what it is, they just said no. And then we turned around the other day and took away a good time. Now, if you're in prison, you're going to have sometimes, you got to protect yourself sometimes. They get in fights, because you know, if you're in prison, you're going to have altercation. So you're in prison. Everybody in there is a bad guy. So sometimes something happens. But they don't need another reason to keep nobody off of parole. I wish you would go down there on sometimes go sit on parole hearing. The parolee don't even come in the building. They just read something off a form. Then the attorney general can bring a letter up there saying, don't parole this guy, because he in prison. Now, he ain't been in prison but 30 years. He's an old man. Matter of fact, this man here was 89 years old. Had been in prison 30, 40 years since he was a kid. Model prison. 89 parole. The man was sick. As a matter of fact, he had he's on dialysis, has cancer, probably live about 6 more months. His family wanted him to come home and die at home. The state figured, no, we're going to kill him, we're going to keep him in prison until he dies. So why we need to do anything else to keep anybody else in prison? Of course, we're going to build a new prison. It's going to take about 5 to 10 years to build one. And then we had a mandatory prison release. Remember that? And it's going to be reinstated. Because when you build a new prison, you got one guard for every 200 prisoners. One guard for every 200 prisoners. Now, who do you think running the prison with one guard over 200 prisoners? Just about a month ago, they had an altercation in the prison. Right now, I can show you letters I get under my door every day. So something happened in prison. I used to be chair of the prison oversight committee. I toured the prison. Matter of fact, the prison commission, I hired the prison commission, John Hand. I hired him to go around and tour all the prison for me. So I can tell you about prison. I've been in them. I observed them. And he did a good report for me. I was afraid. I hired him myself. He worked for me. Now he's prison commissioner. He tells me what's going on. I mean, I can't tell you where I give him my information from. But y'all remember the prison commissioner ain't done. You know what happened to him? They found him dead. The same one on the bridge. You know why? Naked. Ricky with alcohol in a crashed car. Word out they think somebody killed him. But they was telling me that I get a report every day about somebody getting killed in prison. It's a violent place. It's horrible. Conditions are horrible. I'm glad they're taking to build some new prison, but that's not going to solve the problem. If you can't pay those guards a decent salary and train them, you got a problem. And then you can try to keep them in there for something else. I'm going to let them all out. Not all of them, but what's going to happen when they reinstate the man's prison release, we're going to be mad. We're going to be upset. But there ain't going to be no rule, no parole. There ain't going to be no rules and ratification. Because they might come right back in. Because we don't have the program to help keep them out. If I had to win myself firsthand at the parole board, I can support you. At one time, we had a very effective parole board, and what happened was they hired Charlie Graddick. Charlie Graddick, what's Charlie Graddick? He's from Mobile, when he somewhere down there in Mobile. What was his theory? Lock him up and throw away the key. And that's what Alabama has done. We lock them up, we throw away the key, and we keep piling and loading the system up. Now, I understand at some point they're going to reinstate the mayor's privilege because we haven't lived up to our promises that we're going to do something to do about the overcrowd. But every time we get a bill here to keep folks in prison, you're going to add to the problem. If you got one guard for 200 prisoners, you know what you got. I'm going to tell you what happens. I know it for a fact. They reported it. A guard left the drugs outside the prison door, outside the prison, under some rocks. Released the prisoner to go outside to get the drugs and bring him back in the cell. And then they want to blame and then he turned on the inmate. Either he was the one that opened the door for him to go outside and get him up and broke him under the rock. We got a bad problem. And I want to be a new prison. I'm all for that. It's going to take years to do it. They're going to be designed to be a prison. And I visit every prison in this state. I have. I've been there so myself. It's a pathetic sight. And they're going to be the women prison until after they build other men prison. Barb Boyd tell you that. When you crowd people in a cell, you're going to have a fight. If they put you right now, they put you in prison, and you're in there with 5 other people, and they're gonna abuse you. You gonna fight back, right? I know you would. I can look at you. I had to tell you, you ain't gonna let them whoop your behind in there. You gonna try to do all. You might get whooped, but you know what they do? They get a prisoner. He got some money from outside. That prisoner paid for protection. I can call out some names right now. He had to call home and get money from home to pay protection for himself while he's in prison. You know why? Well, he looks like you. Your complexion. And the boys in prison look like me, some of them. They're a little darker hue. And he got to pay protection to stay getting his behind killed in prison. So now if you don't fight back, you're going to get killed. So you're going to have some violence when you're in prison. If you don't, you won't beat around long. If you come by my office one day, I show you every day I get something at my door where some prison got killed. You know why? They have no protection. When I ask you a question about how you going to tell what something happened down cell block 9, they said we're going to have monitors screen. How you going to get down there quick enough to keep that from getting killed? But this guy got beat. They took 3 prisoners to UAB, beat half to death, They show me people where they drug them out the cell bleeding because the guards beat the hell out of them. You can find more marijuana. You talking about drugs. Everybody in there got a cell phone now. You know that, don't you? There's more drugs in prison than out there on 4th Avenue, anywhere in Birmingham, in Alabama. And it's a closed market. And they get them on drugs. You know who the supply is? The damn guards. And you won't let them buy out. You can't, if you got a hole, you keep plugging that hole up and keep putting water in it, what happens? The water running out, right? But you keep plugging the hole, water go roll on the outside, right? And when you ought to be talking about getting programs up there to help these folks get out of prison, stay out of prison. We don't do that. We want to pass bills, lock them up, throw away the key. That's what you finna do. Cause you somebody attack you, it ain't gonna happen in prison, and you defended yourself, so you got a citation. Now you want to add more time to his sentence. You don't have to do that. You know why? Because they're not gonna let him out anyway. So why you gonna add more time to his sentence when he's not gonna get released anyway? We got to start passing these. If I hadn't went down to that parole board and they tell you I went down there, I sit through about 5 hearings. Only one that compassion was a lady on the end. And she said, well, I think we ought to revisit a year. So no, 4 or 5 years before we revisit it. She kept saying, well, visit a year. I told her, I'm proud of you. You stuck in there. The other people, no, we don't want to talk about it. And the prison never came in there. They kept.
The gentleman's time has expired.
Put my light on again. I'm not anything at the parole board, one of my biggest.
Chair thanks the gentleman. The chair recognizes the representative from Marshall County, Representative Colvin.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Representative, would you mind reminding me what brought forth this piece of legislation?
Well, the family from our home county of Marshall County, Martha Relaford, Marie Martin, and Colton Lee, a 7-year-old boy that while the guy was out on prison, had been paroled previously, was out on prison, committed these awful crimes, these brutal murders. While he was awaiting those charges, he was up for parole again. And so this helps close that loophole.
And that's a situation sensitive to both of us from Marshall County. And I think what you're trying to do here is prevent a tragedy like this happening to anybody else in this body so that we don't have to go through this again.
Absolutely.
And I appreciate that. Thank you.
Thank you.
Chair thanks the gentleman. Chair recognizes the gentleman from Marengo County, Representative McCampbell. This is the 4th speaker on the BIR.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the recognition. Will the gentleman yield?
I will.
Okay. You know, you're going to, you'll probably be surprised, but I'm probably different from my caucus on this bill. I support your bill. I think it's one that I think of it this way. If a person has already gotten an opportunity, have made a mistake, and you have them and you are reforming, and they are supposed to be reformed, but they come back out and they continue doing the same thing, we don't need to keep letting people out when they haven't learned from the first time being in. So you and I agree on this. It's just something else we don't agree on. And I told you, for today, we need to be reminded on what we don't agree on. I remember when I first came to this body some years ago, I disagree with a lot of the Democratic stances. And I was chastised mightily because of what I believed. But I'm going to stand there where I don't care who you are. I'm going to stand there. And that's if I believe it, you're going to know it. Now, I'm always going to be open for you to show me or convince me that I'm wrong about something. But until you can do that, and I'm always open because I know I make mistakes. I'm not that perfect person that a lot of folks think they are. I'm just not that, I'm a sinner. It's the blood of Jesus that I deal with. So, I don't want nobody to think I'm a holy roller or anything. Matter of fact, at my church, they recognize I sit at the back of the church. I sit on the back seat because there's a lot of us back there that God's still working on. And I'm one of the ones, But as I look at your bill and I think about the people that lives were taken because our system failed. Our system failed them. And what you're doing is closing up that opportunity for our system to continue failing. That's what I see in this bill. Now, am I wrong or not?
No, that's exactly what this does. It tries to close that loophole up to prevent this from happening to someone else.
And so people that really, and that's what we need to focus on. I think our Attorney General is short-sighted in the sense that there are good people in prison that we literally need to be trying to help get out of prison, and we need to be trying to help them become productive citizens, and a lot of them could become productive citizens in our society. But that stigma of going to prison is causing them to not be able to have that second chance. I know there are there's an organization right now, I think that Congressman Spencer Backus is a part of, about a second chance. And they are trying to help people have that second chance. But when those people are people that have already shown they don't deserve a second chance, when they are committing something, when they are already on parole, I agree with you. I agree with you. They need to be locked up again. And, my caucus don't like to hear that. But having been a law enforcement officer, that's where I stand. And I'm going to probably get grief about where I stand. But I'm going to stand there. See, that's the difference. That's the difference. I don't mind taking the grief for my stance. I just don't mind. You can bring it on, and I swear I put on my pants every day, one leg at a time, like every other man I know. If you ever show me that you can put yours on two legs at a time, I'll bow down and I'll worship you. But until that time, you ain't no bigger than I am. And nobody else in this body is bigger than anybody else. But we've got to learn that. It's got to be drilled into our heads. That's what has to happen. I agree with this bill. I'm going to vote yes. I'm going to vote yes on the BIR. And as a member of this body, representing 47,000 people in my area, I have that right to vote yes on a bill that somebody else might not like. And that's what we need to be doing. But I also have a right to be down here and talk about the bill, you know. And as I talk about the bill, I can talk about how this bill is a good bill and how I would love to have already been passed this bill. I would love to have already been passed this bill. And you and I know you are afraid to say it, and I'm going to just say it the way it is. And if I'm wrong, you just tell me. I don't mind. But you wish we would pass this bill too. And you realize we could have been passed this bill. You realize that. And see, that's what's disappointing to me, is that colleagues are not taking time to think about how we move forward in peace and harmony. We figure we're going to take the sledgehammer out, and that sledgehammer is going to put people in line. I don't walk those lines. I don't do it. I'm sorry. I'm a peaceful person. I'm going to move and try to be peaceful in everything I do. But you're going to respect me too. That's the one thing that all of us deserve in this body, because all of us were elected by the same number of people in this body. So as soon as we can, I guess we're going to vote on your bill, and you got at least one vote. You got at least one vote. Now, maybe you'll vote for it too, so then you'd have two votes.
We'll have two then.
You'll have two. You may not have any more, but you got at least two. Thank you.
Thank you.
Sure, thanks, gentlemen. Question for the body is adoption of the BIR. Clerk will unlock machine and members will vote. Clerk will lock the machine, record the votes, 86, 89 yeas, 2 nays. The BR has passed. Representative Kitchens.
Mr. Speaker, I move for final passage.
The chair recognizes the lady from Jefferson, Representative Hollis.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Would the gentleman yield?
I will.
I won't be up here long because I'm still dealing with my voice, but I did go over across the street and got a shot. So maybe that'll help.
I hope you're feeling better.
Thank you. I just want to get a little understanding because, we have so many people that that can get parole but do not get parole. And I think some of the things that I want to know is, I had all my little questions up here, is that, so let's talk about the reinvestigation, where it states that the reinvestigation shall be made from time to time as the board may determine or as the Department of Correction may request. So when we say time to time, is that like every 6 months, annually, or can we kind of elaborate on that?
That doesn't really, that's part of this from previous law. All this bill does right here, and I can read, it's just a couple of sentences here. It just says, notwithstanding any law to the contrary, any prisoner who is duly charged with a new federal, state, or or local offense punishable by a term of imprisonment exceeding 6 months shall not be considered for parole until after the charge has been disposed, whether by trial or other means. So if they pled it out or.
So are this a person that's been in and out? And then something, or is this a person inside or both?
It really could affect 3 different scenarios. So somebody who has been actually charged by a prosecutor for something that they've committed while they're in jail or in the prison. Somebody who has escaped and then they committed additional crimes while they escaped, or it could be someone who had been paroled while they were paroled. They committed additional crimes. Those crimes had not been up for trial yet. And then until those crimes had been disposed of, it really, the Pardons and Paroles Board, if they have to make a decision before those crimes have been disposed of, then they're ultimately finding that person guilty or innocent right there and could then turn around later on and they could try to use that against them. So it's to give them more tools at their disposal because they can't make a wise decision without knowing whether that person is actually innocent or guilty.
Okay, and it's really dealing with the information that's stated as far as rape, kidnapping, murder, attempted murder, and so on, right?
Anything over 6 months, anything that you're charged with that would serve a prison time of more than 6 months.
Okay, and the only other thing is that I want to say is that, I think that and I agree with you on this, and I think that when people do their time and they get out, we should allow them to come out and have a normal life and to be able to get a job, get educated. And because when they get out, it's like they're still guilty of that crime they did, but they did time for it. Am I making any sense?
I understand.
And we need to start when they do their time and they're out, then we need to let them be in society to do the things that a normal person can do. And because you have some people that come out and they don't get that second chance, and they do things to go back in because they feel like, I have a roof over my head, I get 3 meals a day, so on and so on. So that's my only thing is, when they come out, they do their time, we should, help those folks get back into the communities and have a normal job and get an education and so on.
Thank you.
Thank you for listening.
Chair recognizes the lady from Montgomery, Representative Morris.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Would the gentleman yield?
Yes.
Thought you were going to say no. Well, as my colleague said, I know this is a safety bill. It's a safety issue for people that who gotten into trouble, may have killed somebody, got in trouble again when they came out, and now we're trying to make sure that that time is set where we can actually see them, keep them there before their hearing. Well, yeah. So, but that's not why I'm here. I'm here to talk about a young man by the name of Lakeith Smith. Lakeith Smith is 15 years old. He lives right here, well, he used to live here in Montgomery. He got in trouble in Elmore County. He went before I'm gonna tell you what exactly happened. So him and a couple of his friends, he was 15, went inside a house and they broke in. Police was called, police come out. Lakeith gets shot. Not Lakeith, his friend gets shot. So Lakeith is there. So they charge him, we got that law. So they charged him for his murder. And before they charged him with his murder, they offered him like 30 years. So his mom was like, okay, well, we're going to go to, and he's 15. We're going to go to trial because my son actually broke in, but he didn't rightfully kill someone, right? So that's what happened. But in the same courtroom, and one case was heard on the exact same day. Remind you, Lakeith is 15. So we have a man, he killed a 3-year-old girl, grown. He beat her, he hit her, had seizures, and he only received 15 years and 1 day for a 3-year-old that he actually sent into seizures. Then we have another guy who was in court on the same day Lakeith was in court. He was 28 years old. He killed his girlfriend. He was a sex offender and he was on drugs. He received in the same day 3 years. Lakeith again broke in. His friend broke in. Friend was killed by the police. And they charged him with it, but however, he never pulled the trigger. Am I condoning breaking in? No. No, just fairness, because this is what we're talking about, being fair. The exact same day that he received 3 years, Lakeith received 65 at 15 years old. Now, we all know we made mistakes. Some of us are a little different than others. Some of us got a little pull where we'll maybe get pulled over, have some stuff, and know some people, or in small counties where everybody know everyone. And you are gonna take that child to their parents, right? Mom and dad, get ready to knock his head off when he come in the house, because you know not to be breaking in somebody's house, whether it's their house, their cars, or anything else. But for Lakeith, that didn't happen. Lakeith Smith. Right now, he's been locked up for a long time, for an extensive amount of time, for a 15-year-old. And if you saw his picture, I mean, good God. He looked like he was about 12 or 13, but he was actually 15. But could you imagine being 15 charged with your friend's murder that you didn't pull the trigger on and getting 65 years at 15, and a grown man at the age of 27 who deliberately killed his girlfriend received 3 years in prison the exact same day that you go to court? Now, the other two gentlemen, we don't have to talk about their nationality because we're gonna already know what their nationality is compared to Lakeith's nationality. So I just wanted to, and every chance I get, I'm gonna come down and I'm gonna say the exact same thing until we actually hear what's taking place in, not just in Alabama, but across the U.S. Unfairness. And we always say due process or justice is blind. Justice can't be blind because justice are eyes, and it's human eyes. It's human eyes with human thoughts, with human perspectives. And we all don't have the same perspective. Some of us in here don't have the same ideology about life, how we operate day to day, what we're doing, our family and our friends, our upbringing, our culture. A lot of us don't have that. Some of us have a good face for the State House, right? We have a good face. We come in, we smile, we look at each other, we pat each other on the back. And then when we go home to a different type of environment where we do the things that's not, it's considered not to be appropriate. However, it's considered to be appropriate culturally. Right? So just want to bring a little message about Lakeith, hoping that somewhere in this great state, that in Elmore County, at least someone will actually hear, know his name, know that he's still locked up, and that there's something that we have to do about that as the perspective of what we see as justice and due process when it comes to other nationalities. And again, I like your bill. I will definitely vote for it because I do believe that you should not, and I've seen it happen where people get out, be on parole, kill somebody, go back, get back out on parole, do something different. And based on law, you got to give them a bond. They could be out on bond, But again, I thank you for this bill, and I just wanted to come down. And I thank you for actually listening to what I had to say. And again, great bill.
Thank you.
Thank you, lady. Chair recognizes the gentleman from Barber, Representative Ford.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Would the gentleman yield,
I will.
Representative Kitchen, will you yield? I need you to, let me start off about, I got 3 prisons in my district. Governor George Wallace built the 2 in Barber County. I think he was gone out of office when they built the ones in Bullock County. But they ain't all that very old. They old, but they ain't old as I am. Prison ain't old as I am. What's when you say these folks, what they talking about paroling and pardon? What do you call good time? It's 2 sides to this thing now about letting folks out of prison. Is it sometimes you let a bad man out, he should have stayed in. And then, I think about the woman, I'm not sure what county she in, but she in a wheelchair, go to dialysis 3 times a week, and they won't let her out. Now, do that make any sense? Or what can she harm and what can she hurt? And I think she killed somebody. And she gonna die in prison. They'll be letting her out. I know some guys they let out of prison and they didn't stay out long. They went right back. So kind of educate me, school me on what you mean by good time. And just tell me what is good time.
This is not the good time bill. This is the bill that just closes the loophole that if you've been charged with a crime that's punishable by more than 6 months in prison, you would not be eligible for parole until that charge has been disposed of.
Okay, that sounds good. Thing bother me. I can't get the governor to tell me how much money we finna spend on a new prison. How many billions? Is it 1 billion or 2 billion?
I don't know the exact.
I just about know. I almost know what they're telling me. I don't know what the governor's saying, and I asked her politely, is she gonna close the prison in my district? That's 2 years ago, and she ain't told me yet. And I said, Governor, if you close my prison, you're looking at 600 folk gonna be out of job. That's my main concern. The folks who is already working in the prison system in my district, what they gonna do? They're not gonna follow the job down what she gonna build. They ain't coming up to him what she gonna build the prison. They won't stay at home. And that concerned me about how many folk gonna be out of job in my district. Because when the Governor Wallace built the prison, I was on the county commission back in those days. It's been a long time. He built the prison for put folks to work. The unemployment was very high in Barber County back in those days, and he said, build a prison, put some folks to work. And he built 2 of them. And I got another in Bullock County. You're looking at a whole lot of folks gonna be out of job when these prisons be built. I don't understand why we're gonna put that much money in prison. My 3 prisons could have been remodeled. It wouldn't have cost no $2 billion to remodel them. The 3 prisons I got in my district. And I'm like John Rogers. I talk to the security folks out there. I talk to the water. I'm out there all the time. I just stop by there sometime and talk to the wall and take me through the prison and look and talk to them and look. They got some bad folks in prison. We got some bad folks up here. We got some good folks up here and some bad folks up here. Same way in prison. We got some bad folks in prison, some good folks in prison. But I don't understand spending all this money on prison when we could have remodeled at least 2 or 3 of the prisons in our district, in my district, especially in my district. I hate to see the folks in my district lose their job on the account of you're going to build all these $1 billion prisons. They costing up in the billion. The capital B, they don't cost more than $1 million. They're gonna cost $1 billion when they get through building them. But what do you think about the lady in prison in the wheelchair going to die and they won't let out of prison? What do you think about that? You know about that. I know you do. You keep up with the news.
Well, you know, like I said, I'm just talking about this.
I know what you're talking about. We're still talking about prison. I'm here. I would like to come in and talk about prison because I know a lot about them. You know, they in my district, and I hate to see folks lose their job. And that's what's going to happen. The quicker you get through these $2 billion prisons, they're going to be gone. But they're going to close the door down. And I don't want to see that happen. They make good money, they got good benefits, and they don't want to lose their job. And that's what they're trying about. I talk to them all the time. I talk to the prison correction officer all the time. Please try to keep our prison open in Barber County. And, you know, I represent them. Where they enter out of prison, I represent them. But I don't know whether I can vote on this bill. I ain't make my mind up whether I'm vote on it or not. If the governor would tell me tomorrow, if I call and tell me, Mr. Ford, we're going to do all we can to keep your prison though. But she won't tell me. I've been asking her for 2 years. Are you going to keep them on? She don't know. She doesn't know. I don't know whether she know or not. She might know and she might not. All I can do is take her word. But I got to make my mind up to vote on your bill. I might not. I might vote for it. I know prison is overcrowded. But we don't need to build I stay in a nice hotel downtown. Well, I don't go back and forth Barber County every day. You know, the prison doesn't need nothing like what I'm living in. Not that kind of money. Yeah, the hotel I stay in ain't costing them $2 billion. And, you know, we built a new jail. We got an almost new jail in Barber County. He was designed the whole, I'm not sure how many, but the sheriff told me the other day there's 60, almost 100 prisons overcrowded. Same way with these other two prisons. The prison in Clayton was designed for 600 inmates. They got 1,100 folks in there. The one in Claude was designed the same, to hold the same amount of people. They got 1,100 folks in there. And I know, I got something to know that overcrowded when you overcrowded. But why spend that kind of money? I got 2 schools in my district about to fall apart. Come down to Bullitt County and Polk County where I live. Come down to Barber County, Polk County where I live. And look at my schools and look at the prison. I'd rather spend some of that money on a brand new school. But I know that's not going to happen. First thing they're going to say, it costs too much to build a school. It costs $30 million, $40 million to build a new school. And I'm looking at $2 billion you're going to spend on prison. And the prison is going to look good. It's going to be nice for a few months. And the inmates going to tear it up. They're going to stop up the commode. They're going to do everything they can control their mind to tear them up. And maybe the governor called them in now. Let me see. But I haven't made my mind vote on your bill. I know you're a nice gentleman. You doing what you got to do, and I'm doing what I got to do. I'm looking out for my folk who put me in office. You're going to be out of jobs when we get through building the brand new prison. There's going to be a lot of folks in my county, and I don't live in a rich county. You ever been to Barber County?
I have, actually.
You been to Bullitt County?
I've been through Bullitt
You been to Russell County?
I've been to Russell County.
Okay. Where you live?
I live in Marshall County.
Marshall County. Never been to Marshall County. I ain't never been in your.
Come up to the lake sometime.
Well, I got a lake almost
You
as big as yours. The lake you fall.
Beautiful place.
You can't get it. You can't. This time of year, you can't get a park down there, and I love it there. I might. I know. I'm gonna come in your county and see how it looks. You got a big jail up there. Ain't been long built.
We've got an old one.
Got an old one. Well, this one's getting old. But they stacked on top of one another now. And the same way with the prison. Thank you for your time. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Just looking out for folks who put me in office. Thank you.
Chair thanks the gentleman. Chair would like to recognize Crestline Elementary of Mountain Brook guest of Representative Faulkner. Let's give them a big hand. Thank y'all for being with us today. We got a big crowd. Y'all must have brought the whole elementary school. Chair recognizes the gentleman from Mobile, Representative Jones.
Thank you for the recognition, Mr. Speaker. Representative Kitchens, I just got a few things I'd like to clear up. It's going to take me a while to clear them up, so why don't you go on and get your Chick-fil-A and your drink. I'm going to be clearing it up for a little while here. One of the things that I wanted to get some clarification on is, what is this gap you're trying to fill? What? Yeah. You said you was trying to, it's some gap in the parole system that you're trying to fill or remedy. What is it?
Well, and there's multiple cases, but one case in particular where again, like I said earlier, the gentleman was out. It was a mistake, and we've worked on that in the past, but the gentleman was out, committed 3 murders while he was out, and while he was awaiting those charges, actually came up for parole again, and currently that had to be heard. So this would close that gap where until the trial had occurred or until those charges had been disposed of, then he would not be eligible for parole until after that point.
What are considered criminal charges? I mean,
well, on this, it was murder. In this case that I'm referring to,
what about a
murder?
misdemeanor?
But this is anything that comes with a prison sentence of more than 6 months.
Okay.
So it says exceeding 6 months in there.
Well, cities give misdemeanor charges that last over 6 months. That covered in this?
If they were out of prison when that happened, if they had escaped prison and committed a crime while they had escaped, then that would encompass.
No, I mean if they were out on parole and they got some sort of speeding ticket or something and they gave them 8 months, they have to go back to prison.
If it exceeded 6 months, then the charges that went along with what they had been out for, if it exceeded 6 months, then yes, they would not be eligible for parole until that charge was disposed of.
Okay, so is it not just hard criminal charges like felonies? It could also possibly go for a misdemeanor and still have the same effect based on 6 months.
Well, if you have committed the crime while you're in prison.
Okay, so in prison, what are the crimes that you could get less than 6 months for? You know what that is?
You know, I'm not an attorney. I don't know all the different sentencing guidelines, but I do know that I'm sure there's some out there, but if it's more than 6 months, if the sentencing guidelines say more than 6 months, then those would have to be disposed of first.
Okay, so it doesn't matter. If in other words, you have a violation that's over 6 months.
Yes, and they do have to be charged by the DA. So if they're in prison, they would have to actually be charged by the district attorney for that to kick in.
Okay. So if they're out on parole and they get charged by the city prosecutor and they stay in jail, they can stay a year based on the law. So if they stayed in jail 9 months, it means that they violate their parole based on your bill here.
Well, if they have, like I said, and again, going back to when they were in prison, they would have to be charged by the DA, and those charges would have to come with the 6 months, more than 6 months, exceeding 6 months. And again, it goes back, I don't know if you have a copy of the bill or not, but it's the one section right there on page 6 that's underlined that spells out what that is.
Okay. So we kind of negate innocent until proven guilty.
Well, like I said earlier when we were talking about it, I think that you could turn that around on the parole board, because if there's charges that are out there and that person is up for parole, then they have to make a determination before they know whether that person's innocent or guilty. And you know, if they deny parole on it and that person was truly innocent of those charges, then that would not be the right thing either.
I've noted that Representative McCampbell, and I think also Representative Morris said they like your bill and they're going to support your bill, but some others might not. They were talking about me. And it is not necessarily based on what you actually have in the bill. I'm trying to determine how is it going to be applied. Once it leaves this chamber, once it becomes a law in the state, then the application of it is for a whole nother group of people. Now, Representative McCampbell is a former police officer, so he looks at it from a different perspective than I do. And I look at it that way because I've seen the application of so many other laws that were misapplied in a lot of cases. And I think some people may have mentioned that when you people talking about that here today, that the way it was applied, it might have, the intent may have been one thing, but the effect was something altogether different. And I'm more concerned really about the effect that it would have. I certainly think that if someone, the scenario you talked about, well, somebody when it came out, committed murders, certainly that should be within your bill, and I'm glad to see that, happy to see that. But on the other hand, I'm more concerned about when it's misapplied. You know, I had the opportunity to serve in a lot of capacities with the legal system. Never a lawyer, but I had the chance to do that. I served on the Court of Judiciary. I served on the Judicial Inquiry Commission. I've served on the Sentencing Commission. I've been on all of those. And I've seen the result of misapplication of the law in doing that. So I'm always concerned about that. And I'm not saying there are a lot of people that do it, but there are some people who misapply it. And I always thought that up until a little while ago, I always thought that justice was really blind. But somebody stole the mask because it's really not blind. And I'm talking to you about real situations that I've sat on and listened to, and it's not in a lot of different cases. That's unfortunate, but it's not. And I'm not talking about just the state of Alabama. I'm talking about from the federal level down. There are some real cases of misapplication of the law. And we see a lot of it in the media right now about a lot of different things that are happening. No specific thing, but a lot of different things that are happening. It wouldn't be fair to you if I didn't mention why I was really standing up here. You know, Ms. Kitchen, I've been clotured twice. And it wasn't a good feeling. So after I got clotured the second time, I watched real closely the motion that they used to cloture me. Rule 25. And they just happened to leave one laying on the desk one day. So I went and copied me a stack up. Think I might get a chance to use it. The one consolation I got about that you and one of the folk who clotured me won't get a chance to do that today because you're talking to me, so you can't cloture me. The other person is in a role where he can't come down here and cloture me either. The other one is upstairs, Connie Rowe. She can't do it either. So at least we'll get a new person this time. And I told one of the gentlemen that it's okay for you to cloture me. It's okay for me to be clotured, but don't you cloture me. So what he did, he went and gave the motion to Connie Rowe. That's how I got clotured that time. It is, and I say that jokingly to say that when you suppress the argument, when you suppress a debate that is extremely important to some, it is really something that's really downheartening and disrespectful, in my opinion. You know, we had not gone a long period of time. We hadn't done any of that, and it's fine. I think it's good rule for certain situations, but not that situation. And I just wanted you to know how I feel about that. A lot of people might not feel that way. That's the way I feel. Like Representative McCampbell told you that he feels very strong about what he feels strong about. And that's the one thing we have in common, that one thing. So I would just ask that as a body, we consider that in the future.
Gentleman's time has expired. Chair recognizes the man from Jefferson, Representative Rogers.
Now, you know, I'm opposed to everything parole board do. I'm asking you a question, and sincerely. How is this going to alleviate overcrowding? Now, your bill says you get committed crime while you're in prison, right?
While you're in prison, yes. There's
Well, tell me, I'm going to get my man through with my buddy right here. What crime can you commit in prison to defend yourself? The guards are bringing the drugs in, that's a committed crime. So now I'm locked up in cell block 122. And somebody come in and want to fight with me, I got to defend myself, right? You do the same thing, right? You in prison, right? But now, I can't get out my cell to go buy no drugs to bring the cell inside the prison, right? So who giving me the drugs to sell? I'm serious. If I'm selling drugs in prison, Sam Jones, if I'm selling drugs in prison, how can I go outside the prison and buy some drugs to sell in prison? Tell me. I'm asking you a question.
I can't answer that.
Now you can buy more drugs in prison. They got a closed market in prison. You know, I know a young man right now in prison. I'm not gonna call his name. He has to be a Caucasian. They give him he gives about 400, his family very wealthy. They give him about $400 a week in prison. You know what he does with it? And I asked him, he pays all the other inmates not to fight with, not to beat him up. He sit out for food, they eat good. But all this food, they good, they eat like we eat like that, they eat steak. They got a cell phone, and then he pay another guard to protect him, another inmate to protect him from fights. So he's a little bitty guy, a little bitty Caucasian guy. I know him very well. I'm trying to get him on work release right now so he can get out. You know what's supplying him his drugs? The guard. You realize that Sam, you realize that they put Fred, the guard took some drugs, I know for a fact, put them outside the prison door, open the door for the prison man to go out and get them. Sold for 5 times what they sell them on the street. You get a carton, you get a pack of cigarettes, a carton of cigarettes in prison, man, you be rich when you get out of there. Some guys don't want to leave because they're making money while they're in prison. They make more money in prison than I do out of prison. And when you, that's another thing, so you saying that you commit a crime while you're in prison, you can't get parole. Well, now, what crimes can you commit in prison? In your mind, what crime can you commit in prison? That you already locked up, you're not on the street, Sam. Now, what crimes you commit in prison that you thinking about? What are they?
You have to be charged by the prosecutor for the crime.
Well, now, what crime can you charge me for? I'm already locked up. I'm already in prison.
You could have also escaped from prison and committed.
Oh, you didn't say that. You said the bill said while in prison.
There's three things. There's the crimes that you have been that you are actually prosecuted. That there's been charges filed against you by the prosecutor, by the DA. If you've escaped from prison and committed those crimes, and then also if you've been paroled and committed crimes while you were.
Well, while I'm out. But your bill not specified. You said while you're in prison. All right. That confused me. All right, now, we already passed a bill to do a good time for a guy who they let out of prison himself. We let him out. They let him out. He signed it was crazy. He signed his own self out of prison with signature bond. We turn around to where the good time because the man duped us and signed himself out of prison, but we take away the good time because we let him out of prison on a signature bond. Now, whose fault is that? The man already incarcerated, got a crime behind him. He go in there and signs his own self out of prison and kill somebody because of the crime. We want to come back and take away the good time. And now you come back with a bill saying that, and I know you know who could be in the crime, right? I told you the fact of how many guards got per prison, right? It's probably because we got pay less pay. Most guards work 80 hours because they get all the overtime. They're so tired they can't watch a prison. You work 8 hours every day. You can work 8 hours. You sleep while you're in the prison. You lay in one of the prison bunks yourself and sleep. And then you gonna turn around and tell me. And I went to the parole. I'm gonna keep talking. I went to that parole board. I was so embarrassed when I went to that parole board. They knew who I was when I went in there. I thought it'd be incognito. I'll try to tip through the side door, just see how they act. I sat through 30 prison names. They didn't bring the prison in. They just bring the name of it and charges. The charges. If Jesus Christ had walked through the door, he wouldn't have got out. If Jesus Christ, back in the old days, in the crucifixion, they would have crucified him. Because he came for a parole board. Right now, if you went to prison right now, you couldn't get out. And you're a pretty good guy, except you bring your torch all the damn time. But now you're a pretty good guy. Now, if you went to prison, you're a nice guy, but now if somebody come and grab you with a chokehold, you're going to try to get a chokehold off of you, elbow or something, right? So now, all of a sudden, you can't get good time. You got to get locked up for life, for nothing. What bothers me, you got a prison in there right now on dialysis. On dialysis. Probably live about 6 more months, and they knew it. His family wanted to come home to die at home. And in the old days, now when I first got here, I'm gonna get Steve Closet right now, they would let you out. I'm really serious. They would let you out. We had a way we get them out to go home to die peaceful with their family. We paid the call for them staying in prison because they're sick to die in prison. I got one woman out of prison, I'll never forget it. And she was in a wheelchair and she was dying. Her last breath was to thank me for getting out of prison to die with her family. Back in those days, we had no problem getting them out with it. It was terminally ill. Why is the state gonna take that cause of somebody died in prison? What is an old lady in a wheelchair, 88 years old, gonna do to anybody? Do to anybody? Whatever crime she committed when she was 21, 20, she ain't gonna do it when she's 85 years old. In a wheelchair. Why can't you be compassionate enough to let that lady out of prison to die at home with her family? I know you got a big heart. Now think about it. Why do you keep a sick person who can't do anything? I don't care if it's Jesse James. Jesse James got an older seat, he couldn't ride no base, he couldn't ride the horse no more. Why you gonna keep him in prison? Let them go home and die with some dignity. They can't commit no crime. They can't fight no. They can't kill nobody because they're near death themselves. They got a medical doctor said this person would live about 5 more months. Let them live that 5 months at home with their family. They served already 45, 50 years because we released them earlier. Be compassionate. Now, anytime I see a parole board bill, I'm gonna try to talk it. I'm doing all my talking on any parole board bill because you can build every new prison you want to build. and Forte said to your president, they already cut a deal where they're gonna go. You know that, don't you? They've already did the design bill. They know exactly where the prison going. But I haven't seen any money in the general fund budget that go complete with the pandemic money. When you got one guard for every 200 prisons, Sam Jones, who runs the prison? The prison runs the prison. That's it. And the
gentleman's time
if we
has
got a carton of cigarette, man, you get
Chair recognizes a lady from Jefferson.
Thank you,
Mrs.
Mr. Speaker.
Moore.
I really do.
Chair thanks the gentleman.
Parole board got to be up in an uproar. I'm telling you, I hear parole board say, "Ah."
But I'm so glad our master let me come forth and speak, because we have to take orders in this body. And if you get out of order in this body, they try to put grown folks back in their place. But I want folks to know I'm thoroughly grown, got a lot of years to prove it. But I had some questions because I think one of your colleagues came down and you all had remembrance of the family that was killed by the person. But we had a bill up maybe a few weeks ago that talked about the sheriff that was killed, or a law enforcement officer. And in that situation, I had concerns, and that was when they reduced the good time. But my problem with that was that the reason that person was out of jail in the first place, like your bill say, he had committed a crime, and the crime he committed is that he broke away from the prison release. And when he was recaptured, in the city that he was recaptured in, the policeman let him sign his own bond to get out when he should have been sent back to prison instead of given the opportunity to get out. And in turn, he comes and kills someone that was in law enforcement. So I could see where your bill is needed, but I do at some point want us to admit that that was not the prison who were in problem. That was someone who recaptured someone who broke away, was recaptured, and then allowed to sign his own bond because somebody didn't look at his records. And in turn, when he was released after being captured, then he went and killed someone in law enforcement. So I can understand the loophole, but in the process of closing a loophole, we got to make sure that all of our people that are over prisons and police departments, when these people come in, like that young man, who under no circumstance, he had already broke out of jail because he broke away from the prison release group. But when he was recaptured, some law enforcement officer said, I'm gonna let you sign your own bond and you could go on even though we just recaptured you. So I understand the loophole needs to be closed, but the same questions I asked on that bill where they reduced the good time for the inmates, do we have any intention when we close these loopholes to go and give these prisons and law enforcement officers that's in charge of the local jail, do we plan to give them additional training? That's another reason we've had problems 2 times. The person in North Alabama was released, even though he was a hardened criminal and he should not have been released. The one that came back and killed the law enforcement officer after he done broke away from a prison release group, get recaptured, and time he's recaptured, he's allowed to sign his own bond, go out, kill someone else. So when we close the loophole, we've got to do something, and we first got to admit that somebody in the administration in both of these cases made a mistake. We can't put the whole blame on the prisoners, especially with the one with the police officer that was killed. That was one of his fellow folks that made a mistake and let that man out. So we've got to go back and do some retraining. So before they do these acts, they would at least look at that prisoner's background before they just listen to somebody and say, oh, their name came up and they could be released for whatever reason. And we're not doing that. We're not admitting the mistakes that our people are making, and I know they got a difficult job, but at some point we got to say that this is our era, but we put all of the problems on the prisoners themselves, and that's just not right. But I think to try to close this loophole is a good thing. But once we close it, is there anything in your bill that would say that our people would get better training so we don't make the mistakes that have been made in the past, and people that should not have been let out were let out?
This bill specifically just deals with the parole process, that if they have been let out, then again, the three things, they've been prosecuted for a crime while they were in prison, if they've been charged while they escaped and committed additional crimes while they were out and escaped, or whether they had been paroled and then sent back to prison, committed.
But see, you're not listening. Because each case we've had, the one in North Alabama, the one that we bought the bill because the law enforcement officer was killed, in both of those situations, the one up there, whoever did parole, allowed that man to be paroled, they didn't look at the whole picture. But at no point in time do we come back and say that the people who ought to be looking at these records ought to do their due diligence and look at them properly, and don't just come and let them out, because both times they ended up in death. You know, in one case it's a family, in the other case, it was a law enforcement officer. But in all that we do, we still are not coming back and saying it's the people that the state hired that released these people. They made a mistake. And in the process of us clearing up a loophole, we need to make sure we're going back to train these people so they don't make the mistake in the future and let people out of jail that should not have been out in the first place. Because I think that the primary example is a person that done broke away from a prison release group. They capture him in some city and say, okay, sign your bond, you could go free. He went free and killed somebody. So I think we've got to look at our people too and make sure that whatever process we have as we close these loopholes, that whatever process that we have, we make sure that our staff are sufficiently trained in the process that should take place to prevent these types of incidents from happening in the future. But just to pass a bill to say we're going to close the loophole and we don't do anything to train the people who are making the decisions to update them. Everybody needs continuing education. I don't care what profession they're in. We need to make sure that they're up to date on whatever rules and regulations that we put in place, or whomever. But that it was the staff fault in both of those incidents, but we refuse to do that. And in turn, we putting all the blame on the people that our staff made the mistake and let out, and we're not putting anything in place to make sure our staff do better themselves. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you. And the chair would like to recognize a former House member who came in 1994 with Ms. Boyd, Mr. Jackson, Mr. Klaus, and myself, Representative Dave Thomas. The chair would also further recognize Cahaba Heights Elementary School, Ms. Sarah Cohn, who are joining us in the gallery. I went to first grade at Cahaba Heights. And they're from Cahaba Heights, Vestavia Elementary. Yeah. So anyway, welcome to the Alabama House of Representatives. The chair now recognizes the gentlewoman from Madison, Ms. Hall.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. With the gentleman here,
Always for you, Ms.
do you have an envelope or a piece of paper in your pocket while you're standing here with us today? You've got a chance to have a piece of
I
paper?
have my notes on this bill right here.
Nothing else. There's no closing debate or anything like that available. Tell me exactly what you are trying to do. As it relates to this bill, what are you trying to do?
As the previous speaker alluded to, we were talking about the case in North Alabama. The gentleman killed 3 people. And again, there was other issues that went into that long before this process ever even got there and ever even took effect. But while he was waiting those charges, waiting trial for those charges, he was actually up for parole for the other charges that he had been convicted of the first time. So it's to try to close.
So he wasn't he was not eligible. He wasn't supposed to be out, right? Is that what you're understanding?
Well, no, there were other issues in that case, and not to go into that whole case, but when he committed those crimes while he was out, he was awaiting trial for the 3 murders of the 3 individuals. And as he was awaiting the trial for those charges, the parole came up for the previous charges. So he's in prison awaiting a crime or awaiting charges on 3 different murders, and then he's eligible for parole. And based on the current law, if we don't pass this, he had to go before the parole board. So the family in Marshall County, they have to go through the whole issue knowing that their family members have been killed. They have to go through the parole hearing, not knowing if he could potentially be let out of jail.
So I think I heard the gentleman from Mobile talk about that it seems that we're contradicting innocent until proven guilty as we do this part, even though it's a new offense that you're talking about in the bill. So isn't it increasing the pretrial detention when you look at the bill and what you're trying to do?
I believe that it actually gives more transparency, and I believe when you're dealing with the parole board, if the parole board's not able to have all the facts of the case, they know that there's other charges pending, but they don't know whether that person is innocent or guilty. And so if the parole board
why would they not know that charges are pending?
They would know the charges are pending, but the charges had not been disposed of at the time. So they would have to make a decision on parole before those charges have been disposed of without having all the facts, knowing whether that person truly was innocent or guilty.
So they're not eligible. So you're saying they're not eligible to go before the parole board?
They would not be if their charges were more than 6 months of a new prison sentence. They would not be eligible for parole until those charges have been disposed of, and so the parole board could make a more informed decision.
So they would be eligible. The eligibility could not be because they hadn't been convicted.
They had already been convicted of something else.
Yeah.
In all these cases, they have already been convicted of something else.
Right. But then if they had that additional, I'm trying to understand, because you see, trying in my mind to look at this process, basically that's what I'm doing, is when we look at the process of what we're trying to do, I don't want it to be one of these situations where we are doing the general overview, creating a general, he's not going to get an envelope, is he?
No, he was asking if I had some water under here, which I do.
I
So
thought he was
thank you.
trying to check to see if he had one of those, those-
No, he was asking if I had some water.
Well, I believe, all right, thank you. So that's good. I'm trying to get making sure I have a clear understanding of what we're trying to do, because there's very little, it's just that last section of that bill.
Page 6 to be exact
Right.
on there.
And so that section, step 1, 2, 3, and 4, tell me exactly what we're trying to do then. But what you have there, what are we trying to do?
What we're trying to do, if someone has been charged by a prosecutor for a crime while they're in prison, all of these.
And so while they're in prison, which means they could have hit somebody, murdered somebody, any of those things while they were in prison.
While they were in prison, and they were charged by the prosecutor.
And they were charged
by a prosecutor, district attorney, a DA, while charges have been brought out against them for something that happened in prison,
Based on their action in prison.
based on their actions in
All right, and then what's the next step?
The second one was if they are charged for escape while they've escaped, they've committed other charges, other crimes while they escaped.
All right, so they had a charge before they left prison.
And or committed other
And
crimes.
then they may have decided they want to run away.
They run away.
And then they get another charge.
They get another charge, a charge for escape and or committing other crimes while they had escaped.
Which could be any number of things, stealing, murder, any of that.
Anything that came with a prison sentence of more than 6 months.
All right. All right, so the misdemeanors come with more than 6 months, don't they? Sometimes, don't
If
they?
it was more than 6 months, again, these other things have to have taken place. And again, the third would be if someone had been paroled, the parole had been revoked, and then they had other pending charges against them.
If they've been paroled and the parole
They have
had been taken away. Well, if they left without permission, if they ran away, the parole would be revoked, right? They did something to somebody in prison, they wouldn't be on parole. Okay, go on. So what's the next thing?
The third one was what I just said. If the prisoner has been up for parole or the parole has been revoked, they've been charged with other crimes during that process. They come up for parole between the time of those charges being disposed of. They would not be able to come up for parole until after that.
And so what is it? So this bill is based on one individual?
Well, one individual is a lot of notoriety behind it, but it's based on multiple cases around the state.
How many? Do you have any idea how many cases there
I
are?
don't have the exact number, but when we started going through this piece of legislation, this one individual was not the exception to the rule. There were other cases that followed along very similar issues.
Were they so we have that many people runaways? I mean, this person that we're focusing this bill on, what had he or she done?
He was actually serving 2 life sentences, and again, that's a case.
And so he was 2 life sentences, and then he was paroled, even though he'd had 2 life sentences.
Yeah, he was out, and while he was out of prison, he committed the 3 murders there in Marshall County.
Right. Okay. All right.
And again, that's the one that has the most notoriety behind it, because while he was waiting the trial for those 3 crimes, he was eligible for parole again for the previous crimes.
And he was, okay, so that was those cases, so he was eligible for parole. What I'm trying to get to is, you're saying there are a lot of cases like that?
I don't know that I would say a lot, but there's more than one. That's not the exception.
But how many, that's the point I'm trying to get to. Is this one incident? I mean, anytime a life is taken, or the opportunity to, I won't go there yet. But anyway, anytime a life is taken, that's one too many. In my, if that's what you're talking about, but you're saying because of that particular case, and you said there are many more like him. I'm trying to see, based on the thousands of people that we have in prisons, how many of those, where does that case, how many people, you don't have a lot of runaways. We have runaways. What is the percentage of runaways? And even those that run away generally, how many of those have committed those kind of crimes?
Well, and I think, on this case that we keep going back to, the one in Marshall County, I think it was the spotlight that just shined right on the loophole that's there and showed that we needed to fix it. And then when we started hearing some of the other things from some other cases, we realized that this isn't just the only one.
The loophole was, and so you're saying the loophole was the fact that he had.
The gentlewoman's time has expired. The chair now recognizes the gentleman from Jefferson County, Mr. Rogers.
Thank you.
Mr. Rogers, you've been recognized.
You know what? I'm just upset with the parole board. It's not you. I wanted to just serve note to you, but the parole board just give me, if I had never went down there, I went down there with good intentions to see how they operate. As a matter of fact, I used to know everybody on the parole board. I chaired the Prison Oversight Committee for years. And I worked with, as a matter of fact, I can tell you right now, several people at the prison, I got them hired. And we did that back in the day. I remember in this house where everybody was Democrat. We see all work together. But now, what bothers me is that when you said in prison, Dr. Kitchens, no, at UAB call everybody a doctor. You know why? I'll tell you why, because when you are there and somebody's a doctor, you miscall their name, you get mad, so I call everybody a doctor. And everybody a doctor. Dr. Jones, everybody a doctor, because you miss around and call somebody a doctor by their real name, you got an enemy for life, so I call everybody a doctor. I worked at UAB for years, I was vice president for years. So everybody to me was a doctor. Because I missed that one name, I didn't call him a Dr. Jones. They were mad at me for years, I didn't call him Dr. Jones. So if I call you a doctor, that means I call you that doctor. If I know you agree with people getting old in prison, right? I'll tell you what happened last time in prison, but last report I got on my desk now. It's an older prisoner in prison. They had a work stoppage, Sam. Prison, the old guy was sick. He's 85, he's 83 years old when he is. He's been in prison around for 40 years. He's sick. They still want him to do his work detail, but he couldn't do it. So a young prisoner got mad and then tried to make the old prisoner do something he couldn't do. So the guards got mad at the young prisoner, said, we're gonna break this work stoppage up. Went inside the prison cell, one of them died. Beat 3 prisoners to death. 1 died, 2 lived. But they sick in the hospital now with brain damage, internal bleed, internal injury. They airbagged about the UAB. The reason I know about it because they called me when it was going on. They showed me pictures where the guards had beat the prison so bad, trying to break up this work stuff and drug them out the cell. And I got pictures of my own where they got the blood trail dragging them out the cell. Now, that's wrong. All they did is say, we're not going to work today. And I don't know if you ever toured in prison. You toured in prison at all? Well, I mean, which one you toured?
I toured Limestone fairly recently, before we went in.
Well, you see how overcrowded they were where you went?
Mm-hmm.
Well, that's what I'm getting at. Now we talk. Now you see it. They so overcrowded. Why we want to keep rugging the system up? Now I understand the mass prison has been halted a little bit, but according to ACLU, they will have to reinstate. You know why? Because of bills that keep clogging the system up. They will have no choice. At that time, we don't need no parole board. Or you get a complaint from your district. They released John Jones the other day. He killed something. He got charged with drugs or something like that. We gonna have no sense over it. So why don't we try to find a way to alleviate the system by letting folks out instead of keeping them in the prison and plugging the system up? Now, I'm asking you a question. Can you imagine how much money you could make on a carton of cigarettes in prison? You know what the price of one cigarette is? Just guess.
I have no idea.
$25. You got to have $25 to buy one cigarette in prison. Think how much money you could make if you had a whole case, whole carton of cigarettes. You sell one cigarette for $25. And you got some prisoners who get money from home just like that. They had to get money to survive. And some prisoners, the family are not poor. They write home to their mom and dad and say, I got to have some money because I'm hungry. I've seen all the letters. I need money because I got to buy a law book. I want to study. If they got the money to send that child that money because the parents love their kids. You got one locked up, and they crying at home for money and buried. And Dr. Forty know what I'm talking about. He got a prison in his area. And my good friend, my lawyer back there, Lawyer Tim, he know what I'm talking about. If you send the money to a prison and he got a chance to buy a carton of cigarettes, a whole carton, hey, he don't want to get out of prison. He make more money in prison than getting out of prison. But there are some people who need to be out of prison, we won't let out. And what I'm scared of, your bill gonna keep plugging them up in there. And God knows, I'll tell you right now, if I had never been that parole board, I probably wouldn't be okay with this bill. I sat through 30 years. I never saw the prison now. They just put it on the screen. Said Robert Jones up for parole. You know what happened? The Attorney General sent a letter down there. He had to put it. Everyone, I don't care if they kiss their grandmama, went to heaven kissing grandmama. Don't let him out because he's a bad person. She a bad person. When this 80-year-old guy came up for parole, and the lady said, he's my grandfather. Good. He's in a wheelchair. He's on dialysis. He can't work, he's sick. Will you please let him come home so he can die with his family? She said, he did some bad things. He ought to be locked up, but the doctor got a doctor, he would not live longer than 3 months. Now, they'll let Billy Kid out. He never went to jail. I'm going to tell you, still live. He died outside. The man died in a wheelchair. The doctor, he had 3 months to live. So I said, well, cut the deal. He lived 3 months and a half, bring him back. I said, why didn't let him out? If he lived over 3 months, put him back in prison. They wouldn't even do that. Now, why you gonna keep a man in jail, dying at 3 months? The doctor said he will live might not live 3 months. You put in the family, and then they wanted, I mean, he might have been a bad guy back in his young days, but what a man in a wheelchair on Dallas that can't even walk, 80-something years old gonna do? He ain't gonna rob nobody. He ain't sell no drugs. He probably needs something for his pain, but he not gonna hurt anybody. We gotta have some compassion in this state for the sick and dying. That'll be less expense for us. You gotta pay for his medication while you're in prison. Let them pay for his medication outside the prison. Save money. That's all I'm asking, a little compassion. I'm telling you what, out of 40 to 50 prisoners, not one soul got out of there. If Jesus Christ had walked the hill, been sinning. They said, we don't like where you wearing your crown on your head or something. So anything. You're not getting out. We're going to throw you in the lounge, like Danny in the lounge then. You're not getting out. Denied.
Gentleman's time has expired. The
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Before the body is now on final passage of House Bill 131. The clerk will unlock the machine. The members will vote. Hey, Kyle. Yeah, I did. Yeah, I got you. Clerk will lock the machine, record the votes. 79 ayes, 23 nays, and the bill's given favorable report.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, members of the body.
Clerk will call the next bill in the special order calendar.
On page 60 of the calendar, House Bill number 45 with substitute by Representative Gray relating to public schools.
Chair recognizes the gentleman, Mr. Gray.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. HB 45 is the Southern Cardiac Arrest Prevention Act. And so what this do on the existing law, there's no protocol when it comes to signs and symptoms of sudden cardiac arrest. So this bill would establish an education portion for the student athlete, would require a form for the parents, and would basically require continuous training by the coaches.
Chair recognizes the gentleman from Pike County. Well, he just, okay. Chair recognizes the gentleman from Shelby County, Mr. Mooney. Speak on the BR.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd just like to say to Representative Gray how much I appreciate this bill being brought. We serve on the House Health Committee together, but quite honestly, his background in athletics, and I've been a little bit around it, but a lot with my children and all, this is something that's truly needed. We've been working for years trying to fund this type of thing, so what a blessing it's going to be if we get it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Question before the body is on adoption of the BIR. The clerk will unlock the machine. The members will vote.
Yes.
Clerk will lock the machine, record the votes. 103 ayes. The BIR is adopted.
I have a sub that I want to introduce. Sub.
There's nobody. Question for the body's adoption of the sub. All in favor vote aye. All opposed vote no. The clerk will lock the machine. The members will vote. Clerk will lock the machine, record the vote. 102 ayes. The sub is adopted.
Can I ask for final passage?
Questions on final passage of House Bill 45. All in favor vote aye. All opposed vote nay. The clerk will unlock the machine and members will vote. Clerk will lock the machine and record the vote. 102 ayes. The
And I
bill's
open it
given
up
favorable
for
report.
co-sponsors.
There's been a motion for, please unlock for co-sponsors. Lock the machine, record the co-sponsors. There are 65 co-sponsors.
All right, I'd like to thank the body.
Thank you. Clerk, call the next bill on the special order calendar.
Page 11 of the calendar, House Bill number 24 with substitute by Representative Ingram relating to crimes and offenses.
Chair recognizes the gentleman from
Thank you,
Montgomery.
Mr. Speaker. HB 24 is a public safety bill. It's been known as a panhandling bill or a laundering bill, but we've had over 800 people get run over on our state roads, pedestrians, due to this, for us having to do this in 2021. In 22, it's up, and we don't know the percentage in 24 yet. I mean, in 23 yet, because we hadn't gotten no stats. But it's a public safety bill. We've had a lot of people in the roads soliciting, laundering, mental health, drugs, et cetera. And this bill would make it unlawful to launder on a state-maintained road. And if there's any questions, I'll be glad to answer. But if not, I'm asking for the BR.
Thank you. The chair recognizes the gentlewoman from Madison, Ms. Hall.
And we're waiting on her. I do have an amendment coming that would put some language back in on the substitute.
Okay, the question now is for adoption of the BIR. All the members will vote aye, or oppose will vote no. The clerk will lock the machine. The members will vote. Clerk will lock the machine, record the vote. 99 ayes. The BIR is adopted. Now we're on the sub.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. If there's any questions, I'll be glad to answer on the sub.
The chair recognizes the gentlewoman from Madison, Ms. Hall, to speak on the sub.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. But gentlemen, yeah.
Certainly, yes, ma'am.
So I want to thank you for all of the work that you've done as it relates to what this bill looks like versus what it was when you started out. So when I read I guess what I call a synopsis on the substitute, it prohibited an individual from loitering on a public roadway, all right, and to remove the prohibition on pedestrian solicitation, employment, business, or contribution, all of that. Noted?
Yes, ma'am.
So tell me, what is the situation now, and what do you think you're trying to do, how that will be different?
Well, we have built a lot of mental health facilities in the last few years, Mobile, Montgomery, Huntsville, and most of the people that are in the road that we see, the panhandlers, are one of two things. Majority of them are either mental health or either have some addiction to drugs. And I want to get those people some help instead of, it's dangerous for either one of those categories walking in the middle of the road. With most of your state maintained roads are 55 miles an hour, or some of them 65 miles an hour. And we've had over 800 hit. And like I said earlier, in the state in 21. And so we need to have the option to be able to help them and get them to where they need to go, getting some mental health, or either get them in a shelter if they're homeless. And this new bill helps with that.
So I didn't see anything where it refers them or somebody is caught out there. Did I miss that?
On what?
I didn't see where there was conversation or it talks about the loitering, but I didn't see that there was services going. I missed that. There was right, transport the person accordingly accordingly to what?
Well, if they say they're having problems, they need, they're homeless, they'll take them to a shelter.
All right,
Have the option to take them to a shelter.
All right, so when they go to the shelter, if they go to the shelters like the ones in my area, at 7 o'clock in the morning, they're back out.
Well, I mean, I'm not talking about the jail right now. That's not the conversation. I'm talking about the shelter when they're on the side of the interstate and it's, 22 degrees outside and they're freezing, and they're trying to, get some help.
I
A lot of them are
understand.
sleeping under underpasses. And
I guess my thought from that perspective is that we take them on the criminal side, because this bill bases ahead and says crimes and offenses.
well, it was already offensive.
Right.
It was already
Right, and then there was a court ruling, because at one time there was conversation about them. They started the conversation as relates to this started out with individual panhandling, right?
I don't know the litigation part of that, to be honest with you. I just know that we've had a lot of problem throughout the state, especially in my area. And I know that there's lives being lost because they're in the middle of the road, and there's mental health and there's drugs. And we've lost a lot of lives because we, the legislature, don't want to, It's time to do something. It's getting worse. Every year, if I could show you a scale, then every year it's getting more and more people are getting.
But generally, those people that are out there in the road doing those things are panhandling. They're asking for money.
I think a lot of them are. A lot of them are addicted to drugs. A lot of them are asking for money. A lot of them just don't have anywhere to go. You know, and it's a lot of different hardships and a lot
And
of.
so, you know, we got lots of money in the state of Alabama. Lots of money.
And we've spent over $100 million over the last 3 or 4 years on mental health facilities. And I don't know that you would ask any of them on the side of the road panhandling or just lost or just looking for, you know, a meal if they know where these shelters are. And
I would agree. I would agree that that possibly is the case. And on the other side, that may not be. I just want to, you know, it's just another way of, if the officer offers to transport them to a shelter and they refuse to go, the next option is what?
Well, they have an option to ask them to leave. And if they don't want to leave, then they have the option to ask them to, well, let me take you to a homeless shelter or take you to a shelter. And if they don't leave, then they have an option to go to jail. And it's the same way basically now, except it it changes it to a Class 3.
And so my point is, really, we don't need this law, seriously, to get that done.
It does. If you look on in the law, it changes it to where it's illegal to be on a state highway, a state maintained road. That's the new part of this.
And see, in my mind, I'm thinking it's already illegal. If you walk out in the middle of the street, the traffic is going, that's illegal. You know that the cars are going back and forth there. So,
and really, if you think about it, if you look on the interstate, every time you get on an exit, you'll see no riding bicycles, no walking on the interstate, and they do that for public safety. And this basically is the same thing.
So you're going to put a sign up? Or you putting a sign up?
I think it'd be great. I think it's something we need to probably add to put up a sign, maybe. But you got a lot of miles of roads, and I think
if you're concerned about their lives and you're concerned about their mental well-being and their health.
I think it'd be a good idea for us to do something adding that. Just like we've added the signs, you know, don't ride in that left-hand lane, you know.
Let's not bring Mr. Patterson in his.
Oh, I'm not.
Okay, we want to talk about that at another time.
This bill is no different, basically, than, you know, asking people to wear their seatbelt. And it's a public safety bill. This is public safety. And this is not taking them to jail on the first offense or anything. It's taking them to where, you know, it gives them an option to leave the scene before they get run over, or we can take you to a shelter, or if you don't leave the scene, then we'll have to take further action.
Yeah, well, that was you mentioned wearing seat belts, and I remember the pushback with seat belts. So I guess I'm one of those people that's pushing back, because I think we spend so much of our time criminalizing actions that people are doing, and many times the other way of dealing with those actions is to try to make sure that we provide the resources that are necessary to help them to move. Now, you're not going to ever get 100%, no. But I do think many times the approach that we use right here is not always one in terms of providing the assistance and the resources. That means dollars, lots of them, but we can spend these dollars on other things that may not save that life or may not get that person that help that he or she needs. So my approach is that what are we doing on that side? Transporting them to a shelter is fine, but that shelter only has so much space.
We're not out of space in Montgomery yet, and we're continue to expand mental health, and we're continuing to fund agencies that addiction agencies, you know, and we're looking at things in Montgomery now, a facility to be able to have a one-stop shop for mental and all that. And I think they all do. But I don't think we need to wait before we get all of that. We'll never complete everything to fill all the needs to save lives, because you're talking about over 800 lives that were.
I agree. We are not on. I agree with you in terms of saving the lives, but also I know, and it didn't just start at this point for many of those individuals that are at that point. many of those individuals that they were challenged early on in life, their family life could cause them to be there. I mean, there are a number of things that may cause individuals to be where they are. My point is that we have to make sure on the other end that we are providing the resources and everything that is necessary for that individual to be a successful, viable individual within our community, living in a safe place. Kids, if they have children, their children are going to good schools, have highly qualified teachers. All of those things.
I agree.
And I think when we do that on the front end and do it well, we'll have less problems on this.
I agree.
But thank you.
Thank you. Yes, ma'am. Thank you for your comment.
The chair now recognizes the gentleman from Marengo, Mr. McCampbell.
It is. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the recognition. Will the gentleman yield?
Absolutely, sir.
Okay. I see what you wanting to do with this. Now, I'm from a rural area. Now, I do have Tuscaloosa, and we do have some panhandling up there in Tuscaloosa. And I noticed you said in Montgomery County, you all on outer space in your shelters and things of that nature.
Well, no, I don't think we're out of space. I think the one of the shelters have been moved. Salvation Army has been moved because of the water park, and they're putting some of the people in hotels now, but they're giving them the voucher for the hotel and putting them in a hotel. They're never going to turn anybody away. So I don't think they're out of space. They're in the process of building a new facility, but the mental health we have, and we have other facilities that are available for drug addictions. And I don't think we're out of space at all. No.
Okay. So the drug addiction issue and the mental health issue is a consideration that you're having in this bill.
Yes, sir.
And I see where you're saying it's going to be a Class C misdemeanor.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Now, and I don't, I see this as somewhat of a problem, because if a person is already down without the means or whatever to even feed themselves or have a adequate place for shelter,
but this is,
how are we going to expect them to be able to, we're creating them, putting them in a system then that, is already kind of crowded, but.
So that's a good question, but you know how the system works. It's up to the lawyer, up to the judge, whether they push that or not, or let them out or whatever, it's the same way. It's a violation now. It's against the law. It's go to jail, get bail, but that most of the time, 99% of the time, not unless it's a problem resisting arrest or you've done something to the officer or something like that, most of the time they just turn them out with no fine. And you know that. You know the judges. There's not a fine on that. It's an up to thing. It's not a maximum that you mandatory to give them a $500 fine or give them 6 months in jail or 3 months in jail or whatever the lawyer wants, the judge wants to do. It's a minimum. It's no minimum. It's just a maximum.
Okay.
So, the 30 days or the 24 hours, that's up to the judge. And the judge, how the jails are now, they're not going to keep them. They don't want them. They don't want the medical. It's just a deterrent. And it's just like anything else. The judge is going to do what they want to do. And me and you know that.
And so.
It's just a deterrent.
Just a deterrent. Okay. And I guess down in my area, I don't really see a lot of panhandlers. But when I do go to the other area of my district in Tuscaloosa, I do see that, and it's, you know, on a lot of different corners. Now, when I go to Birmingham, it's a lot more prevalent.
Right.
And now I'm just telling you what I've seen. In Tuscaloosa, I have seen some that are panhandling, that are driving some real nice cars.
Exactly.
And things of that nature. So, you know, I guess it's, I know it's a problem. I don't know that criminalizing it is going to, you know, be the effective way of solving it, because I think a lot of people that are down on their luck or having problems generally will have some of these underlying issues that you mentioned.
Yes.
The mental health issues or the addiction issues. And so I think one of the things that you may want to consider as we look at this is kind of guiding and directing how we will begin to work on, you know, giving them the material and the things that they need in order to get back into society. I don't know that charging them that $500 and then they aren't able to pay it, and then,
like I say, it's not a mandatory $500, you know, that's up to the judge. And I don't know that any judge has ever, that I've heard of, that's charged them that. Most of the time they just, you know, send them, let them out on their own and let them go, you know.
And that may be the case, but I promise you, there's going to be some judge somewhere.
I don't know that they want them in the jail.
No, the jails don't want them. I can guarantee you the sheriffs in the area, they don't want that additional body in the jail, because that only means that now you've got to separate them from, you know, the real violent criminals, and those are the things that we actually deal with. So those were just some of the concerns I had about this. So I don't know yet how I'm going to feel about it when it's time to vote, but I have concerns, some concerns about it. Okay, thank you.
For your comments. Yes, sir.
The chair now recognizes the gentleman from Lee, Mr. Lovin.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Just want to announce about the House Rules Committee will be meeting right now in room 617. Room 617. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The chair now recognizes the gentleman from Barber, Mr. Fort.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Me and you good friends, so I know you're going to yield to me.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Me and your district, all the way from Bullitt County to Montgomery County line, me and your district meet up together.
Went to school in Bullitt County.
Been knowing you back when you was on the county commission. I used to be on the county commission too, been knowing you a long time.
Yes, sir.
Let me ask you two questions. 431, you know how all the traffic is every day going to Florida.
Yes, sir.
It'd be like that most year round now, folks going vacation. We got these girls and boys out there on 431, car wash, waving sound, $5, $6, where they want to charge. Is this a local bill or a statewide bill?
It's a statewide bill, but they could still get a permit. The current law, I mean, it allows them to go get a permit on that. So that wouldn't prohibit them at all. And if you're out there with an organization, you know, if it's a school or something, they definitely would want to have that permit for liability reasons in case somebody runs into them or whatever. So most of the time, 99% of the time, If it's a school or an organization, they won't
Right.
have that dot.
They raising money to go on trips. And I pull in and say, well, I can get my car cleaned up for $5. I pull in and give them sometimes $10. Yeah.
That's not going to prohibit them.
All
They can
right.
still
How
get
about
the
these?
same
How
price.
about these religious folk? Got these religious signs up standing.
Yeah, same way.
They
They
ain't
can
gonna-
still get their permit the same way. Yes, sir. It's the same deal. It just makes it lawyering.
If I go downtown on 431 Monday morning, we won't be here. And I want to get out there with a religious sign, say pray for peace and all that. I got to go get a permit.
Well, that's what most of them do anyway. So just to kind of protect their church, if they're doing it for a church or whatever. So yeah, you get a permit for ALDOT to do that.
Okay.
And definitely if it's a school or something.
I do know you're having a problem here in Montgomery, but and
it's not only Montgomery.
You said it's 800 lives been lost.
No, I said there was 801 people that had been run over.
Run over?
Yeah.
This in your county?
No, sir. That's in the state.
No, ain't nobody been run over. And don't somebody get run over my
We've
time.
had over 8 in Montgomery in 18 months.
Yeah.
Get run over.
Yeah. Well, we got this particular man.
We've got a lot of them. It's really a problem in Montgomery and in other counties as well. And Jefferson County is a problem.
Yeah, you got a bad problem in Montgomery because I'm traveling I live on Chantilly Parkway down there, so I see it all the time.
It's a growing problem throughout this country.
And I'm probably gonna vote for your bill, but I just wondering, this should have been a local bill instead of a statewide bill.
No, sir. I mean, well, it's happening throughout the state. You see it because you're in Montgomery, but you're not in other areas. It's mostly around the interstate areas.
But I thought y'all had a city ordinance in Montgomery County about that.
No, I don't know, but this is it's hard to hold and enforce a law that's a state law when you're low in law enforcement as it is. The city of Montgomery is almost down 150 law enforcement. But this gives it just on state highways, nothing to do with county, nothing to do with the city. This just gives us the traction to be able to save some lives and to enforce it. Yes, sir.
I'm in Montgomery half of the year, so I'll see this every day, just like you see it every day. And like somebody just got here and said, they see some of them driving a brand new car, and a lot of folks say it's nothing but a racket. So they're making all kind of money. They make $400 or $500 a day. They all dressed up. Sometimes they have the pretend she's pregnant.
That's right. And be a pillow under there or something.
Got a pillow under there.
I tell you, I saw something the other day on the corner of the bypass and Troy Highway. I traveled that area a lot, several times during the day, and there was 2 boys, probably one of them may have been in his late 20s, another one in his 30s, and I saw them 3 or 4 times coming through there, and then I saw them getting in a King Ranch Ford truck in front of the steakhouse about 4 or 5 hours after I saw them the first time. So, I know they're not having any problems other than trying to make a little extra cash, probably.
That's a good hustler, ain't it? Making that kind of money.
But it's also really dangerous being
I know
out
it's
there.
dangerous. It is
You
dangerous.
get on the bypass and you're, 55 miles an hour, and they're walking in and out of turning lanes. It's problematic.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. If me and you weren't good friends, I'd vote against it.
Thank you, man. I appreciate that. Thank you, sir.
The question is now on adoption of the sub. All in favor vote aye, all opposed vote no. The clerk will unlock the machine and members will vote.
Pick it up.
Clerk will lock the machine, record the votes. 90 ayes, 3 nays. The substitute is adopted. The chair now recognizes the gentlewoman from Jefferson, Ms. DeBose. The Rules Committee has the right to meet at any time. You don't have to suspend the rules for the Rules Committee. Just for the rules, yes, sir. I understand, but the new rules say that the Rules Committee can meet at any time. Yep. Thank you. Gentlewoman from
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for your recognition. And I'd like to present what I believe is a friendly amendment. And all this amendment does is unstrike some existing code that was struck through in the original bill and allow that language to remain in the law. Instead, this amendment would keep current code in place and just add loitering prohibition on public roads in its own section.
Mr. Speaker, this is a friendly amendment. This has been asked on both sides of the aisle, and this, I think it's a real fair amendment to leave the original language back in. This just unstrikes it and puts it back in. Doesn't change the structure of the bill at all.
You just need one copy?
The clerk will receive the amendment.
Amendment to House Bill number 24 by Representative DuBose.
Now, Roger. The chair now recognizes the gentlewoman from Madison on the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. With Lady Yield, make sure I'm understanding, that I'm understanding what you're doing. On page 1, under the word loiters, are you re-adding lines 27, 28, 29, and 30? Are you re-adding those? I mean,
Loiters remains or wanders about in a public place for purpose of begging.
So you're putting that back?
Yes.
All right, and then on page, is that it? And then on page 4, are you doing that? You said the lines that were taken out.
Yes, we're putting those back in, that on page 4. No person shall stand on a highway for the purpose of soliciting employment. That whole sentence.
Okay. All right. So, and based on what we started out with, what is the impact on this bill now? That was.
So we're adding the misdemeanor.
Because I'm trying to see how that impacts what's on page 3, the violations and all of it. Because you see on page 3, if you go to page 3, line 63, it starts, you're putting it back as it was when it was introduced. Oh, all right.
Yeah, I don't see one on page 3.
What I'm trying to do is have some, or maybe I should go back over here. What I'm trying to do is to go to understand we're moving back to where we were originally.
On some of the lines that were taken out that didn't need to be.
So
they had struck through some of the code and then they ended up putting it back in. They didn't need to take it out.
So when you, okay, so, all right, so when you say the loiters, you're putting back the one that wander about in on public places, roadways maintained for the purpose of begging. You're adding that back.
Mm-hmm.
All right, I'm just trying to see so when you add that back, what does that do? Because then when you go, loiters or remains in public place for the purpose of gambling.
It just puts it back to the way it had always been. It was just in the process of making this law, they struck that out unnecessarily.
So tell me, so then based on when you add it back, what is the intent? The intent. So you're saying before you were saying loiters didn't have a right to be on the way, now you're saying they do have a right to be on the highway.
No, they really still don't. It's the same.
Maintained by the state of the right is a public road maintained by the state. Loiters or remain or wander about, hold on just a minute, or wander about in or on a public place for the purpose of begging, you are putting that back. That roadway, and the new information would be roadways of a state or the right-of-ways of a public roadway maintained by the state.
Yeah, maintained by the state, that part's new. Maintained by the state,
I got
that's new.
All right. So then when you identify what loitering is on page 3, starting at line 63. You know, these are talking about the violations, the different, it starts on, I guess, who the loiters are. And then when you get to the page 3, these are the violations. I was just trying to see what's your, maybe I'm looking for the rationale for what you just did. And your rationale for doing it, you said it's just because it shouldn't have been. But so when you were in committee, did they decide it shouldn't have been? I mean,
Well, for example, this B on page 4, no person shall stand on a highway for the purpose of soliciting employment. It's about 4 lines long. No person shall stand on a highway for the purpose of soliciting employment, business, or contributions from the occupant of any vehicle, nor the purpose of it. All that was redlined, and I noticed that.
Okay, so but this is taken out.
Well, it was redlined when I read the bill, and then I talked to Representative Ingram, and he said, "Oh, we're going to put that back in. That was redlined by mistake." And so I said, "Well, I'd like to carry that because I think that is important. It should go back in."
So in addition to, see, this is the part I'm trying to understand. I'm trying to understand what was done and then why was it done. So lines 27, you're saying was redlined originally? I mean, when it came out of committee? Okay, so that was redlined on the line 27 and 28. So what does a red line usually represent when it
was what?
When it's in the committee, what does that red line represent?
Well, I wasn't in the committee. It was redlined. It was struck out, and now we're putting it back in. It was not unnecessarily taken out. I think that's how you would say it. And now it's going back to the original way it was.
Is the same thing true on page 4, 85 through 90?
Page 4. $85.
On page 4 at the top of the page.
Mine's renumbered differently because you may have the sub and I don't have the sub, but
I'm looking at the substitute.
I know I don't have the sub in front of me. I have the one before the sub, so I don't have that line number, but.
So, okay, the part that I'm looking at, it says starts part B.
Right. Yes, that's the one I've been talking about, B. Mine says B on page 4.
Right. And that part says no person shall stand on a highway for the purpose of establishing employment, business, or contribution from occupants of any vehicle, not for the purpose of distributing any, all of that.
That was in the code, then it was struck out. Now I'm putting it back in. I would like for it to go back in.
And tell me why you're doing that.
It wasn't it was unnecessarily struck out. It was in the code originally. It's good law. We don't need to take it out.
So if that's the case, then only the new information is A person commits a crime for loitering if he or she does, one, loiter, and all of these things that are on page 2.
Okay.
Right? And then on page 3, then you have the violations. What happened? And the process by which they action may be taken against them. On page 3, it violates the second, I'm just saying this is all violations. These are all of the things that happens if you violate this.
The lady's time has expired. If you got another question, you can.
I'm just in my mind trying to understand. She was saying things were taken out that was not, so.
Representative Rogers, you want to speak on the floor amendment? You want to speak on the floor amendment?
All right, Mr. Speaker, if there's no other questions on the floor amendment, I offer this, I accept it as a friendly amendment.
I move to vote on the friendly amendment.
Okay, the sponsor says it is a friendly amendment. Clerk, unlock the machine, record the votes. Clerk will lock the machine, record the votes, 94 ayes, 0 nays, 6 abstentions. Amendment has been adopted.
Mr. Speaker, I ask we pass the sub as amended. There's no further questions. Final passage.
Question for the body is final passage of HB 24. The clerk will unlock the machine, record the votes. Clerk will lock the machine, record the votes. 90 ayes, 0 nays, 12 abstentions. HB 24 has passed.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you.
Clerk, call next bill.
On page 16 of the calendar, Senate Bill number 52 by Senator Orr relating to education.
Chairman Baker, you're recognized.
Thank you so much for the recognition, Mr. Speaker. Members, this bill is a bill involving education. This involves school employees. Currently, certain school employees are trained and authorized to administer injectable medications for specified medical conditions. The one medical condition specified in current code is for diabetes. This bill would add adrenal insufficiency as a medical condition for which certain trained school employees would be able to administer injectable medication. With that, Mr. Speaker, then I'd be glad to entertain any questions on this. I move for adoption of the BIR.
That is questions, adoption of the BIR. Clerk will unlock the machine and members will vote. Clerk will lock the machine, record the votes. 102 ayes, 0 nays. BR has been adopted. Chairman Baker.
Thank you so much, Mr. Speaker. With that, Mr. Speaker, I'd be glad to take any questions. If not, then I would move for final passage of the bill.
That is questions, final passage of SB 52. Clerk will unlock machines and the members will vote. Clerk will lock the machines, record the votes. 104 ayes, 0 nays. SB 52 has passed.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and members of the body.
Thank the chairman. Clerk, call the next bill.
On page 48 of the calendar, House Bill 52 with substitute by Representative Drummond related to pardons and paroles.
Representative Drummond, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This bill right now, the pardons and parole can establish any one of their centers as a transitional center. This bill will simply establish one of those centers for females. That's the bill. Call for the BIR.
That is question is a BR of HB 52. Clerk will unlock the machine. Members will vote. Clerk will lock the machine. Record the votes. 100 ayes, 0 nays. BR has been adopted. Representative Drummond.
If there are no further questions, Mr. Speaker, I call substitute. Move for the substitute.
Here to explain the sub.
Yes, sir. The sub, what it says is that one of which must be a women's facility named the Women's Care Facility. That's the sub. Call for the BIR. On the sub, I'm sorry.
Mr. Rogers, you want to speak on the sub? Sir?
Let me say it's a pardon and parole to reentry women.
It's part of the parole bill. Anything with part of
John,
parole
what
bill.
am I?
Anything with part of parole bill, I'm against. Okay, who bring it down, y'all? I love you to death, but it said part of the parole.
John, if you, we ready to go, John. Now you got. This is for women, John.
Hey, it's a part of parole, woman. Let me see you on the radio. Now you voted against it. I ain't voted against it. Okay. Hey, I not voted.
John, you being cut off.
It said part of parole. It said part of parole.
It is a re-entry for women, John.
I love it. I love women. I'm all for the women.
Let me ask you this, John. Do you love this woman?
I love you, woman. I love all women.
If you love this woman, you ought to go take your seat and just love on her from afar.
Just take the part. There's no bitch part of the rule.
John.
Yeah, baby.
Okay then. I love you too.
I love you. There's no bitch part of the rule. It's all right with me. I think.
Okay, you heard the explanation of the adoption of the sub.
Mr. Speaker, call for the adoption of the sub.
Clerk will unlock the machine and the members will vote. Clerk will lock the machine and record the votes. 100 yeas, 0 nays. The sub has been adopted. Representative Drummond.
Mr. Speaker, we call for the final passage of the sub.
That is the final passage of the bill as substituted. Clerk will unlock the machine, record the votes. Clerk will lock the machine, record the votes. 104 ayes, 0 nays. HB 152 is passed.
Thank you, members, and thank you, John Rogers.
Clerk, call next bill.
On page 7 of the calendar, House Bill number 85 by Representative Wood D relating to taxation.
Representative Wood, you are recognized.
Thank you for the recognition, Mr. Speaker. Body, this bill simply allows you the ability, if you are getting a state refund, you may direct some of that money, all of that money, to 3 different places: state parks, mental health, or Medicaid. And with that, I'd ask for the BIR.
Next question is the BIR on HB 85. Members, clerk will unlock the machine. Members will vote. Clerk will lock the machine, record the votes, 101 ayes, 0 nays. BR has been adopted.
Favor vote.
Representative Wood.
Thank you. If there are no questions, I would ask for final passage.
That is question of final passage of HB 85. Clerk will unlock the machine and members will vote. Clerk will lock the machine, record the votes, 102 ayes, 0 nays. HB 85 has passed.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, body.
Thank the lady. Clerk, call next bill.
On page 58 of the calendar, House Bill number 166 with substitute by Representative Moore P. relating to alcoholic beverages.
So, ladies and gentlemen, if you remember last year or year before, we brought a bill relating to curbside and home deliveries. There was an amendment tacked on in the Senate that inadvertently changed the threshold limits for curbside, and my bill right here will just put that threshold back to where it is for home deliveries. And Mr. Speaker, if there are no questions, I move for the BIR.
Chair recognizes the gentleman from Montgomery, Representative Ingram.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Gentleman yield.
Yes, sir.
So we put this on because of COVID, but COVID's gone, basically. We don't have any restrictions now, do we? But we did home delivery because of COVID, right?
Well, that was one of the reasons.
One of the reasons. What was the other reason?
Well, it's just more convenience. You know, it changing the times. You know,
so we're
making things more
expanding it.
convenient.
So what does the bill do to expand it?
It changes the threshold of how much they're allowed to actually bring home or pick up from the curbside. Which
So explain
that's
that
what,
threshold. Explain that threshold that we're expanding, where it is now and what the bill does.
Sure. So essentially, I'm sorry.
Explain the threshold of what it is now and what we're expanding it to.
Yes. So currently, we are. It was inadvertently put at 1 liter, and we are going to 9,000 milliliters, which is equal to what it is for home delivery.
So explain milliliters. I don't understand. Is that how many gallons? I mean, I didn't take that part of it. Can you explain if it's 4 gallons or a gallon of beer or what is
It's
that?
roughly about 11 pounds.
11 what?
11 pounds.
So you're going to serve, deliver, you can't deliver any more than 11 pounds of beer?
It's a different threshold for beer, it's the equivalent of 120 or 12-ounce containers of beer. If it's wine, it is the equivalent of
120
12.
12-ounce containers?
Yes.
So we're going to expand that to that?
Yes, that's what it was currently. When we passed it a couple years ago, that's what it was. And there was an amendment tacked on in the Senate that inadvertently changed some of those numbers. And when those numbers changed, that threshold did. So my bill is just putting it back to where it was.
So today, putting it back to where it was, and it's only for beer and wine, right?
Thank you for that.
Is it only beer and wine?
1,000 liters equals 1 liter. So 9 liters equals 2.3 gallons.
2.3 gallons. That's a lot of beer to sit down and drink.
I appreciate someone doing the math for me because I was not very smart in math.
So is it, my question right now, I guess, while you're looking the other one up, is it just beer and wine?
It also includes up to, but does not exceed 9,000 milliliters for spirits.
For spirits?
Yes.
So spirits would be alcohol?
Yes, liquor.
Yeah. So, and the people that are delivering this, what are the restrictions on them delivering it age-wise?
Or they have to be 21 years old.
They have to be 21, and they have to get a copy of the person that they're delivering it to's ID?
Yes.
That's the statute now, because the only thing you're doing is
mine
adjusting the
strictly
volume.
changes the volume.
So the
put it back
adjusting the volume,
until we passed.
we're going to go to 3 gallons of beer, basically. 3 gallons of beer, and where it is now is what?
Currently where it is now is,
So you think we need to expand it? There's been a lot of people that didn't get enough when they delivered it before?
was 1,500.
It was 1,500 milli?
Yes, and that's what it was inadvertently put as.
So there wasn't enough. That wasn't enough for one person to drink, I don't guess.
I reckon
they need
not.
3 gallons of beer at a time. Because you can make delivery 2 deliveries a day or 3 deliveries a day, right?
But that, we have a sub that changes that to a 1 in 24-hour period of time.
So your sub is you can only deliver it to that house, that one location?
This bill strictly relates to curbside pickup, not home delivery.
Okay, okay.
Yes.
So you see a need of being able to, on the curbside, this was Gil's old bill originally, right?
No, this was actually Representative Sell's bill.
Oh, was it? Okay.
Yes.
All right. Well, you know how I feel about alcohol delivery.
Yes.
So no hardship, I hope.
Yeah.
No more questions.
No,
Thank you,
thanks.
Mr. Speaker.
Sure, thanks, the gentleman. Chair recognizes the lady from Jefferson, Representative Van.
Listen, help me understand this. A few years ago, I've passed alcohol bill before. Back then, that's when it used to be real rough on alcohol bills. We've had members that almost get to fighting over alcohol bills, so it just shows you how the times have changed. I remember a colleague last year came, I think maybe a year before, and his bill expanded to the food trucks to be able to purchase alcohol. This is my personal opinion. I think we are getting so far way out there now with the sale of alcohol in the state of Alabama. We have ABC stores. COVID is over. I understood what was going on during the pandemic and the crisis.
Sure.
But it seems like now there's one alcohol bill. We are now expanding beyond just wine to now open up to liquor sales. And I just have a problem with that it's such a free for all for alcohol sales here in the state of Alabama. We have ABC stores. We have all these mom and pop stores, and we have independent liquor stores, and they're prevalent. You can't walk into a pharmacy now without the first thing you walk into when you walk into a pharmacy is alcohol.
You see the wine.
You see the wine.
Mhm.
When you go purchase gas, it's almost a maze to get to the counter to pay for your gas because you're able to buy liquor, not only alcohol, but liquor in a lot of service stations, your gas stations. So I guess I'm just trying to see when does it stop that we're going to be continuing a cycle of that everything can be sold interstate commerce, through the mail, home delivery, alcohol and liquor to our homes. I don't knock anyone who drinks. I at one time I will partake, and I may partake sometime in the future. That's just a choice I've made for myself the last 2.5 years not to.
Me as well.
So, but I guess I'm just concerned, when does it stop? Because I just see everywhere you go now, it's liquor, alcohol. One of the reasons I stopped going to so many other receptions here, I maybe go to 2 receptions a year. If I do 3, it's because everywhere I go, when you walk into a door, there's a wine glass, there's liquor.
Yeah.
And that was one of the reasons I made a choice to stop going to so many receptions, because of the wine and because of the liquor, the alcohol consumption. But again, that's my personal choice. So my question is, what's next? And how far does this bill span with the sale of alcohol? Because like I said, it used to be a time we would bring an alcohol bill. We had members that would be about to fight each other. Security would have to be in here standing down in the hallway. I mean, our head of security would be on post because he would know that it was going to be just that intense. Mr. Hamilton.
Yeah.
So now it's just alcohol. So if you just would help me understand this bill.
What all this does is the bill we passed this past year.
For COVID.
Well, it was really after COVID, but it is based on convenience really now. But
that's why we have convenience stores. That's why we have ABC
The threshold inadvertently got changed for curbside delivery from what it was to home delivery. They were equal, and then there was an amendment tacked on in the Senate, and it inadvertently, the language changed the curbside delivery to be a different threshold from the home delivery.
Let me tell you what's going to happen. After a while, just like we see in our communities where so many stores, department stores are shutting down, we're going to keep making things so convenient to the consumer, we're going to start that these folks who may be in the business of selling alcohol are going to start shutting down. So I just want to just caution, members. And again, when I come here, I'm saying it because I have a constituency base and a fan club that listens to me regularly. But I'm also saying this because there has to be an ending point to something. And I hope we would go back to a day where we used to have task force. Leadership would assign or create certain task force to look into things. And hopefully we will get back to where we might have a task force for moving forward assigned to some of these things that would bring back opinions and recommendations. And that as we begin to continue to craft this legislation, we can begin to look at maybe putting these things into a different perspective or creating better guidelines and parameters, because right now it's a free-for-all. It's certainly a free-for-all for the sale of alcohol. And again, I'm not anti-alcohol at all. I sponsored a bill. But as a matter of fact, bill was first bill after I don't know how many years I was here, been able to pass bill after bill, got to that bill, blew up, missed it by 1 or 2 votes on the BR. Got it right back up the next day, and Representative Klaus put an amendment on it, and I moved it right on out. But it was a tough issue.
Okay. Well, it's something I'd be happy to sit down and look at seeing how we can address it with you.
Well, I'm not, I said that we used to do a task force here. And I'm hoping, I said, we hopefully on critical issues that arise, that we'll start having those task force, that we can maybe start looking at this, because there has to be an end all to some of this stuff, or it has to be crafted. Because right now we're about to increase the amount or a threshold that will be delivered to the homes of a consumer. I'm still trying to figure out why there needs to be an increase. And especially now where we are beyond the pandemic. And I believe in the convenience of being all of my friends, they drink wine. My family, I have a problem with that. I don't make my problems your problems. Right. But I do have a concern with the free flow of alcohol. And I said this last year. We didn't need a food truck when there's a convenience store that someone can walk into and get some wine or get some liquor or alcohol. Why do we have to create it where you just can come up and buy liquor off a food truck? So I feel the same way about this bill, but help me understand this threshold that you're speaking of, the increase.
Sure. So like I said before, there was an amendment tacked on in the Senate that inadvertently changed it, because when we initially passed this bill out of this body, it was equal from how much you could have curbside to how much you could have home delivery. And that amendment changed the threshold for curbside delivery. And so what my bill does is bring it back up to where it's equal to the home delivery.
And I guess my question to you is, do we have the numbers? Is there a consumer report? I don't know if is our ABC, the board, involved in any of these discussions?
Yes, they actually helped write this bill.
So I would like to get a report from them. I would like to see what the sales of alcohol looks like, curbside and or a home delivery, or in particular home delivery, over the course of the last year and a half since we started adopting legislation such as this. Okay. Again, I just think it's getting to be a problem, problematic, and I just have a lot of concern about it. It's just, we have kids, you have young kids in the households, but it's not even that. I'm looking at it from a practical business standpoint. After a while, what will happen to those mom and pop stores? Because I'm beginning to see now where you're having these even the mom and pop liquor stores that are closing down. Why? Because, hey, I don't have to go to the liquor store. I can order it, and I got a fifth of vodka right here in my house. I got a fifth of gin right here in my house. I can go to the wherever. And so, I just think that we just, again, need to look at that, take a hard look at it. I would, again, To each his own. As my uncle would say, I don't even pour folks drinks. You pour your own troubles. That's on you. But again, as a consumer, I just think that we should be use wise judgment, wise stewards, because now it's alcohol. It's just a free for all. So I just think if that's the case, we just need to open up a bill, change the time to purchase alcohol on Sundays, and just take off the restrictions or any prohibition on alcohol at this point. Because right now we've opened this state up so much to there's no need for any restrictions.
Chair thanks the lady. Chair recognizes the gentleman from Houston, Chairman Lee.
Do have some questions.
Okay.
So this is curbside only, correct?
Correct.
So give me the number that it is today.
The number,
I guess, liters, whatever your measurement is.
So currently, it is 375 milliliters per customer, but we are expanding.
Hold on, 375.
Well, hold on.
375.
It's 1 liter.
3.785 is what a gallon's equal to.
It's 1 liter currently, and the threshold will go back up to 9,000 milliliters. 9 liters, excuse me.
Convert it into gallons.
2.3. I'm not a math whiz.
So but I think on the bill it says 3785. It doesn't say 3.785. Did I read that correctly?
Where was
somewhere,
that?
Maybe it was on here. I read somewhere just a few minutes ago it said 3785 rather than 3.785.
I'm not sure.
So today, how much can you pick up at a curbside?
So are you talking about beer or wine? Or
both, I guess.
So beer is the equivalent of 120 or 12 ounce containers within
120 12-ounce containers.
Yes.
120 beer.
Does not exceed that equivalent.
120, that's 20 six-packs.
Yes.
Is that not enough? That's today?
Well, if you're having a party for someone, that will go through pretty quickly. I mean, in today's world, it does.
Well, if they're going through 20 six-packs in a day,
if you have,
I think I would go somewhere. Well, they may need to make 2 trips. That's a lot of beer. So tell me about the other. I mean, I'm not.
The wine.
Okay, wine
is.
Wait a minute. Today it's 20.
Do what?
Today we've gathered that it's 20 six-packs. And you're wanting to go to what?
It's going to 9,000 milliliters to be the equivalent of what it was when we initially passed it.
9,000 milliliters divided by 3.785. That's a lot. That's a lot. That is a tremendous amount.
It's yeah.
So we're only talking about two alcohol. I mean, beer and wine. Well, tell me about the requirements today that are required for the driver or those that are in the car as far as age is concerned.
Of course, they have to be 21 years old.
Does everyone in the car have to be that age?
Yes. That's what we passed in the initial bill. That is not what my bill pertains to. So my bill only changes the threshold.
But does it have in the previous bill that everyone in the car has to be 21 years of age or older?
It says, by reviewing it, according to my knowledge, that bill does state that.
Okay, we talked about the beer. What about the wine? How much does that increase?
So the amount delivered will not exceed the 9,000 milliliters or the equivalent of 12 750 milliliter bottles of wine.
So basically, you're saying this is for someone that's going to have a party or something and carrying it
Yes.
to wherever. So that's curbside.
Correct.
So what is it today for home delivery?
It was what was stated in the original bill that we passed, which was, let me go back and look.
No, I know, I'm just trying to get a comparison of the two. One case,
I
one case of
I
wine.
don't remember exactly what it was in the original.
Only
bill.
wine.
It was only wine.
Okay. So what is this above one case to go pick up, or is it the same?
I'm sorry.
Today, what you're trying to change it to, as far as pickup, how much is it compared to a case of wine?
Well, I don't know how much a case comes in a wine. I don't, some is 4, some is 6. You know, I'm not quite sure. I do know what we are changing it, wanting to change it to, like I said, would not exceed 9,000 milliliters total, or the equivalent of 12 750 milliliter bottles.
Okay. So are you amenable to an amendment that may be coming here in just a few minutes to confirm and make sure that everyone in the car is 21 years of age or older?
Yes.
Okay. I think that there's one coming, and I'm just trying to make sure that, is it ready? I'm done. Okay, thank you.
Chair thanks the gentleman. Chair recognizes the gentleman from Madison, Leader Daniels.
Gentleman, you.
I will.
So I know we've been dealing with the alcohol issue for some time. I do recall a number of members in the legislature working on different pieces of legislation. I remember back in 2015 when there was a task force, as Representative Gavan mentioned, there was a task force created to look at microbreweries, and I've certainly been a proponent of that. I do feel that from a business perspective, I know that those individuals that are positioning themselves to oppose this, it's more of a competition thing than anything. But I do believe in the free market and creating innovative opportunities. Now, I don't drink myself. However, I know
Really don't
individuals
either.
that do, but I don't stand in the way of folks that decide to make that particular choice. From a revenue perspective, do we have any data on during the pandemic regarding curbside? Do we have any data on its impact, positive or negative impact from a revenue standpoint?
You know, that was something that Representative Gavan brought up, and I would be glad to check on that from the ABC to see if there is any data, but I don't have any of that currently on hand.
Okay.
I would be interested to know that myself.
Now, I'm certainly in support of your bill, so do understand that.
Yeah.
Because for one, I do think it's safer. Would you rather a person go and sit at a bar or somewhere and drink for 4 or 5 hours and then drive? Or would you rather them get it at home and where they feel very comfortable and safe, and have a drink at that point? I would prefer them having it at home, right? And being able to be within their own home, which prevents a potential accident long term. And so I do support the idea. I understand the business component. I do have folks that I know that actually been proponents of this, especially some large grocery stores and others. And so I do understand the reason behind this. And so I guess for me, I think oftentimes when individuals come to the microphone, they ask a few questions about the impact from an economic standpoint, or what have you. And so I like I said, I do believe in the free market, free enterprise in general. And I believe that some folks make adjustments to their business models in order to be competitive and more profitable. And I support that. But for me, from a safety standpoint, I would much rather have them be able to have this option as opposed to choosing another option that will lead to, in many instances, a bad situation all the way around. And so certainly support this piece of legislation, support you. Thank you for your efforts on this, and looking forward to, I'm certain that there are going to be a lot more discussion around this particular issue and possibly some amendments. And so whether you support alcohol or not, I think that from a safety standpoint, this is a better way of doing it.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Sure, thanks, gentlemen. Question for the body now is adoption of the BIR. Clerk will unlock the machines and members will vote. Clerk will lock the machine, record the vote. 71 ayes, 16 ayes. BIR is passed. Representative Moore.
Mr. Speaker, we have the substitute, adopt a substitute.
Care to explain substitute?
So the only, the change with the substitute was to only say that you can do it once within a 24-hour period of time.
That's the explanation of the substitute. Representative. Representative Cavan, you want to speak on the substitute? Okay. And the question for the body is the Chair recognizes the gentleman from Montgomery, Representative Ingram.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Gentleman Yule.
Yes, sir.
How would you track this? If you go to another store or whatever once in a 24-hour period, how is that tracked? I mean, is there a database on that every store has got that you hadn't been able to, you've already been to one store? How is it tracked if you got a different shift? You know, I have a store but I don't sell alcohol, but I got a shift change at 2 o'clock. What if I come back? I mean, how do they maintain the integrity of that if you said only once in a 24-hour period when some stores have 3 shifts? How does that track?
Well, it pulls your license. It shows.
It pulls your license. I know you show your license.
Right here, it says, in a single 24-hour period, except a restaurant licensee liquor sales.
So they scan it in a database?
Yeah, if you scan your license.
So if they go out to the car.
It validates that you are of 21 years old, so they're supposed to. They scan your license, it lets them know whether you're 21 years old or not.
I don't buy alcohol, but I have been behind people that bought it, but I've never seen them. I've checked their ID, but I've never seen them run it through the scanner to see if.
They're supposed to scan to validate.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
In a country store that don't even have scanners, you know, I don't know how they do that. I don't have scanners at my store, but.
Okay.
But
what do you sell?
So
alcohol?
there's a database in that thing. I know they scan to see if you're of age, the barcode on the back of your driver's license. I believe that. And I didn't know that process, but does it have a database in there that it says, ding, 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 you've already bought it 23 hours ago?
I'm not sure.
You're not sure?
It does.
So how are we passing laws that we're not sure this is going to be a 24-hour period? And I've come back.
It's controlled by the ABC board.
It's controlled by the ABC board. I thought it was controlled by the store. So you ain't got anybody at ABC store.
ABC oversees it.
They oversee the sale of liquor too, yeah. But if I remember right, they really wasn't supportive the last time this came up. But I don't know that they have a database, do they?
They helped me write the bill.
They help you write the bill. It's their bill.
Yes.
This is their bill. The ABC
and the Grocers Association.
The Grocery Association.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So the Grocery Association's bill, but MAC is full support of this bill.
Yes.
Okay. All right. I've got an amendment at appropriate time, but I'll come back, Mr. Speaker. Thank you.
Question for the body is the adoption of the sub. Clerk will unlock machine and members will vote. Clerk will lock the machine, record votes. 73 ayes, 14 nays. Sub has been adopted. Representative Moore.
If there are no further questions, I ask for final passage.
The chair recognizes the gentleman from Montgomery, Representative Ingram.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Yeah, the last time I was up, and I mean, you're a great guy. I mean, don't get me wrong. I'm just not a big drinker, and I just don't think we ought to make it easier for people to ride around and drink. And the last time, Mac had me offer this amendment on the drive-through, and this is, I know this is on pickup. So, you know, if I'm sure you probably think it's a friendly amendment, I hope.
Clerk, receive the bill.
Amendment to House Bill number 166 by Representative Ingram.
So this just states that everybody, you know, you can either get out of the car if you, you know, and go in and buy it with your underage person if you want to, but you can't take you can't take the alcohol in the car if you're underage, if you've got anybody underage. Everybody in the car has to be 21. But if you have your child with you, you can go in a grocery store. But if you're driving around with a bunch of college kids and you're waiting for curbside because we can't tell if you've been drinking too much or not to get out of that car, then I think this is a fair amendment. Is it a friendly?
I'd agree, Mr. Speaker. It's a friendly amendment.
Consider a friendly amendment. The chair recognizes a lady from Jefferson, Representative Van.
Which way?
Just for my consumption, would you explain it? So are you saying that everybody in the vehicle has to show identification and proof that they're 21 years of age and older?
That's correct. Because if you have somebody that's a college kid out riding around at, 10 or 12 or 1 o'clock in the morning, and they don't want to get out and go in the car because they may be too intoxicated.
Inebriated.
That's right. Then, it's problematic.
So you're basically trying to set in place a safety net or a safeguard, almost creating an effect that there's at least someone there that could be considered a designated driver or something to that effect, right, even at the time that they are going curbside, or just to be a safeguard that everybody in there is within the age limit to purchase alcohol.
That's right.
The sale of alcohol.
Yes, ma'am. And the intent of this bill originally was because of COVID. People they were scared to go in. But now COVID, the majority of it's over with and the stores are all open. They can get beer any way they want to, or wine or spirits.
I think it's a good amendment.
Thank you. Thank you.
Chair thanks the lady. Chair recognizes the gentleman from Jefferson, Representative Faulkner.
Representative Ingram.
Yes.
A few questions. Tell me about this. Tell me about what your amendment does. I'm getting confused now.
Okay, so the only thing I've got on the amendment is that everybody in the car has to be of the age of 21 to drink. And if you're not, if there's only one person in the car, then they can go in the building and get it. But if you're riding around and you want curbside because you are too intoxicated to go in the building, then, we need to see that everybody is aged that can ride around and drink beer and wine or spirits. It's also liquor.
Well, you're not drinking in the car.
Yeah, right.
Well, no, I'm serious. We have a law on the books for that.
Right.
You can't, but an adult would be able to pull up for a curbside pickup,
right,
and pick up alcoholic beverages with their child in the car.
Well, they can go inside and get it too. They can walk in the building and get it.
But why would we, you're saying if someone comes up to say Sweet Creek has curbside pickup.
Up to 300 beers, I guess what it was.
What?
We're expanding it, the limit of the
I guess I'm trying to, I think I'm a little concerned that we are doing something that we're requiring an adult who is of legal age to pull up and obtain an alcoholic beverage, which they have a legal right to do. And if they've got their kid in the car or they have they would be disallowed from doing that.
Well, most of the time, if you're going to get alcohol or beer or wine, most of the time you're walking into the convenience store. You don't just call them and say, hey, I want to get this, or go through a drive-through and I want to get this. Most of the time, now you would have some incidents, maybe if it was Walmart or something like that, that you're going to get but that would be on a minimum sale. Like he's increasing it now to a larger capacity. So you're going to go have a pasture party like we all did, the college kids. So let's go get, 4 cases of beer and let's go riding around, or go to a pasture party and go drinking.
Well, they can't do that under the law now.
Well, I know, but you have to wear your seatbelt. That doesn't mean anybody doesn't wear their seatbelt, right? I mean, it's a law to wear your seatbelt.
Yeah, but
it's a lot of things that are law that people get out of bounds on, and this is just keeping our college kids a little safer. Making sure that everybody is 21 years old that's going to pull up there and say, "Hey, I'm gonna blow the horn. Go bring me a fifth of whiskey."
And I don't know where these places, but the only thing I know, like in my area, is there are restaurants,
right,
that have curbside pickup, and they may sell an alcoholic beverage.
But there's no need to increase that, David. I mean, Representative Faulkner, there's no need to increase it. If you already can get, 3 gallons now.
Well, you're now talking about the bill itself.
Right.
Okay.
Right.
But your amendment.
But my amendment
would restrict an adult who has a 17-year-old or 18-year-old in their car, their child.
But we're only adding the restriction on this amendment because we're adding the capacity. So the whole matter at hand here is that we're adding a capacity.
I think wouldn't your amendment apply to any? Your amendment would apply to
now that we're adding a capacity. Worst case scenario, yes, everybody's got to be 21 years old, regardless. Now, if you left the bill alone and we didn't add the capacity, you wouldn't have to be. But this is adding the capacity.
Okay, well, I think it's the troublesome part to me is that, and I'm not. It's not your intent. Yeah. You and I think a lot alike. We know that. But
I just don't want to make it easier.
Your intent is good, but I don't think we can stop a legal adult from buying an alcoholic beverage unless everybody in their car is so if their children are in their car, they're not allowed to buy an alcoholic beverage.
They can walk in the building and get it and take their child. You can buy.
Well, they might be disabled. I mean, I don't know, but I mean, there's just I don't think I would.
This bill was passed for COVID. It was intended for COVID.
I appreciate your intent, and I thank you for answering my question.
Well, we have too much problem with alcohol now. There's not any need to keep feeding the process. We have a problem with alcoholism has gone up since COVID, and we're making it easier for it.
And I understand your objection to the bill.
Right.
Now, having I was with a school group earlier, but I understand your objection to the bill, but your amendment is what I'm more concerned about, because I think that's.
I think we ought to do away with the bill. Make it to where it went away because we passed it.
Well, and look, those are good points, but the amendment is concerning to me.
Right.
That's
right. I understand. Thank you for your comment.
Chair thanks the gentleman. Chair recognizes the gentleman from Madison, Leader Daniels.
I guess I'm totally confused now. So you're saying that every person in the vehicle must be at or above the age of 21?
If you were doing a drive-through, wouldn't you agree with that? If it was a drive-through?
I wouldn't. I don't even drink, and I wouldn't agree with that. Well, because if I go to inside of the grocery store, buy a bottle of wine, come out, my children with me, I can drive home. So what's the difference?
But Representative Daniels, wouldn't you be able to see that clerk would be able to observe you to see if you were drunk?
They could also observe you in a vehicle driving a car, asking for your license with your children in the back of the car. Too.
Absolutely will be some cases out there that people would drive through or drive up and blow the horn.
As he mentioned, we have laws in the book for folks that are drinking and driving. Where I think this is overkill. And I just hope that the sponsor would not consider this a friendly amendment.
Well, he's already has, I think.
Well, he can change his mind.
I guess.
So I think I'm trying to understand the logic.
Right.
And so with a person that's disabled,
right,
had no child care, drove pick up the curbside, you're going to force that person that's disabled to go into the store.
Maybe that person disabled may not need to be drinking anyway. Maybe we're helping them out. Maybe they are diabetic.
What would it? Well, okay, maybe they're not diabetic. Maybe they're perfectly healthy and had a car accident.
It's their right to be able
and something happened.
I agree.
I think you can't.
You can find cases.
If this was taking care of the issue of reducing alcohol abuse or substance abuse in general,
right.
if this was solving that problem, I wouldn't have an issue with it. But I don't see how this amendment is actually any different. I think it's a waste, to be honest with you.
Well, I don't see the reason in growing the capacity to the limit that they're wanting to do. And I think this is one of the things.
But you can go into a bar and drink all night.
Right. Yeah. But
so what's the difference?
The bar is not supposed to serve you.
You can go to a restaurant and have your children sitting with you and order drinks continuously.
That's right. You can. Yeah.
So if you want to solve the problem, let's start with individuals actually ordering drinks, sitting down with their children.
They're not going to order 3.5 gallons of drinks. So.
You don't know that. Are you in every store, every restaurant? But the container is not even open from a grocery store.
Yeah.
You have to have, if you're getting wine.
And it's not always a grocery store. It could be a convenience store.
It doesn't. You're absolutely correct. But I'm just saying it's like, I don't see how this is solving the problem. I'm with you. I don't drink. You don't drink. We've established that. Yeah. But at the end of the day, I think creating more barriers for people in general, whether they drink or not, is just, I mean, having children in the car. If I'm at a restaurant, is it more detrimental for a person at a restaurant with their family, drink, then get in the car with their kids? It's more detrimental for that person, the likelihood of that person having an accident or being inebriated slightly or inebriated in general of the limit.
Yeah, I agree with you.
That's unsafe.
On both sides, but you also think about,
if it's a closed container and a person is transported home, that's a waste. If I'm able to walk into a grocery store with my children, purchase an item, alcoholic beverage, go get in the car, you can't stop that. So it's only for people that can actually walk?
I got a question.
That's what you're saying?
No. So
apparently it is.
Let's do this scenario. You've got a 17-year-old college kid that's driving this car. It's legal to drive. Mm-hmm. You've got an 18-year-old in the front sitting next to him. You got a 21-year-old in the back. And the 21-year-old's, here's my driver's license. He's reaching over the top. So, I mean, do you think that's right, or do you think the driver ought to be?
And let me give you another scenario.
You think the driver?
You got a 40-year-old and you got a 45-year-old parent sitting in the front seat of a car,
right?
And you got 6-year-old, 7-year-old in the back seat of the car. They can't even buy the curbside,
right?
So you're a limit. You're trying to.
But that person.
You're not solving the problem.
That person can go in.
I could use examples from an age group in order to try to get everyone to look at this from a different lens. But I just can't see how this makes sense.
Well,
who are we trying to help in this?
This was an amendment that Mac.
What are you trying to solve? What problem are you trying to solve?
Last time. This was the same amendment that he gave me last time with ABC.
I've never given you this amendment.
No, Mac. I said Mac with ABC had wanted me to offer this amendment the last time on the drive-through. It's the same amendment that failed by 3 or 4 votes.
Well, here's what I would say. It failed last time. The same amendment?
The same amendment failed last time by 3
I think it should fail this time because it doesn't make sense.
I totally agree. But what I'm saying is, ABC supported this amendment the last time.
Listen, ABC don't get it right a whole lot of times. I'm almost where Arthur Orry is on ABC.
Board. He said this is his bill.
I'm close to where Arthur Orry is on ABC.
Right.
That's where I am. Because I've had enough of their overregulation of folks from the microbrewery industry to other things. I'm at that point with them.
Right.
And so for me, back to this particular piece of legislation, I just don't see the logic.
Of increasing it, or
I don't see the logic of requiring identification curbside, and we don't have the same process inside.
Well, I think you can see that person is not.
But you're not solving the problem. But the only advantage is whether a person can walk or not.
Well, I mean, I guess so.
Able and disabled.
To serve
that's the difference here.
If they seem intoxicated in a grocery store. they-
Or at a restaurant
in a
too
restaurant.
with kids.
But they can't
So let's
tell
bring
if
an
they're sitting in
amendment to
that car.
eliminate the consumption of alcohol in a restaurant if there are minors at the
So
table.
the person.
Let's do that then.
Well, I don't
Let's
know.
do that.
That's not the matter.
No,
at
because
hand.
there's another attempt that we're not discussing. There's somebody we're trying to help on this. And whoever it is, you're not making the best argument for them.
I know, but the matter at hand is that 21-year-old, you can't tell if he's drunk or not.
What about the 45-year-old?
Sitting in the back seat. I don't care if he's 99.
No, if
You
they're
can't tell if he's
driving.
sitting in the back seat.
If you're going to do something, let's do it for the driver or the passenger, right?
Well, you
Let's
wanna
do
just
something there,
eliminate-
or have them sign off on some type of consent that they're not going to consume this alcohol from the time they leave
I'm
that
not talking
place to their
about
home.
consuming alcohol. I'm talking about being
Okay,
drunk before
is it
they get
about
there.
alcohol consumption or is it not?
But it's about
Or is it
being
about
intoxicated when they
someone
walk
within
into
the
the
industry
store.
that we're trying to help?
Yeah. I don't.
This does not make sense to me.
Well,
It doesn't.
don't vote for it.
I'm not going to vote for it. I'm urging everyone in this chamber not to vote for it because it's a senseless piece of amendment, and I don't know why the sponsor would even get to the point to where he's accepting an amendment that totally guts the bill.
Well, I don't think it guts the bill. It didn't change the consumption. I mean, the volume that they can buy at all. It just changed it to where that person in the back seat is 21 and everybody else is underage. We know if he's intoxicated or not, or we know that he's of age.
I'm just saying, look, you know I love you, brother, but this is just not the way to do it.
Well, we're on a different side of the fence now, but that's fine. We'll vote it up and down, or up or down. Let's go.
Well, we're going to have to vote it down.
All right. It failed the last time. I'm trying this time.
Representative Moore.
Moore.
Parker. We are on the amendment. You consider it a friendly amendment or not?
I do not, Mr. Speaker. I move to table it.
Okay, so you have moved to table the amendment now. Okay, so the motion on the floor by the sponsor is to table the amendment. So you're in favor of tabling the amendment, your vote will be aye. If you're opposed, your vote will be no. The tabling of the amendment is aye. Clerk will unlock the machines, members will vote. Clerk lock machine record the vote, 70 ayes, 19 nays. The amendment has been tabled.
We tried. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, gentlemen.
Mr. Speaker, if there is no more questions, I move for final passage.
I think that is the question. Clerk unlock the machines and members will vote. Clerk will lock machines. Record the votes, 46 ayes, 30 nays. HB 166 has passed.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, body.
Thank you, gentlemen. Clerk, call next bill.
On page 32 of the calendar, Senate Bill number 55 with substitute by Senator Orr relating to guardianships and conservatorships.
Representative Almond. Before Representative Almond, let me explain.
Oh. They left, just so you know. Go ahead. Is that what you were going to say? Okay.
Mr. Speaker, members, this bill creates supportive decision-making agreements, which is something we currently do not have in the state of Alabama. It's an alternative to guardians and conservatorships in that it allows the adult to make decisions and retain decision-making authority for themselves, but at the same time, have a supporter or team of supporters to help him or her live an independent and full life. This may be my favorite bill ever, and as a legislator, may have peaked early. We named this bill for Colby, the Colby Act, in honor of Colby Spangler. I think many of you have met him. He and his mom were here earlier. They got tired of listening to us talk and had to go home. So I'm sorry that they're not here to see this, but they have been with us a while. Colby has been doing this a while on his own, and many states have adopted similar measures. and it's recognized and encouraged by the the American Bar Association. So with that, Mr. Speaker, I move for the adoption of the BIR.
That is question adoption of the BIR. Clerk will unlock the machine and members will vote. Clerk will lock the machine, record the votes. 101 ayes, 0 nays. The BIR has passed. Representative Almond,
Mr. Speaker, I move for adoption of the substitute.
here to explain the substitute.
Yes, the substitute is merely technical in nature. It was caught by the analyst when we added the form to the bill. We forgot to change to section. We would incorrectly change the section numbers, so that he caught that. That was all it is.
You've heard the explanation of the sub. Question for the body now is adoption. Clerk unlock machine and members will vote.
Thank you.
Clerk will lock the machine, record the votes. 104 ayes, 0 nays. Sub has been adopted. Representative Almond.
And I've moved for final passage, Mr. Speaker.
That is question for the body is final passage of SB 55. Clerk will unlock machine and members will vote. Clerk will lock the machine, record the vote. 104 ayes, 0 nays. SB 55 has passed. Congratulations.
Thank you all very, very much. I have asked that this be open for co-sponsors.
Senate bill. Can't do it on Senate bill.
Oh, you're right. Thank you.
The chair would like to recognize the gentleman in the back, Gil Isbell, a former member of the House of Representatives. Let's give him a big hand for joining us here today. I think his daughter is here this week paging. She's taller than he is now, right? Oh. Sorry about that. Thanks for being with us today. Clerk, call the next bill.
On page 47 of the calendar, House Bill number 40 with substitute by Representative Hill relating to justices and judges.
Chairman Hill, you're recognized.
All right, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Ladies and gentlemen, this is a bill that we have passed at least 3 years. Never has come out of the Senate, but it's always come out of the House. What this does is, thank you, I asked for the BIR.
There's a question for the body is adoption of the BIR. Clerk will unlock machine, members will vote. Clerk will lock the machine, record the votes. 103 ayes, 0 nays. BIR has been adopted. Chairman.
Mr. Speaker, what this bill does is it allows, with the permission of a retired judge, for that judge to be recalled to service for the purpose of helping with the backlog in the particular circuit. It must be approved by the presiding judge and the Chief Justice. It limits the individual to 50 days a year and a total of about $39,000. It is not to take the place of us putting on needed judges, but rather giving us some flexibility in order to handle some of the backlogs that we have in this state. With that,
Chairman, I see a committee sub on this bill.
Sir?
I see a sub.
Well, the sub was a amendment that said, it says in here paid by the state, but the county Association of County Governments wanted it to say specifically that under no circumstance was this to be paid for through county funds, and it's not.
You've heard the explanation of the sub.
So I would ask we adopt it.
Members on, he's asking for the adoption of the committee sub. Clerk unlock the machine, members will vote. Clerk will lock the machine, record the votes. 104 ayes, 0 nays. Sub has been adopted. Chairman Hill.
And I would ask that we adopt, that we give final approval to this bill, sir.
That is the question, is final passage as adopted. Clerk will unlock the machine and members will vote.
Okay.
Clerk will lock the machine. Record the votes. 103 ayes, 0 nays. HB 40 has passed. Clerk, call next bill.
Thank you, sir.
On page 62 of the calendar, House Bill number 256 was substitute by Representative Marcus relating to labor and employment.
Representative Marcus, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This bill is a safety bill that clarifies who is an employee and whom is an independent contractor in the trucking industry. And with that, Mr. Speaker, I ask for the BR.
That is questions, the BIR. Clerk will unlock the machine and members will vote. Clerk will lock the machine. Record the votes. 104 ayes, 0 nays. The BR has been adopted.
Thank you,
Representative
Mr.
Marcus.
Speaker. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I ask for the adoption of the sub. There was a technical amendment in the committee, striking the word evaluating and changing it to determining. That was the only change.
You've heard the explanation of the committee sub. Clerk will unlock the machine and members will vote. Clerk will lock the machine. Record the vote. 103 ayes, 1 nay. Sub has been adopted.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I ask for final passage of HB 256.
And that is question is final passage of HB 256 as amended. Clerk will unlock the machine and members will vote. Clerk will lock the machine. Record the votes. 104 ayes, 0 nays. HB 256 has passed.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, members.
Thank you, gentlemen. Chair recognizes Chairman Shaver. Clerk, call off the next bill.
On page 35 of the calendar, House Bill number 272 by Representative Shaver relating to crimes and offenses.
Madam Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. HB 272 is the same bill that the House has passed twice concerning certain circumstances for attempting to elude to be charged as a felony.
Chair recognizes the gentleman from Ringo, Representative McCampbell.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the recognition. Will the gentlelady yield?
Of course.
Well, I think last year you and I had a conversation regarding this bill back then, didn't we? On last year, I think we had a conversation regarding this bill.
Yes, sir, we did.
And I hope I still have the same issues that I had last year with the bill, and I'm here to make sure that these issues are understood. And that is, we are going to have a lot of young people, 16, 17, 18-year-olds that are going to end up having real serious criminal records for something that to me, would be natural. When I said something that would be natural, if they have the cars and think they can outrun the police, they're gonna do it. Now you're talking about going over into another county or over into the other state and avoiding the prosecution here. What is it right now once they are caught over in another state? What happens? It's
a misdemeanor, which is not an extraditable offense.
It's a misdemeanor over in another state. It's a misdemeanor here. Right. So once they cross into, say, a Georgia or Tennessee or Mississippi.
It would depend on whether or not those law enforcement agencies are involved in the chase and what happens once they get across the state line. But from an Alabama perspective, where the pursuit starts, it would be a misdemeanor and not an extraditable offense. So if they get involved, if the chase continues and they get into charges in another state, that's a different story.
That's the charges of the
Yes,
other
Georgia
state.
has felony attempting to elude.
You know, and if a person attempts to elude law enforcement here within the state boundaries, what is that?
It's still a misdemeanor, unless somebody is seriously injured or killed, then it's a Class C felony.
Okay. And that's the issue that I have, because do our law enforcement continue to pursue into the other state?
It depends on the situation, and each department makes their own rules about their policy on chases. So some do not chase on a misdemeanor, and it's just each department makes their own.
And to me, now to criminalize a 16-year-old or a 17-year-old or an 18-year-old and have them to have a felony on their record,
we did make a concession. We did put in here that it has to be in conjunction in commission of another felony or eluding on a felony warrant apprehension. So
we did put that on in there.
Yes, that's in there. That's what you and I agreed upon.
Yeah, that's that.
Yes.
And I just wanted to make sure then, because I honestly hadn't looked at it this year until I said, wait a minute, this is the same one from last year.
If
So
there's
it
still
did.
simple eluding, that is still a misdemeanor. Only under those circumstances would it be a felony.
Okay. Well, I'm good with that then. Thank you, Ms.
So you're going to vote for my bill?
Chair thanks the gentleman. Chair recognizes the lady from Madison, Representative Hall. Question for the body is adoption of the BIR. Clerk will unlock machines and members will vote. Clerk will lock the machine, record the votes. 99 ayes, 0 nays. BR has passed. Chairman Savers.
I move for final passage.
That is question is final passage of HB 272. Clerk will unlock the machine and members will vote. Clerk will lock the machine, record the votes. 94 ayes, 1 nay. HB 272 has passed.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members of the body.
Thank the lady. Chair, call the next bill.
On page 26 of the calendar, House Bill 75 with substitute by Representative Mooney relating to Alabama Private Investigation Board.
Representative Mooney, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This is the 3-year project that's come to fruition between the Alabama Private Investigative Board and the association, and they're all in complete agreement. I'd like to thank Representative Treadaway, Bedsoe, Pettis, and Rogers for their support. And in the process of this, I'd move that we pass the BIR.
That is question for the body is passage of the BIR. Clerk will unlock the machine and the members will vote. Clerk will lock the machine, record the votes. 101 ayes, 0 nays. The BR has passed.
Mr. Speaker, if there are no objection, I'll move the sub.
Here to explain the sub.
There was a technical amendment that was not a definition, but to make clear a statement. Representative Robbins is the vice chair of the committee, and he felt that there was a redundant statement in it, and so we eliminated it.
Okay.
Thank you.
You've heard the sponsor's explanation of the sub. Clerk will unlock the machine and members will vote. Clerk will lock the machine, record the votes. 103 ayes, 0 nays. Sub has been adopted. Representative Mooney.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Move final passage.
That is the question's final passage. HB 75. Clerk will unlock the machine and the members will vote. Clerk will lock the machines. Record the vote, 100 ayes, 0 nays, 1 abstention. HB 75 has passed.
Thank you, members. On behalf of the association and the board, they're very appreciative of your responding to the hard work they put in to come to complete agreement.
Thank you, gentlemen. Clerk, call next bill.
On page 20 of the calendar, House Bill number 184 by Representative Keel relating to state government.
Representative Keel, you are recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Under current law, charitable organizations that are located in the state must register with the Attorney General. This does not change that. What it does prohibit is any other state agency from imposing other undue restrictions on charitable organizations. And Mr. Speaker, I move the BIR.
That is questions. The BIR. Clerk will unlock the machine. The members will vote. Clerk will lock machine. Record the votes. 95 ayes, 0 nays. BR has passed. Representative Keel.
Mr. Speaker, I move final passage.
That is questions. Final passage of HB 184. Clerk will unlock machine. The members will vote. Clerk will lock machine. Record the votes. 94 ayes, 0 nays. 184 has passed.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank the gentleman. Clerk, call up the next bill.
On page 20 of the calendar, House Bill number 179 with substitute by Representative Lomax relating to distinctive license plates.
Reverend Lomax, you are recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Back in 2019, this body passed a bill that created a custom license tag for EMS providers, service providers, emergency technicians. The purpose of that bill then was to create income for two different organizations, the Alabama Ambulance Association, as well as the EMS Association. That bill failed to do that, so this bill creates that. The income would go to that. And at that time, I moved for the BIR.
Question for the body is adoption of the BIR. Clerk will unlock machine and members will vote. Clerk will lock machine. Record the votes. 100 ayes, 0 nays. BR has been adopted.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. There was a committee sub that just clarified that any tag fees the county could collect, and they'd still be able to collect those. So at this time, I move to adopt that committee sub.
You've heard the explanation of the committee sub. Chair recognizes the lady from Madison, Representative Hall.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Will the gentleman yield?
I do.
You indicated that the original purpose was to provide proceeds to go to emergency medical services.
To the two organizations.
Providers, right.
Correct.
But you also stated that it did not do that. What happened?
So the bill that was written in 2019, it just went to the general fund. So it didn't actually identify those two organizations.
Okay. And so when I go to page.
So this just amends that bill and adds those two organizations.
And what do you know what the amount of the funds were that would have been collected if you had been able to collect those funds?
Sure. Yeah, it was 1378 tags that were sold to date, and that was about $58,000.
And so now that $58,000, do they allow you to go back and collect those funds that went to general fund?
No, it'd be going forward.
Okay, so you would have half going to the Association of Ambulance Services and the other half to medicals.
Yes, ma'am.
Emergency medical services.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Leader Dan, you want to speak on the sub?
Will the gentleman yield?
I yield.
Well, this is your first bill, isn't it?
I said I yield.
Is it? So is this your first bill this session?
It is.
Okay, okay. And I know it wouldn't be a good day without Representative Hall having a brief conversation with you to make certain that you've done your homework.
That's right.
And what county are you from?
I'm from Madison County.
Oh, okay. That's a great county.
be from.
It's got good representation for the most part.
At least, hey, Democrats, you know what time it is.
Hey, I've been sitting with everybody back there. I don't know.
It's time to crank things up a little bit. Mr. Speaker, I think we can go another couple hours. Mr. Lomax is asking me, let's go another couple hours. Do you think so, Mr. Speaker?
Representative Daniels, we actually have got about 6 more hours we can go.
Oh, God. Oh, I do have my pocket calendar, don't I? So really, it's a good piece of legislation, believe it or not, and I'm really proud that you're carrying this legislation to clarify some things. Sometimes we not purposely omit things that are very important, but having the details correct is always good. Did you make it to first base yesterday?
I did make it to first base. I didn't make it much further, but I made it to first base.
Okay. But
talking about the softball game.
We got a comedian today. I might have to show this young man something. I'm gonna have to turn to Alvin Holmes here. Now tell me on page 13 of your bill, line 66.
There's not 13 pages to the bill.
I know that. You should have known that. Well, I just want to make certain that you get a chance to stand. I know you've been sitting for a while today, and I think you're a good legislator. You're becoming a good legislator and growing in your own. And again, I certainly appreciate you being a part of our delegation. You could be a member of a different delegation. God bless you if you were. No, I'm talking about the only person that you're not exempt. Everyone is exempt from that in that county. So we love everybody else in that county. But we love you too, John. So, Mr. Lomax, I got to make sure you at least stand up here another few minutes because I think let's start with page 1. The synopsis, kind of give us another overview of this piece of legislation, and then we'll get to the remainder of the sub, and understand the difference between the two.
All right. Under existing law, emergency medical service providers, that's EMSPs, may purchase distinctive motor vehicle license plates for their personally owned vehicles to allow for their identification as an EMSP, which we earlier defined as emergency medical service providers. This bill will provide for the distribution of proceeds from the sales of distinctive motor vehicles license plates to emergency medical service providers.
And you said how many pages is this bill?
I believe it's 3.
Mr. Speaker, I don't think Mr. Lomax has ever heard a bill read at length.
Are you requesting that, Leader Daniel?
I am. And since it's only 3 pages, Mr. Speaker, don't you think that's okay? And let's slow it down a little bit.
Clay? That is.
We'll be done at 5:50.
5:50.
5:50 and we'll vote.
We got to pass the sub first.
Okay, well, can I hear the sub at length?
You can read the sub. Yeah, we can read the sub. What's the sub? Is it a dot or I?
It's one sentence.
Read that to him.
All right. Yes, Mr. Speaker.
You have a little one. You should be used to reading.
Well, we're going to replace lines 47 through 48 on page 2 with the following. Vehicle license plates or tags, and the officers shall be entitled to their regular fees for the service. We also replace line 76 on page 3 with the following. The Alabama Emergency Medical Services Association.
All right.
That's a good job. I think we're ready to adopt the sub, Representative.
And at the appropriate time, Mr. Speaker, I'd like to have the bill read at length.
Okay.
Thank you.
Question for the body is adoption of the committee sub. Clerk on the lock machine and members will vote. Clerk will lock the machine and members 101 ayes, 0 nays. The sub has been adopted.
Thank you. At this time, I move for final passage as adopted.
I think we have a request to have the bill read. Mr. Clerk.
Be it enacted by the Legislature of Alabama, Section 1, Section 32-6-281, Code of Alabama 1975 is amended to read as follows: 32-6-281. A, as used in this section, emergency medical services provider, or MSSP, means paramedic, emergency medical technician, intermediate, advanced emergency medical technician, or emergency medical technician who is currently licensed with the Alabama Department of Public Health, Office of Emergency Medical Services. B1, notwithstanding sections 32-664, 32-667, and 32-668, an MSSP, upon application and subject to this section, may be issued a distinctive motor vehicle license plate as identification as an EMSP. 2, in addition to the proper numbers, words, and insignia used on the standard license plate issued by motor vehicles, for motor vehicles, the distinctive plate issued for an EMSP shall have a design created by the Alabama Department of Public Health, Office of Emergency Medical Services. C, 1, the distinctive license plate provided in this section shall be approved by the Commissioner of Revenue and shall be issued through the Judge of Probate, License Commissioner, or other license issuing official of the several counties of the state in the same manner as our other motor vehicle license plates or tags, and the officers shall be entitled to their regular fees for the services. 2, proof of licensure as an EMSP shall be verified using the public license search on the Alabama Department of Public Health, Office of Emergency Medical Services website. Only an active, unexpired EMSP as verified may obtain a distinctive EMSP plate. 3, the distinctive license plate issued under this section shall be used only upon or for personally owned private passenger vehicles to include station wagons, public pickup trucks registered in the name of EMSP making application for the license plate, and when issued to the applicant shall be used upon the vehicle for which issued in lieu of standard license plate normally issued for the vehicle. D, anyone who is proven to have falsely obtained or certified an individual to obtain a distinctive EMSP license plate shall be guilty of a Class C misdemeanor, and upon conviction shall be punished according to law. E, the distinctive plate as provided by this section shall be prepared and furnished for the license year commencing January 1, 2020, and thereafter as is provided by law, and shall be issued, printed, and processed like other distinctive and personalized plates provided for in this chapter. F, the additional revenues derived from the sale of the distinctive motor vehicle license plates shall be distributed by the comptroller as follows: 50% to the Alabama Association of Ambulance Services and 50% to the Alabama Emergency Medical Services Association. G, the Department of Revenue may adopt rules, any rules necessary to administer this section. Section 2, this act shall become effective on January 1st, 2024, following its passage and approval by the governor or its otherwise becoming law.
With that, Mr. Speaker, I move for final passage as amended. As substituted.
I think one of the reasons somebody said about something you didn't tag up at seconds, you just left running like a kindergartner last night. I don't know. I think that may be part of this. I don't know. Anyway, so the question is final passage of HB 179.
Didn't have a good coach.
Coach, third base coach, Coach Plum. Clerk unlock machine and members will vote. Clerk will lock the machine, record the votes, 103 ayes, 0 nays. Congratulations on your first bill.
Thank you, body. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Congratulations. Chair recognizes Representative Warren for a timely resolution.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would like for the suspension of rules to have this time-sensitive resolution approved commending Jack and Jill of America Incorporated for its exceptional commitment to the educational and cultural development of youth, the cultivation of future leaders, and its celebration of Jack and Jill of America Incorporated Legislative Day at the Capitol on April 20th, 2023.
All those in favor of suspending the rules say aye. Any opposed? The rules has been suspended. Clerk, receive the resolution. All those in favor of the resolution? Aye.
Aye.
The resolution is passed.
Thank you.
Chair thanks the lady. Chair recognizes Representative Keel. Has the time to resolution.
Mr. Speaker, I move we suspend the rules for a time-sensitive resolution.
That is a question for the body. Is suspend the rules for time-sensitive resolution. All those in favor say aye. Clerk, receive the resolution.
Resolution, Representative Keel, proclaiming the month of April as National Donate Life Month.
Representative Keel.
April is National Donate Life Month, and the emphasis on organ donation. So I move we pass this resolution.
All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? The resolution is passed.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. Chair recognizes the gentleman from Mobile, Pro Tem Pringle.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Ladies and gentlemen, having previously agreed to meet on Tuesday at 1 o'clock, and move the House stand in adjournment.
The House is adjourned.